also have chemical components added to the surface to alter its properties. Researchers see graphene more as a platform that developers will be able to arrange in a way that plays to their needs. It could, for example, revolutionize touchscreen technologies, be incorporated to make lighter composite materials, and has a number of uses in electronics too. The possibilities are truly endless, and it's expected to be possible to produce it in commercial quantities within the next decade. Number 13. GPS-3. First beginning in 1973 and completed in 1993, the American GPS satellite network was the first global navigation system and revolutionized the way that everyone determines where they are on Earth. At first, the benefits were envisaged for militaries, but the technology has now had an impact on all of our lives, from the way certain electronics works to sat-nav systems and location-based tracking. The problem with GPS, though, is that the original 24 satellites, along with further ones that were subsequently added, don't provide a perfect resolution and are only accurate to within a few feet. They also don't provide full coverage around the world, as anyone who has tried to use location tracking in mountainous areas or dense urban environments will know, and the signals are actually relatively simple to block, which is a constant threat for military use. There is therefore huge demand for improving the system, and the technology has already been developed to do this. Known as GPS-3 and built by Lockheed Martin, the satellites are already being launched and are expected to have fully upgraded the network within a few years. When the project is complete, the signals will be far more precise than now and 8 times stronger, so they can't be blocked, resulting in improved safety, signal integrity, and far greater accuracy. Number 12. Floating farms. As the world's population continues to grow, one of the biggest problems we face right now is how to produce enough food to satisfy everyone's needs. Amazingly, an estimated 30% of the global land surface is dedicated to agriculture, and a third of that is used for crops, and the remaining 2/3 is used for grazing livestock. And this not only restricts the potential areas for inhabitation, but also encourages large-scale deforestation and habitat change to create more farmland. Some companies are looking for alternatives to this, and while you may have heard of vertical farms that look to improve the yield for the same size plot of land, others are looking at far more radical solutions. One is the idea of floating farms, which can involve building huge complexes that sit on the surface of the ocean, can be moved to where they're needed, and crucially are temporary. They make use of areas that wouldn't be used for anything else and turn it into a profitable commodity. Incredibly, one of these has already been in operation for several years in the port of Rotterdam in the Netherlands, where a company called Belladon has built a floating platform designed to farm 40 Muse-Rhine Issel cows that are all milked by robots. By producing the product as close to the end consumers as possible, they're reducing transport costs too. And they also plan to be able to install floating farms in regions that have suffered from disasters to get food production up and running far quicker than would otherwise be possible. Number 11. Edge computing. The way we use computers has changed significantly in the past few decades, and so has the way technology is designed to give us the best service. At first, everything was done on a singular device in our homes, and now we mainly use cloud computing, whereby most activities from our emails to documents and virtually everything else is held online, and our devices are essentially windows that grant us access to this. The problem with cloud computing, however, is that most companies rely on the infrastructure of just a few cloud providers: Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and IBM, with Amazon alone accounting for 47% of the market. Quite simply, everything that can be moved onto the cloud has pretty much been done so already, and there's very little room to grow in that space, so others have been looking at the so-called edge of the cloud. What this really means is that they're exploring ways to bring the processing and storage of the cloud geographically closer to where the user is in order to improve the experience. Rather than just relying on a few data centers, it will see more work done locally, and the idea is that this will significantly reduce latency, will also improve privacy and security, and will help reduce the bandwidth being used so the infrastructure doesn't buckle under the pressure of increased usage. In many ways, it may seem as if it's going back on the idea of cloud computing, but it's really harnessing it to fuller effect. If fingerprint or facial authorization is dealt with directly by your smartphone rather than waiting for a server to reply, you'll be able to access your online content much easier. Similarly, self-driving cars are currently the best example of edge computing. Rather than waiting for a server's response, it can function independently, but at the same time needs to be centrally controlled so it's automatically updated, and so the algorithms can be improved. Number 10. Self-healing concrete. Concrete is one of the most important construction materials that's used around the world, and is second to water in terms of the most consumed material. Amazingly, twice as much concrete is used in construction than everything else combined. This works out to be the equivalent of more than 3 tons per person in the world each year. The problem is that even though it's a tough and durable material, it's susceptible to wear and tear and can develop cracks and holes that affect its stability. In the long term, this means that it either needs to be maintained or replaced to avoid disaster, which can be a costly endeavor. But researchers have come up with a new solution: self-healing concrete. By adding bacterial spores to the concrete mix, along with a food source like yeast extract, an amazing thing happens. When the concrete cracks, the bacteria are exposed to oxygen and water and begin to consume the food and multiply, and then produce calcium carbonate or limestone as a byproduct. This in turn seals the crack again, and if done right, means that you won't even be able to see where the crack had formed in the first place. For small openings, the process can be completed with around 14 days, and it'll prevent them from widening and becoming a greater problem. Soon, it's expected that virtually all concrete will incorporate technology like this, and the days of potentially dangerous faults will be over. Number 9. Hydrogen fuel cells. The automotive industry is going through its biggest change in living memory, with virtually every manufacturer trying to develop their own technologies to reduce the reliance on fossil fuels. And while electric and battery concepts seem to be the way forwards, they certainly aren't a magic bullet. There's concern surrounding the provision of green electricity to all that need it, and the fact that our electrical grids simply aren't designed to handle the loads that will be required. Even if this was sorted, there's also the fact that batteries are relatively very heavy for the amount of charge that they can hold. And while they may be suitable for cars, they're not yet at a place where they're viable for larger trucks, ships, or planes. That's why another solution is needed, and the most likely candidate is hydrogen fuel. Hydrogen itself can be produced by a range of methods, such as natural gas, nuclear power, biomass, and even other renewable energies. And when it's used, the only byproduct is water. In the UK, a concept train has already been fitted with hydrogen cells, and it's undergoing tests, while aircraft manufacturers such as Airbus see this as a far more viable target in the near future than full electrification. And car companies, too, are looking at how it can be used. The technology is approaching the stage where it's possible across a range of applications, and it's only a matter of time until it's commonplace. Number 8. Satellite constellations. As the cost of launching satellites into orbit, Web and Amazon are also looking to develop their own constellations to provide internet access, and this is just scratching the surface of what they can be used for. If you look up when it's dark, you might just be able to see some of these satellites already, and if progress continues at the current rate, the night sky may soon be full of them. Number 7. GPT-3. Tech companies around the world are in a race to develop the first full artificial intelligence, but there are steps along the way that arguably are going to be far more impactful on the technology around us and how we live our lives. One of these concepts is the idea of deep learning, whereby computer algorithms can analyze past behavior and automatically find solutions to improve performance. One of the most interesting forms of this is called GPT-3. Developed by OpenAI, it's the third generation of a language prediction model, and the idea is that based on learning by itself, it's able to write text in the same way as a human does. It's one of the most difficult types of human imitation, and this latest attempt is almost unbelievable. Based on initial studies, it's virtually impossible to differentiate between something written by GPT-3 or by an actual person, and companies like Microsoft have already begun to incorporate it into their products. Described recently as being one of the most interesting and important AI systems ever produced, GPT-3 will further blur the lines of reality, and you may well find yourself reading news articles or even novels that haven't had any human involvement whatsoever. Number 6. Connected homes. Throughout history, inventions have helped us save time on basic tasks so we can dedicate ourselves to more complicated ones. And this progression is continuing into the 21st century. While the concept of connected homes isn't in itself a new one, the increasing presence of the Internet of Things and technological advancements means that it's going to become far more commonplace, reliable, and functional in the coming years. In 2013, the market in the US alone was worth almost $6 billion, and right now it's estimated that 37% of households in the US have a smart device in their home. Right now, these are usually in the form of doorbells, heating, light bulbs, speakers, and voice-activated assistants. But there are so many different ways technology can be incorporated that things will look very different in a few years. From connected fridges to power sockets, bathroom appliances, and even furniture, virtually everything that's electrically operated could potentially have a chip installed that'll make it operate from a smart device or simply by your voice. Furthermore, with so much of it being automated, our homes will take care of themselves and allow us to focus more on our interests and our families. Number 5. Lithium metal battery. There's a focus right now on moving away from energy that produces emissions, and one of the best ways to do this is converting everything we use to run on electricity, as long as the electricity comes from green sources. Major strides have been made in the past couple decades, but one of the biggest limiting factors is the capability of batteries. Currently, the most reliable and cost-effective design that's used is a lithium-ion battery, but these have limits with how much they can charge and how quickly this can be done, as well as some concerns about their safety if they're damaged. A company called QuantumScape is, however, developing an alternative, which instead of having liquid parts like a lithium-ion battery, is solid. Known as a lithium metal battery, the results from the company's early tests have suggested these could eventually increase the range of an electric vehicle by as much as 80% and can be recharged in just a fraction of the time too. Right now the prototypes are too large to be fitted to cars, but they're expected to become much smaller in the coming years, so much so that QuantumScape has already signed an agreement with VW to start selling electric vehicles with the new batteries from 2025. Number 4. 3D printing. 3D printing has had a varied history since it first started being used in the 1980s, and even until recently it's only been useful for very specific tasks. Essentially feeding liquefied material into a chamber, and by applying layer upon layer, being able to create a 3D object. It's a technique that's mostly been known for creating small plastic objects or replacement components for certain devices. As our understanding of materials has improved, though, 3D printers are increasingly being able to make objects out of different substances and are becoming seen as potentially the future of manufacturing. From clothing and food to medical devices and the ability to rapidly prototype new designs, the possibilities are endless, but perhaps the most exciting area is how it'll change large projects. There's already a number of buildings around the world that have been built from 3D printed parts, and this is going to become even more common. Instead of needing to ship all of the different types of bricks and other parts needed to build a house, all that's needed is a supply of the basic material and a printer, and everything can be manufactured on site. It'll reduce transport needs, wastage, and increase efficiency, and could mean new homes can be built in a fraction of the time they currently take. Number 3. Blockchain. There are two main reactions when people hear of blockchain. Either they start telling you about the best new cryptocurrencies to invest in, or they switch off from boredom. The fact is, though, that while blockchain technology does underpin the operation of these new decentralized currencies, this is just the beginning of how useful and integrated to our lives that it will become. Put simply, a blockchain is a list of information that's linked together by a cryptographic technique, and once a block has been added, it can't be changed and acts as a permanent record. To begin with, this was used to prove who owns a particular coin of currency, or more recently, pieces of digital art. But there are a number of companies exploring how much wider the uses are. There are already examples of how blockchain is being used to enable energy trading and various other transactions, but perhaps the most important use is that it can track the history of individual products. The food industry can benefit hugely from this by being able to prove exactly where and when ingredients were harvested or cooked, and brands will also be able to use blockchain to prove whether an item is an original or a forgery. Number 2. Fighting fire with sound. With our changing climate, wildfires are becoming more common across the planet, and they're becoming even more difficult to control. As an example, in California alone, 5 times the area is burning each year now compared to what happened in the 1970s, and this is only expected to increase. Traditionally, the way to extinguish or at least limit the spread of fire would be to use huge quantities of water or foam. But with water shortages happening too and the reluctance to drop chemicals onto the land, an alternative can't come soon enough. Luckily, a solution was first revealed in 2015 and has continued in development to the point where it'll soon be deployed on a large scale. First designed to put out small fires in kitchens, the acoustic extinguisher, essentially a quantum computer, is different to a classical one in the way that it stores and handles information. In a classical computer, you'll be familiar with bits that can either be a 1 or a 0. But in a quantum computer, they use qubits, which can be in a 1 or a 0 quantum state, or a superposition of both. What this means is that a quantum computer is able to solve any problem a classical one can, and vice versa, and in some situations will be far more efficient in doing so. One of the more interesting things about quantum computers is that they won't actually always be the better choice, and researchers are still exploring the situations when they will offer an advantage. But the biggest hurdle right now is building one that's large and stable enough to see how well it can perform. Watch our future playlist for more top 15 videos about the future. Sit back, relax, and binge watch all of our best future-related videos.
With this new AI tool, you can create Pixar-style 3D animated videos with the same characters in different scenes within minutes, even if you have zero technical.
Companies around the world are racing to create the next new thing in transportation. And while flying cars haven't yet gone mainstream, there are several concept prototypes that look very promising. Here are 15 future flying vehicles that will likely change the world. Number 15, the Opener Blackfly. If you're looking for a completely automated flying experience, then the Opener Blackfly is right down your alley. Made by Canadian-based company Opener, the Blackfly is essentially a one-person capsule that can transport you from point A to point B without you ever having to steer or navigate. Vertically elevating itself from the ground with the help of 8 propellers, the Blackfly is powered by a nearly noiseless 12-kilowatt battery and can travel at up to speeds of 130 kilometers per hour for a distance of about 65 kilometers before needing to refuel. Best of all, once these are on the market, you won't even need a pilot's license to use one. After all, thanks to its computer-powered navigation, you can safely travel aboard the Blackfly without ever having taken a flying lesson. Number 14, the Velocity. Set to become the first commercially licensed aircraft by German company Volocopter, the Velocity is essentially an electrically powered futuristic helicopter. Interestingly, rather than using a traditional gasoline engine and large propeller, the Velocity instead uses a large circle that forces 18 small rotors powered by 9 rechargeable batteries, which means that the Velocity's rotor noise is more than 5 times softer than even the quietest of helicopters. However, with it being able to carry just 2 passengers while having a flight time of only 30 minutes and a range of just 17 miles, it certainly will need to be improved upon if it's to become a mainstream flying vehicle. Number 13, the Flyride. While flying motorcycles may still be a thing of the future, the Zapata Flyride is probably the closest thing we have to one today. Designed to be used on a large body of water, it's attached to an underwater PWC connector kit with a 20-meter hose and works by essentially funneling water through its hose in order to elevate the vehicle. Allowing the rider to go at speeds of up to 35 kilometers per hour, it reportedly only takes about 15 minutes to learn how to use, and even comes with a parent-held remote control to allow children as young as 6 to use it. However, at a price of about $11,500, the Flyride will set your bank balance back significantly more than a regular motorcycle. Number 12, the Kitty Hawk Flyer. If you'd like to be able to drive a flying car without ever needing to buy a pilot's license, then the Kitty Hawk Flyer is for you. With the Flyer being as easy to use as playing Minecraft, according to Kitty Hawk CEO Sebastian Thrun, this 250-pound aircraft is made for off-road fun in secluded areas. Using 10 independent lift fans to propel itself, this single-seater operates at an elevation of anywhere between 3 and 10 feet and has been flown over 25,000 times. Due to it currently being illegal to use on the road, at the moment it can only be used at Kitty Hawk's Lakeside Training Center. Number 11. Aston Martin Volante Vision. While it's still in its development stages, Aston Martin's Volante Vision promises to one day make driving a flying car a luxury affair. Made with a unique futuristic design that makes it look like it came out of a Star Wars movie, the Volante Vision will be able to sit up to 3 people and will use Rolls-Royce parts for at least part of its propulsion. However, with no clear production dates or timelines currently on the table, it may be a while until we see this beautiful aircraft flying in the sky. Number 10. The Terrafugia TF2. Although just a concept vehicle at the moment, the Terrafugia TF2 is designed to make travel by air and ground the norm for both everyday commutes and cargo shipments. Now, the TF2 will have a propulsion system that consists of 8 electric motors, and although it will take off like a helicopter, it will be able to fly like an airplane and drive like a car. Although the plan is that it will initially be powered by a turbine generator, the company hopes to transition to batteries in order to make it an electric vehicle as soon as possible. It's also hoped that its avionics will allow it to be completely self-driving, despite it having room for a pilot while in the air. And be it with a 4-seat passenger cabin or 1,400-pound capacity cargo cabin, the TF2 will be designed to go at a max speed of 230 kilometers per hour, while having a maximum range of 300 kilometers. With it being hoped that these cabins could seamlessly be loaded or unloaded at hangars across the country, all we know for certain is that it will take substantial investments to get this project off the ground. Number 9. The Speeder. Designed to be able to speed through the skies, the fittingly named Speeder is easily one of the world's most impressive flying motorcycles. Made by Californian-based company Jetpack Aviation, the Speeder is controlled by a driver who lies on their stomach while using joysticks and an electronic dashboard to control their flight. Now, while the majority are slated to be used both by the US government and military, the company is planning to release 20 exclusive copies for recreational use and is dividing their recreational crafts into 2 classes. The first is their ultralight version, which will not require a pilot's license to use. However, as a result, it will only go at speeds of up to 97 kilometers per hour. You can instead opt to buy their experimental version. Far outpacing the ultralight, the experimental can reach speeds of over 240 kilometers per hour and can reach altitudes as high as 4,600 meters. However, if you'd like your own, you'll have to be prepared to pay up, as their pre-order price of $380,000 certainly isn't cheap. We're constantly adding more people to the Top 5's production team to bring you all the best content. Be sure to subscribe with notifications on and hit the like button.
Imagine how it would feel if you could learn to play worship guitar like a pro in just 10 days. Listen, I know that sounds crazy, but I can show you how to do it. This is not a trick, it's absolutely.
Number 8. The EHang 184. If you're the type that enjoys being chauffeured from place to place, then the EHang 184 is probably the vehicle for you. That's because this flying drone is designed to transport one passenger from place to place without the need of a pilot. The idea is that after said passengers tells the drone where to go, they would be able to sit back while the EHang transports them at speeds of up to 130 kilometers per hour, thanks to the help of 8 environmentally friendly and battery-powered propellers. Best of all, the system would be completely automated and controlled entirely thanks to computers, with human intervention from operators in a control center only occurring if there's some sort of malfunction. However, the EHang 184 does have some downsides. Perhaps the most must charge for 2 to 4 hours, making it infeasible to use as a taxi service. But worst of all, at a price of between $200,000 to $300,000 per unit, it's relatively expensive compared to many small but much more capable helicopters on the market today. Number 7. The Terrafugia TFX. Although just a prototype at the moment, the Terrafugia TFX may just be one of the most innovative flying cars on this list. The 4-seater powered by both an electric engine and 300 horsepower gasoline engine, it will be able to take off without a runway, lifting itself thanks to a set of propellers that can generate a total force of 1 megawatt. This will allow it to go at a top speed of about 320 kilometers per hour and will be able to travel for about 800 kilometers before needing to refuel. To top this off, it will be completely computer controlled while flying and will be able to safely take off and land for you at just the push of a button. However, the plane is unfortunately still in the early stages of development, and once complete, it's expected to come in at an asking price north of $300,000. Thus, you'll need to have pretty deep pockets if you'd like to have the keys to one of your own. Number 6. The Aeromobile 4.0. If you'd like a flying car that is as futuristic as it is functional, then the Aeromobile 4.0 is right down your alley. A startup based in Slovakia, Aeromobile designed the car so that it can be fully functional on the road while working like an airplane when airborne. Its exterior looks like a mini airplane when in flight mode, while its interior features a race car-style steering wheel, a large electronic touchscreen interface, and seats that disperse one's weight in an optimal manner. It also has a ballistic recovery parachute that can be deployed on command, allowing for safe descents even if a flight control were to malfunction. Regarding its performance, it's powered by 2 different engines based on what mode it's in. While in driving mode, the car is powered by a 110 horsepower twin-E motor, allowing it to reach speeds of up to 160 kilometers per hour and run at a rather efficient 24 kilometers per liter of gasoline. However, once in the air, it transitions to a much more powerful 300 horsepower turbocharged Euro 6 internal combustion engine, which allows it to reach speeds of up to 360 kilometers per hour while having a range of about 750 kilometers. However, if you'd like to own one of the just 500 being produced, you'll have to shell out a cool $1.3 to $1.6 million in order to call one your own. Number 5. The Terrafugia Transition. Being first flown and certified in 2019, the Terrafugia Transition, while not on the market just yet, certainly seems to be the future of car flight. Essentially a 2-seated vehicle, the Transition acts as a completely street-legal car while on land and can be converted to an airplane at the push of a button. Now, the plane itself was made in order to, as put by the company itself, quote, fit in a standard garage, use premium autogas, and require a light sport pilot certification to start flying. As a result, it's targeted towards casual pilots who would like to fly without the hassle of owning a full-on airplane. Interestingly, the Terrafugia Transition has 2 different engines depending.
Revoicer is the most amazing text-to-speech software that allows you to create lifelike voices with just a few clicks. Amazing, right? You can choose from a variety of human-sounding voices and even add emotions to them, such as cheerful or angry, excited or sad. With Revoicer, you can create professional-sounding voiceovers for any kind of audio content. And the best part is that you don't need to hire a voice actor or spend hours recording and editing audio. Revoiced does all the hard work for you. So what are you waiting for? Try Revoicer today and experience the power of lifelike text-to-speech technology for yourself. You won't believe how real it sounds.
Hey, I'm Joey, and I'm one of the 30 AI voices from Speechlo. You listened to this video until now and you probably couldn't tell I'm not a real human voice. That's because I understand exactly what each phrase is saying, and I know how to put inflections in my voice, just like a real human would do. With Speechlo you can generate as many voiceovers as you want with only 3 clicks. Click number 1. Just paste the text you want to be transformed into speech in our online text editor. Click number 2. Choose the language and voice that you want to use. We offer male, female, and even kids' voices. And finally, click number 3. Click on Generate and in 5 seconds your voiceover is ready to be downloaded. How cool is that? We offer voices that are perfect for training videos, voices that are perfect for presentation videos, and voices that sound like Hollywood movie trailers, and even kid voices that sound joyful and innocent. All our voices have elements that make a voice sound real, and include all the voice expressions needed to make people more engaged in your content and make it sound professional. Actually, 98% of the people hearing a voiceover generated with Speechlo can't tell it's not a real human voice. This video is created with a voice from Speechlo, and you are still here, watching and listening to what I have to say. That proves my point. So here is the deal. For a limited time, you're getting the deal of a lifetime. Normally we will sell Speechlo as a monthly recurring service. But today, because you are in the first 1,000 people to join, you get the special founders offer. You can get Speechlo for a ridiculously low one-time fee and no monthly recurrence. Outsourcing the creation of a single voiceover will cost you more than the price of this offering. I'm 100% confident that you will love Speechlo. In fact, I'm so confident that I'm going to make this a complete risk-free decision for you. If you create a voiceover using Speechlo and you don't like it, I will refund all your money and let you keep the voiceover that you created. So, now that you have no risk, you also have no excuses. Go ahead and click the Buy Now button below and profit from the one-time payment offer and the huge discount that we have for the first 1,000 users. Let's quickly recap why you should get Speechelo today. You'll be able to transform any text into speech. You'll get over 30 human-sounding voices. You'll be able to create voiceovers in over 23 languages, and you'll be able to create as many voiceovers as you want. Well, what are you waiting for? Click the Buy Now button below and profit from our special offer right now. And remember, you are covered by our 60-day money-back guarantee.
On whether it is in drive mode or fly mode. While flying, it makes use of a powerful Rotax 912IS 100 HP 4-cylinder fuel-injected 2,000 horsepower TBO engine. But while in drive mode, it simply uses a hybrid electric motor. As a result, the Transition can travel in the air at speeds of up to 161 kilometers per hour. It has an efficiency of about 19 kilometers per liter and can hold about 76 liters of gasoline in its fuel tank. To top it off, the Transition comes with a high-quality Dynon Skyview avionics set, meaning that you can expect to have all of your flight stats at your fingertips while piloting the car. Yet there are some limitations to the Transition as well. The most noteworthy is that it cannot simply launch off your driveway into the sky. Rather, it must be brought to an aircraft hangar first, then take off from there. Also, its payload is only about 227 kilograms, meaning that if you're on the heavier side, you will not only have to travel light, but likely not have a passenger beside you. Yet considering how cool this crafty car is, we'd say its positives definitely outweigh the negatives, despite its rather high $279,000 price tag. Number 4. Lazareth Lamoto Volante 496. Widely known as the LMV 496, this flying motorcycle is certainly one of the coolest on the market today. Essentially a flying sports motorcycle, the vehicle, which is made by French engineer Ludovic Lazareth, can transition from street mode to flying mode at the push of a button. Powered by 4 96,000 RPM JetCat jet turbines, this 140-kilogram motorcycle can generate an impressive 240 kilograms of thrust and has a whopping 1,300 horsepower. This power is all controlled by joysticks that are in the handlebars, with all essential flight information such as speed, position, and altitude appearing on an electric dashboard that sits between them. To top it off, considering that it has design elements such as a Kevlar composite bodywork, Italian rear loop, carbon wheel covers, and Rizoma accessories,
With this new AI tool, you can easily create your own realistic AI avatar and have them speak anything you want with perfect lip sync in any language, all in just 2 minutes. Watch how I did it so you can do it too. The first thing you'll notice is this clean, user-friendly interface. Now watch closely. I'm clicking Create Video. Next, choose the type of video you want: human, cartoon, or animal. Once that's done, select the dimensions for your video. Now let's pick the gender, male or female. Then describe how you want your avatar to look, just like this. Don't worry, they give you copy-paste prompt guides to get good results. And you can even choose what kind of hand movements you want for your avatar, like this. Next, add your script and select a voice, or upload an existing audio file. Boom! You're done. Just name your video, hit render, and in no time, you've got a ready-to-use professional video. Now you can sell these videos or use them however you like, thanks to Talking Photos. Even this video is also created using Talking Photos. Now here's the best part. For a low one-time price, you can create unlimited videos. So what are you waiting for? Click this ad now to get instant access.
The brain power you want is not in a bottle, capsule, or magic lamp. It's in your brain right now. It's about the size of a cashew. It's over 200 million years old. It's a brainwave, but it's dormant. Think you know what it is? I'd be surprised if you did. Turns out the key to activating your mind's true potential is a tiny egg-shaped powerhouse sitting inside your brain. This brainwave is linked to genius abilities. Great ideas just come to you. You learn faster. lucky things happen. NASA studied this brainwave, but until now we've ignored it. You won't find it on YouTube or Google or any books on Amazon, which is why we're going to activate it right now by using Dr. James Rivers' safe, proven 7-second brain trick. Just click the blue Watch Now button to see it now. Have you ever met someone who always seems to get their way? You might sit there and think, what do they have that I don't? The truth is, it's not what they have or even necessarily what they do. When you get right down to it, it's not because they're any smarter than you. Smart people struggle all the time. It's not because they have special skills that you don't. Skilled people still run into obstacles. They may not even know what makes things work out for them, which should be your first clue that it's not something about them or you. Why do some people just seem to be blessed? They seem so smart, so happy, so lucky. Why? Well, it's not because they have better genetics. It's because they've activated their genius wave. And we know this because Dr. Rivers' 7-second ritual is backed by research from major universities like Stanford and Yale. It works by connecting several regions of your brain together at the same time. You're in safe hands. Before Dr. Rivers began sharing this 7-second ritual with Americans, he was a key contributor inside NASA's neuroscience program after training at Stanford. The question is, how do you activate your brainwave? For centuries, we relied on hours of meditation to activate it, until Dr. James Rivers, one of NASA's top neuroscientists, discovered a 7-second method that activates it. He tested this method on a group of kids, and they scored at creative genius levels. Find out what they did and why their latent genius level intellect was unlocked. No meditating, manifesting, or book reading required. After leaking this method online, over 19,389 Americans changed their lives from listening to it. Here's your chance to download this brainwave trick for yourself before this page is taken down. So join thousands of other Americans today by trying Dr. Rivers' 7-second ritual and activate your genius wave too. You've never seen anything like this. Just tap the blue Watch Now button below to try it now.
You really can fly in style while on this magnificent motorcycle. However, despite its beautiful design and strong engine, the motorcycle also has quite a few downsides. The most notable is that its flight abilities are less than impressive, as it can only elevate itself about 1 meter in the air. This is made worse by the fact that the engine only has the capability of sustaining this height for about 10 minutes, and after this point it must be brought back down to the ground. Yet perhaps the most troubling consideration of them all is that its cost is unbelievably high, coming in at a ridiculous expensive price of $560,000. Not only will you need to have deep pockets to afford this vehicle, but you'll also need to act quickly. That's because with only 5 in existence and 4 currently for sale, we'd recommend contacting Mr. Lazarus as soon as possible if you'd like your own LMV 496. Number 3. The Skyrunner MK 3.2. If you're the type that loves to travel off-road, then the Skyrunner MK 3.2 is the vehicle for you. That's because flying this ATV allows you to go on adventures not just on a field or beach, but even up in the air. Now, the vehicle is designed with a rugged military-grade chassis, inverted double wishbone suspension, carbon fiber body panels, and air-hardened heat-treated steel tubing, giving it the strength and durability to withstand nearly any terrain. Yet, in order to launch this 550-kilogram monstrosity, it requires the power of a 160-horsepower Rotax 914 engine and the help of a 4-blade 75 propeller to elevate it into the sky. Once elevated, it can then travel at speeds of up to 72 kilometers per hour at an altitude of about 3,050 meters and can remain in the air for about 160 kilometers before running out of fuel. Interestingly, in order to steer it once it's airborne, the Skyrunner only has 2 flight controls, a left and a right steering mechanism via its foot pedals, and a throttle quadrant to climb or descend. As a result, this intuitive flight system truly is one of the easiest forms of flight to master. And of course, once you're tired of flying high and the sky,
everything within the custom aquarium behind me, I'm really, really pleased with. And when people come over and see the aquarium, they're blown away. There's not one thing about the setup behind me that I would change. 2 years later, I'm so happy with the setup that Custom Aquariums created with me.
and would like instead to travel on land, the Skyrunner can then parachute to the ground and seamlessly switch to Polaris ProStar 1000 engine, allowing the Skyrunner to reach its even quicker road speed of about 112 kilometers per hour. Yet, if you'd like your own, you better be willing to pay up. After all, at a price of about $230,000, it's certainly out of the price range of the average ATV buyer. Number 2, the S3 2019 Hover Bike. If you're looking for one of the most advanced hover bikes on the market, then look no further than the S3 2019. Created by the California-based startup HoverSurf, the bike features a trendy monocoque frame and various types of carbon fiber technology. Interestingly enough, the S3 is completely battery-powered, and its capacity of 12.3 kilowatt-hours allows it to fly for up to 40 minutes, while taking just 2.5 hours to recharge. In order to elevate itself, it uses 4 surrounding propellers that generate about 364 kilograms of thrust. And once airborne, it features 3 classes of safety features, with the first being an electronic mechanism that facilitates emergency landings and warning systems, the second being a mechanical mechanism that activates a kill switch, and the third being a passive mechanism that protects the pilot while flying. This means that despite the hoverbike having a maximum speed of about 96 kilometers per hour, it's still extremely safe to ride. Yet, while the S3's design and specs are already impressive in their own right, they have garnered a lot of media attention recently due to the vehicle's use by the Dubai police force. This is because in 2019 it was reported that said police force was being trained on how to use the vehicle, with the hope that they would be an official part of the police force arsenal by 2020. However, we're happy to note that you don't have to travel to Dubai to fly your own. That's because so long as you pass HoverSurf's screening process, this bike can be yours for as little as $150,000. Number 1, the PAL 5 Liberty. If you want to travel in style as you zoom through the sky, then it doesn't get much better than the PAL 5 Liberty. Coming in both standard version and a luxury rendition known as the Liberty Pioneer, both cars are set to be the future of car flight. Made by Dutch company PAL 5, the car has a stylish Italian design exterior that is elevated by a large propeller that extends out of the car when needed. Made in a similar fashion to a type of helicopter known as a gyrocopter, the PAL 5 has features such as aircraft stabilization and curve control in order to make for a smooth ride, and features 2 separate engines for both its land and flight modes. On land, the 2-seater is a small yet capable car in its own right. After all, it features a 100 horsepower engine that allows it to reach a max speed of 160 kilometers per hour, go from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 9 seconds, drive for 13 kilometers per liter, and travel for about 1,315 kilometers before needing to refuel. However, once it's in the air, the PAL 5 Liberty becomes truly impressive. That's because in flight mode, the vehicle switches to a 200 horsepower engine, allowing it to get to a maximum speed of 180 kilometers per hour at an altitude of 3,500 meters for a max distance of 500 kilometers before needing to refuel. Now, in order to get you comfortable with the car, the company stands apart thanks to its offering a complete theoretical and live training course in how to use the vehicle, ensuring that you'll be able to drive and fly it safely. Additionally, if you choose to buy the Pioneer Edition instead of the Liberty, you get to completely customize many parts of the car. We'll get the car delivered to you before any of the Liberty aircraft, and will also be one of only 90 owners of the vehicle worldwide. However, if you'd like your own, it's going to cost you. After all, given the Liberty's pre-order price of $399,000 and the Pioneer's going price of $599,000, these vehicles are unfortunately reserved for only the ultra-rich. And that's all we have for you today, everyone. Thank you all for watching. Let us know in the comments down below which futuristic flying vehicle you would like to one day own. And if you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and smash that notifications button so that you never miss out on any of our latest content. Until next time. What you're seeing here isn't science fiction. It's a concept plane design planned for the future. It's amazing to see what the future will look like. Here are the top 10 insane and amazing future aircraft. Number 15, the Airbus Project Maverick. Airbus is one of the biggest aircraft manufacturers in the world, so it should come as no surprise that the company is at the forefront of concept designs for planes of the future. In 2019, they revealed one of their more unusual designs, a jet that they call Project Maverick. The acronym stands for Model Aircraft for Validation and Experimentation of Robust Innovative Controls. And while many outside of the airline industry probably have no clue what that actually means, you only need to look at it to see how radical an idea it is. The wings are part of the main body of the craft, which significantly increases the space available and creates an interior cabin like nothing you have ever seen before. So far, they've built a 6.5-foot long and 10.5-foot wide model version of the design, but if testing goes well, they could see aircraft like this flying in the skies within the next decade. Number 14. Boeing T-7 Red Hawk. In 2003, the U.S. Air Force began development of a replacement jet for the Northrop T-38 Talon, with the intent that the new design would be able to enter operation by 2020. They requested designs from manufacturers, and Boeing submitted their idea that was created in conjunction with the Saab Group. Known as the T-7 Red Hawk, it was chosen by the Air Force as the successful candidate. And after conducting test flights in 2016, the intent is to roll them out into service by 2024 or 2025. With a cabin for 2 crew, they are powered by a General Electric afterburning turbofan that can generate up to 17,000 pound-feet of thrust, which, along with state-of-the-art flight controls and weapon systems, will make the Red Hawk one of the most versatile and effective aerial fighters. Number 13. The Prentiel D. Aircraft are responsible for far more than carrying passengers and cargo, with some being used to monitor weather conditions and even to spy on other nations. The problem these jets face is that with human pilots, they need to land occasionally to refuel and change crews. But one of NASA's latest designs could be about to change all of this. Known as the Prentiel D, which stands for Preliminary Research Aerodynamic Design to Lower Drag, it's an unmanned glider that's currently undergoing testing. With a 12.5-foot wingspan and a weight of 28 pounds, the basic design principles are based on birds in flight, and do away with the idea of a vertical tail entirely. Instead, they turn and bank, and this method could be vital in the development of low-drag aircraft designs in the future. If it works and is proved successful, we might not only see automated craft like this that are permanently flying in the sky, but the learning can be applied to commercial jets too. Number 12. Airbus E-Fan X. We're starting to increasingly see vehicles on the road that use electricity instead of fuel. But because of the amount of thrust that's required, electric jets are still quite far behind. There are, however, plans under development to reduce the amount of pollution that jets produce. One of the first is the E-Fan X. It's a collaboration between Airbus, Rolls-Royce, and Siemens, and is a hybrid jet. Based on a BAE 146, one of its turbofans has been replaced by a 2,700 horsepower electric motor, and the intent was for its first test flight to take place in 2020. Due to the coronavirus pandemic, the program was indefinitely suspended, but the plans are to restart it as soon as possible. The fact that it's possible, though, proves that it won't be long until other manufacturers begin trying to do the same thing. And the days of large quantities of fuel being burned in the atmosphere could soon be over. Number 11. Airspace X. If you've ever dreamt about having your own personal aircraft, then Airspace X could be in the process of creating just what you're looking for. Their passenger drones are designed to offer an on-demand air travel and will be able to drive to pick you up, take you to an open space, and then take off into the air. The craft are fully electric and can take off vertically, which means they'll be able to operate in even the most confined of urban spaces. Once in the air, their propellers will swivel to face backwards so it flies like a plane, and then will revert to the vertical position for landing. According to the manufacturers, the automated vehicles will have a flight range of around 60 miles and will be able to achieve top speeds of around 250 miles per hour. Number 10. Boom Supersonic. Supersonic passenger planes aren't that new of a concept. After all, Concords used to transport people around the world for 2 decades. But in a future that needs economical and environmentally friendly methods of travel, they were long thought to have been consigned to the past. Boom Technology has other ideas, though, and the startup, which was founded in 2014, has set the goal of designing a Mach 2.2 aircraft, which will carry 55 people and travel at up to 1,429 miles per hour. They expect the plane, called Overture, to be operational by 2023, and have already built several scale models as proof of concept. Their latest, the Boom XB-1 Baby Boom, is 1/3 the size of what the finished version will be, and is expected to perform test flights towards the end of 2020. Built with composite materials, it will be powered by 3 turbofans, will have the same delta wing shape as the Concorde did, and according to the company, could serve across 500 different viable routes. Number 9. NASA X-57. NASA is best known for its voyages into space, but the organization is also at the forefront and cutting edge of aeronautical design. The experimental aircraft, the X-57, is intended to develop technologies to show how future planes can significantly reduce their fuel consumption and emissions, as well as being much quieter. By incorporating technologies they've created for exploring outer space, they've often come up with some of the most radical ideas for aircraft of any organization. The base for this plane is a four-seater Tecnam P2006T, but the wings have been removed and replaced with new ones that are fitted with electrically driven propellers. Known as the Maxwell, it will have 18 engines to drive the props, and the batteries will be mounted inside the main fuselage. At just 32.8 feet wide, the wings are optimized to reduce drag and be able to withstand greater forces, which means the aircraft should be able to cruise at around 58 knots, or the equivalent of 66 miles per hour. Before we move on, be sure to subscribe to Top 5s with notifications on. Number 8. Airbus VSR 700 OPV. Airbus don't just make planes, but they are one of the largest manufacturers of helicopters too. And in 2019, they revealed their latest concept design for one that can fly without the need for anyone on board at all. That's right, this is one of the world's first autonomous helicopters that's planned for large-scale production. Development began after a request from the French Navy, who were looking for such a capability, particularly to be used as a reconnaissance aircraft that could be easily launched from frigates or assault ships, but have more maneuverability than traditional drones do. With a takeoff weight of around 1,500 pounds, it will be able to fly through any weather the oceans throw at it, and currently, good progress is being made, with the first successful test flight taking place in November of 2019. Soon, it's hoped that these can be put into service, and who knows which other industries will find they're suitable for their needs too. Number 7. The Alice Commuter. While aircraft designs of the future mainly focus on how mass passenger transportation will work, there are several companies trying to push forward the designs of a private aircraft too. One such manufacturer is the Israeli Aviation Aircraft, who began developing a fully electric plane called the Aviation Alice in 2017. 95% of it will be built from composite materials, and it will have 3 electrically operated propellers, one at the end of each wing and one at the rear of the fuselage. It's designed for a capacity of 9 passengers along with the 2 crew required to fly it, and in theory should have a range of 650 miles on one charge. Importantly, however, the operating costs will be significantly cheaper than equivalent-sized turbopropped aircraft, even if you consider the initial purchase price of $4 million. Aviation also sees this plane as having potential as an air taxi. Instead of owning it, you'd be able to book a flight using an app and be able to make quick journeys between small airfields. The original plan was looking to conduct test flights in 2019, but these were delayed, with 2020 looking more likely. If successful, however, we could all be flying in these by the end of the decade. Number 6. The Sky Whale. Do you remember the first time you flew on a double-decker plane? Even though they've been in operation for many decades, there's still something awe-inspiring about them. You can always easily spot the massive Airbus A380 anytime you're at an airport where one is parked. If this next concept is anything to go by, however, the A380 could well become one of the minnows of the skies in the next 10 or 20 years. Known as the Awa Sky Whale, it was created by a Spanish designer and looks like a cross between a spacecraft from a sci-fi movie and a passenger jet. With 3 floors for passengers and another for the flight crew, it's absolutely enormous and could carry more than 1,000 people on each flight. The design incorporates new materials that allow for self-repairing wings and swivel engines that would allow for a near-vertical takeoff, meaning it would be able to travel to virtually any airport in the world without being restricted by runway length. Furthermore, it's designed to be extremely efficient too, and will use hybrid engines to significantly reduce the amount of fuel that's needed. With more passengers and less consumption, if it becomes a reality, this could be the most efficient passenger aircraft ever built. Number 5. The Flying V. It's not just traditional aircraft manufacturers who are looking to the future with designs, but the airlines are doing it too. In 2019, KLM, the national carrier of the Netherlands, released details of its concept, a Flying V aircraft, that they say will make long-distance air travel more sustainable. They moved away from the idea of having a fuselage and tail and combined everything together into one superstructure. The shape itself will cut fuel consumption by at least 20% because of the reduced weight and aerodynamic drag, but it'll still retain a 212-foot wingspan like an Airbus A350, which means it'll fit into the gates that airports currently have. The main differences you'll notice is that passengers sit alongside the edge of the wings, which significantly increases the number of people that can be carried at once. Or if the airline decided, they would carry the same number of people but with a lot more space for each. The company acknowledges, however, that there are several hurdles that need to be overcome before these will be flying. Most importantly, how evacuations would take place in case of emergency. This and questions over how it would perform during takeoff and landing, particularly if there were crosswinds, means they don't expect to be running these as commercial jets until at least 2040. Number 4. The Airbus Bird of Prey. Aircraft designers have long looked to creatures from the animal kingdom to inspire their ideas. But with the Bird of Prey, Airbus have taken this to the extreme. The concept, which they don't actually intend to ever build, was an attempt to inspire the designers of the future as a hybrid electric turbo-propeller aircraft that would be suitable for medium-distance flights. The wing and tail structures are just like those you'd see on a Falcon, and each feather would be independently moved to give an exceptional level of flight control. The way the wings blend into the main fuselage is something that'll likely be seen on many future aircraft, because despite being more difficult to manufacture than current designs, it's far more aerodynamically efficient and will make vast cost savings across the lifespan of the jet. Birds have been flying through the skies for millions of years without producing pollution anywhere near to the extent that we do. So if we can learn from them, it's surely a good thing for the aviation industry and the wider world too. Number 3. Boeing TTBW. When the Wright brothers first took off into the air, their plane had 4 wings that were connected together by struts. As material strength has increased since, we've become used to the sight of planes with just 2 wings. But could it be possible that the brothers had already designed something far more efficient that we'll return to? One of Boeing's latest concept aircraft is the TTBW, and it stands out immediately because of its unusual configuration. Known as a transonic wing design, the wings are actually so thin that they need to be supported by a truss that extends from the base of the fuselage and look very similar to the biplanes of the past. By designing wings like this, Boeing believes that they will consume 8% less fuel than the traditional cantilevered wing jets that are commonplace. There's virtually no sacrifice in terms of speed either, with a cruising speed of around Mach 0.8, which is 528 miles per hour, just a bit slower than that of a Boeing 787. The wingspan is also a bit smaller, at just 170 feet wide, and can even be designed to fold up, which would mean the TTBW could use airport gates that are designed for use with much smaller aircraft. Some of the technology required isn't quite ready yet though, so the earliest we might see these in the sky is 2035. Number 2. The Terrafugia. There are some who think the future of aircraft will be massive passenger jets that will become efficient simply because they carry so many people at once, while there are others that believe the future will be the introduction of personal flying vehicles, which will virtually eliminate the need for commercial jets entirely, except for traveling long distances. Terrafugia, a Chinese company based in Massachusetts, definitely falls into the second category and have come up with a concept that everyone can surely get behind. Known as the TFX, it's a car/plane hybrid that, as well as being able to convert into an aircraft whenever you need, will also be completely autonomous, so won't require you to have a pilot's license. When driving on the road, it's fully electric powered and can be charged up at home, but once you have space, you can fold the wings out and you'll be ready to launch into the air. Flight requires the use of the fuel engines, but these are designed to be as efficient as possible, and will even recharge the batteries while in operation. The rotors tilt, which means the vehicle is capable of a vertical takeoff like a helicopter, and then will swivel so it flies more like a plane. With an expected flight range of 600 miles, something it will be able to cover in 2 to 3 hours, the TFX has potential to revolutionize personal transport, all for a cost of around $300,000. The first are expected to be delivered in 2023, which means the future could be a lot closer than you think. Number 1. Vision VTOL. Aston Martin is a company that's known for making luxury supercars and providing vehicles to British secret agents, but they too are looking to enter the luxury private aircraft market. But they're not designing personal jets and are instead working on a quadcopter called the Vision VTOL. The acronym stands for Vertical Takeoff on Launch, and the plan is for it to be fully autonomous and to use hybrid electric propulsion. It certainly looks the part, and they sure know their customers, targeting this model at what they describe as the high rollers that won't be able to afford to wait in the traffic queues of the future. The company's CEO said they are actively looking at ways to help reduce congestion and pollution while increasing mobility, and that air travel is an obvious answer to that once the technology becomes possible. Of course, it's unlikely that something like this will be on sale anytime soon, as it's proving difficult to create safe autonomous vehicles for the road, let alone ones that have to consider the 3 dimensions for air travel. Vehicles like this will one day become a reality though, And if the ideas being presented by companies like Aston Martin are even a small insight into the future of transportation, then it's very exciting indeed. Subscribe to Top 5s for more and check out some of our other popular videos. We've all seen the Cybertruck, but believe it or not, even more unusual cars have been designed. Let's take a look at the top 15 craziest concept cars. Number 15. Renault Trezor. First showcased at the Paris Motor Show in 2016, the Renault Trezor has been designed without lines across the body, and the only obvious seam is where the clamshell roof connects with the main body. That's right, in this concept, they've done away with the idea of doors altogether, and instead, passengers enter the car after the roof is opened forward on struts. With a carbon fiber frame, it's one of the most aerodynamic designs ever, which in theory allows it to accelerate from 0 to 62 miles per hour in under 4 seconds. The two-seater vehicle is fully electric and has a red interior, as well as a red-tinted windshield. It has an OLED touchscreen that's covered in Gorilla Glass across the center console, and when it's driving in autonomous mode, the rectangular steering wheel, which also is covered with a touchscreen, can extend wider to give the driver a panoramic view of the dashboard controls. Number 14. Honda Augmented Driving Concept. Honda's augmented driving concept is based upon the fact that cars of the future will be mainly controlled by onboard computer systems, but there will be times when the passengers still want to take control of things for themselves. Not only have they gone for a radical design for the open-top vehicle, but they've also revisited the steering wheel to bring it into the modern age. Tapping it twice will turn it on, pulling it will slow the car down, and pushing it will cause it to accelerate. All the time, the car's sensors will be monitoring the driver's actions and intentions, and will be on hand to take over control when required across 8 different modes that switch between autonomous and semi-autonomous operation. Number 13. Audi PB18 e-tron. Looking like it's taken a trip back from the future, the Audi PB18 e-tron is Audi's attempt at an electric supercar concept. And after being first shown in 2018, they said at least 50 versions of the vehicle will roll off the production line by 2021. It has 3 electric motors, one that's attached to the front axle and 2 that are on the rear one, and together they're able to generate 661 brake horsepower to allow the car to accelerate from 0 to 62 miles per hour in under 2 seconds. By using a solid-state battery, the manufacturer claims it has a range of 361 miles, and amazingly can be fully recharged within just 15 minutes. What's particularly clever about this design is that it uses a fully fly-by-wire system, which actually allows the configuration of the interior to be adapted as required. Its standard setup is as a 2-seater, but if you're traveling alone, the passenger seat can fold down and the driver's seat moves across to the center to quickly turn into a single-seater. Number 12. Mercedes Vision EQ Silver Arrow. This stunning concept vehicle from Mercedes is the Vision EQ Silver Arrow. And if this is what cars are going to look like in the future, why would we ever use any other form of transport? Designed to be as aerodynamic as possible, it has fluid lines and smooth, seamless surfaces, and was created in homage to the W125 Silver Arrow that broke the public road speed record in 1937, a record that stood until 2017. The single-seater vehicle has lighting strips and an illuminated logo, along with the multi-spoke wheels that are finished in rose gold. The interior is on another level, with a curved panoramic screen that projects your surroundings onto it, can highlight road markings to make them easier to see, and even superimpose images of other vehicles to allow you to take part in a virtual race. The touchscreen on the steering wheel allows you to select the usual options, but also gives you the ability to cycle through engine sounds that will play out over the otherwise silent running of this electric car. With a range of around 250 miles and a top speed of 268 miles per hour, it's proof that the future of car design is very exciting indeed. Number 11. Aston Martin Lagonda Vision. There's no doubt that Aston Martin creates some of the most beautiful cars on the road, and if their concepts are truly anything to go by, this is destined to remain true well into the future. The Lagonda Vision is, according to the company, a statement for how they envision becoming the first emission-free luxury brand, with the first plan to be on sale in 2021.
We intend for Lagonda to represent next-generation automotive luxury.
By using electric motors, they're able to significantly increase the cabin space of the vehicle, with plenty of room for 4 passengers and a sleek, elegant look that's created by the use of carbon fiber, ceramics, silk, and cashmere. The doors open up out into the roof, so passengers to walk into the car and stand in front of the seating before sitting down, instead of having to get in, and the front seats are able to spin around to look towards those that are sat behind. Number 10. Lamborghini Terzo Millennio. The Lamborghini Terzo Millennio, which stands for Third Millennium, was an electric car that the company revealed in 2017, and was the first design that resulted from a multi-year partnership with the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Instead of using batteries, power is provided from a high-capacity supercapacitor, which are able to capture and release energy at the same time. Each of the wheels, which have an orange glow, have their own electric motor, which gives an incredible amount of control over the torque, and means it's a 4-wheel drive vehicle. It also comes equipped with an autonomous driving system that's designed for use on racetracks. But the most impressive thing about it is within its chassis design. It's made fully from carbon fiber that has been fitted with a number of sensors and an onboard health monitoring system, which means that if any damage is detected, such as cracks or dents in the panels, the carbon nanotubes are actually able to repair themselves. Number 9. DS-X E-Tense. If there's one thing you expect from a car design, it's that it'll be symmetrical. But the DS-X E-Tense throws that convention by the wayside, with what looks like 2 halves of different models stuck together. The 1,360 brake horsepower machine is the company's impression of what vehicles will be like by 2035, and needless to say, they've gone all out. It's fully electric and autonomous, but on one side it's a roofless driver cockpit with a steering wheel and stunning instrument display, while the other side is the comfortable cocoon where you can sit and let the onboard computer deal with all the hard work. The futuristic materials it's made from will be able to repair themselves from minor knocks and scrapes. In a somewhat unnerving design choice, the floor of the passenger compartment is made of glass, so you'll be able to see the road as it speeds past below. One of the most ingenious inclusions is that of the lights. Rather than being singular bulbs like in the designs of today, the plan is for the car's body itself to be the light source, giving a much wider and adaptable beam that can be virtually any color or shape. Before we move on, be sure to subscribe to Top 5s with notifications on. Number 8. BMW iVision Dynamics Concept. Premiering at Frankfurt's Auto Show in 2017, the BMW iVision Dynamics Concept was designed to show what the company envisaged for its new range of vehicles that they plan to begin selling in 2021. The futuristic aesthetics are inspired by concept vehicles of theirs from previous years, although they admit that some of what they call the flamboyant touches will be toned down for the full release. It's fully electric powered, taking advantage of recent developments in battery technology. And with a top speed of 120 miles per hour and a range of 372 miles on a single charge, it's perfectly feasible proposition for day-to-day use. It's at the core of BMW's plans to offer virtually a full range of electric vehicles by 2025. And with looks like this, customers surely won't need much convincing to get on board. Number 7. Audi AI Trail. In 2019, Audi announced its vehicle, the AI Trail, an off-road concept that they believe would be available as soon as 2030. Rather than owning a car for multiple uses, they envision us ordering a vehicle for the activity that we're about to go and do. And so this is a pure SUV through and through. There are 4 electric motors, 1 on each wheelbase, which gives it 4-wheel drive capability, and it has a top speed of 81 miles per hour on roads, with a range of 155 miles off-road. The windshield gives an incredibly wide viewing range, which even allows you to see the tires. There's also plenty of room inside because it's fully controlled from your phone. So without any displays around the interior, the space they usually take up can be used for storage. Tire pressure can be adjusted while on the move, depending on the terrain, but this vehicle really comes into its own at night. You may have noticed there are no headlights, but this is because they're installed on 2 autonomous drones which will fly ahead and light the way for you. Number 6. Citroën 1919. The space-age Citroën 1919 truly is a vehicle of the future, where comfort has taken a priority over every other element. It's intended to be just as useful across long distances as is short ones, and is fully autonomous thanks to the installation of LiDAR pods on the rear of the roof. The large doors open to a roomy cabin, and instead of an instrument display, all the information is shown on a heads-up display. This removes virtually all the switches and buttons that you'd normally see inside, and creates a more restful environment. In automatic mode, there isn't even a steering wheel or pedals, but when a driver wants to steer for themselves, the pedals lower into position and the steering wheel unfolds almost like a periscope. While the concept version doesn't currently have an AI capable of driving it, the electric vehicle is operational with a human at the controls. And by all accounts, it's in equal measure surreal as it is great fun. Number 5. Toyota LQ. The principle behind the design of the Toyota LQ is that drivers and their vehicles don't have a close enough bond with one another. So by the inclusion of a state-of-the-art advanced AI called Yui, this car will become one of your best friends. It's fully electric and has a SAE Level 4 automated driving system, which means no human involvement is required, and so cabin comfort is the main focus. Passengers are being constantly monitored, and the AI will adjust the temperature based on the driver's mood and state of alertness, and will further attempt to engage the driver emotionally to keep them happy during their journey. Virtually every control inside the vehicle will be voice-activated, even so far as to adjust the lighting levels and release calming scents into the air. And the AI will also choose its own musical playlist to evoke the emotions it thinks the driver will most benefit from. Lights in the footwell will be used to show whether the car is in autonomous driving mode or is being controlled manually, and a heads-up display will be projected into the windshield to prevent driver eye movement, while providing them with all the information they require when they're in control. If the thought of turning over so much to the choices of an AI doesn't quite appeal to you, there's one good piece of news. It's unlikely that anything to this level will be possible for at least another decade, by which time it'll become so prevalent that we'll already have become accustomed to it. Number 4. Terrafugia TFX. If you're looking for what the cars of the future are going to be like, then the Terrafugia TFX is one design that we can't see soon enough. Developed by the Boston-based design company, it's immediately clear that this concept vehicle is more than it initially seems. With space inside for 3 people, this autonomous vehicle is partially electric, with 2 600 brake horsepower motors and a 33 brake horsepower fuel engine. Its top speed on the road or its range hasn't been announced yet by the company, but that's because they've focused on its standout ability, the fact that it can fly too. The retractable wings fold out, and the combination of propellers that are attached to them and a ducted fan at the rear mean it's able to perform vertical takeoffs and landing. Flights are completely autonomous, with the onboard computer steering towards the designated landing zone in accordance with safety features designed to avoid controlled airspace. It has a top speed of 200 miles per hour and a range of 500 miles, meaning it'll be ideal for all but the longest of journeys. Terrafugia fully intended to turn this concept into a reality, with a starting price of $300,000, which makes it surprisingly affordable. Number 3. Genesis Essentia. Cars aren't simply a means of getting from one place to another, and with the Essentia, Genesis, the luxury arm of Hyundai, have developed something that will get you there in style, while having a great deal of fun in the process. It's a 2x2 all-electric GT which has a double bubble-style canopy and stunning curvaceous lines. The fully carbon fiber body has all of the battery technology fitted into the central spine, which allows the seat to be positioned much lower than in any other vehicle. By using multiple electric motors and high-density batteries, the plan is for it to be able to go from 0 to 60 miles per hour in under 3 seconds. And the gloriously aerodynamic contours surely mean it'll be able to reach top speeds far in excess of this. A fingerprint sensor and facial recognition system recognizes when the owner of the car is approaching, which opens the butterfly doors that lift up along with part of the roof. And it's also able to communicate with home-based systems, so it can automatically turn on when you leave the front door of your house, turn on the heating at home when you start to drive in that direction, or even offer the trunk as a storage place for deliveries if you're not in when they arrive. They really have packed as much technology under the hood as possible, which means that driving a vehicle like this will be a true joy. Number 2. Renault EasyGo. Renault revealed their electronic taxi concept, the EasyGo, in 2018, which is designed to exist in a future where car ownership is a thing of the past, and we simply order one when we need to travel. Fully autonomous, they have a maximum speed of 31 miles per hour because of the single electric, but has 4-wheel steering to allow it to easily traverse the demands of urban environments. The glass side panel opens up to gain access to the interior, which has space for 6 passengers, arranged in a U shape looking towards the side. The roof opens up from the front to provide storage space, and an extendable ramp will automatically reach out to the curb to ensure ease of entry. The E-Z-GO was deliberately designed to look very different from traditional Renault vehicles, and they hope a production version may be available as soon as 2030. Number 1. Mercedes-Benz Vision AVTR. If you want to see the most futuristic and most alien-like concept car in the world, then look no further, because the Mercedes-Benz Vision AVTR looks like it's been delivered directly from Pandora. Unsurprisingly, it was developed in conjunction with the design team behind Avatar.
Outstanding.
And it was the clear star of the show at the CES in Las Vegas in early 2020. It incorporates an organic design and uses materials that make far better use of heat that's being generated from the electric motors, and even a hologram-based human-machine interface. Adaptable aerodynamics are introduced here for the first time in the form of individual bionic flaps that look like reptile scales and can be deployed to adjust the air flowing over the vehicle in response to changing conditions. Round tires are a thing of the past, replaced with spherical versions which give increased maneuverability and are less impactful on their surroundings, as well as being able to twist up by 30 degrees, which means the car can move sideways in a crab-like movement. This car will speak to you to find out where you want to go, and after giving it your instructions, all you'll need to do is sit back in comfort and let it do all the rest. With an interior based upon flowing shapes of waves and flowers, this looks to be the most comfortable, efficient, and enjoyable ride to ever be created. Subscribe to Top 5s for more and check out some of our other popular videos. The future won't look like how you would expect. Here are 15 of the most promising architectural techniques we'll see in the future. Number 15. Cube houses. Designed by architect Piet Blom, the cube houses are a series of 18 homes in Rotterdam in the Netherlands. The designs were based on the idea of taking a normal cube-shaped home, tilting them by 45 degrees, and supporting them with hexagonal-shaped structures beneath. The houses are often said to represent a forest within a city, where each one is a tree, and cumulatively, they create a sense of calm inside the bustling metropolis. Each house contains 3 floors, and the interiors make use of the slanted angles to create an unusual effect, unlike anything you'll see elsewhere. The idea of taking what's normal and reinterpreting it is becoming more common as we look to new designs for the future, and these quirky ideas are likely to become a regular feature in cities around the world. Number 14. The Dubai Frame. The Dubai Frame is described as being the biggest picture frame in the world, and at 492 feet tall, nothing else comes anywhere close. There's a viewing platform at the top so visitors can look out across the city. But the fundamental idea of glass, steel, and aluminum structure speaks to modern society and will feature a lot in future architecture. It's positioned so if you look through it in one direction, you see the new metropolis. And in the other direction, you'll see the old city and harnesses the increasing use of social media and prevalence of cameras to give unique photo opportunities for passers-by. It's a novel take on offering the perfect Instagram moment, and one that designers around the world will look to learn from. Number 13. 3D printing. With an increasing population and dwindling resources, companies are looking to streamline future home construction in an effort to make them more cost-efficient, and it's quite likely that many buildings of the future will be 3D printed. Instead of taking months to construct, homes like these can be erected within a matter of days and can be made from a wide range of materials. Special mortar is used to hold them together, and the overall cost of making a house like this is a fraction of what would be needed for a more traditional method. Not only can it be cheaper, but can also produce far less waste and incorporate recycled materials and green energy provisions too. As they become more common, they'll become even cheaper, and we'll one day look back and wonder how home building was possible without 3D printing. Number 12. The Dancing House. This warped building may look like a digitally altered image, but your eyes aren't deceiving you. It's the Dancing House Hotel in the city of Prague in the Czech Republic. The first designs for the unusual structure were put forward in 1992, and it was completed by 1996, and at the time was highly controversial because it bucked the trend of the Baroque Gothic and Art Nouveau architecture that Prague is most famous for, and instead falls under the category of deconstructivism. It's currently one of a kind, but has been so popular ever since it opened that it has proved people love quirky designs, and we can expect to see far more unique designs like this in the future. Number 11, the National Fisheries Development Board. With more and more materials now available for use in construction, architects are able to design unique buildings without the limitations they may have once been restricted by. Companies can use their head offices as advertising boards in their own right, and there's no better example of this increasingly used technique than the headquarters of India's National Fisheries Development Board. Also known as the Fish Building, it's an example of mimetic architecture and uses the form of the fish in useful ways. The left pectoral fin is used as an awning over the staircase, for example, and the two eyes are two large windows. The design also creates a sense of movement, which is something that's especially visible at night when the whole structure is illuminated with blue wavering spotlights. Number 10, the Lucky Knot Bridge. Bridge designs have always been inventive, but with new materials and architectural techniques, we're entering a new era of radical structures. Leading the way right now is the Lucky Knot Bridge in Changsha, China. This 600-foot-long structure is actually 3 different bridges entwined into one and connects 8 different street locations on either side of a river. It was inspired by the Mobius strip and Chinese culture of knot tying, and from an aerial view, it's difficult to determine where it actually starts and ends. By offering a pedestrian crossing in 1,000 steps and a unique design, the bridge has become a visitor attraction in its own right, and has inspired other cities around the world to build their own functional monuments that are both works of art and useful structures that help in the day-to-day lives of residents. Number 9, the Giraffe Child Care Center. With stronger materials and architectural understanding comes the ability to tailor-make new structures to be more than just boring concrete buildings. Cities have been long accused of becoming soulless as more uninspired towers are built, but new projects can now help add to the aesthetic of an area. If you're walking through Paris, you might well see a great example of this, the Giraffe Child Care Center. It's a 60-bed childcare facility with a nursery and playground on all 3 levels. But the most standout feature is, of course, the giant yellow giraffe that seems to be standing inside it. The legs of the giraffe actually aid structural support to the building, but much more importantly, it adds color to the area and an element of fun, all while keeping within the ethos of the building itself. With more places like these, streets around the world will be transformed and will become far more vibrant places. Number 8, Casa Mila. There's an increasing trend for buildings to be designed to blend in with the surrounding area, rather than to stand out. And the effect that's possible can be clearly seen with the Casa Mila in Barcelona, Spain. Even though the structure is more than 100 years old, it's generally regarded as being well ahead of its time and uses techniques that architects are trying to incorporate into plans for the next few decades. It has a curved stone facade that looks as if it could have been carved from a rock face and feels like a natural structure. Using materials like stone can be far more efficient in temperature management for the interior, and this could be vital to future requirements for the reduction in energy use. It's also a more economical and green substance to work with, and is likely to replace the concrete and artificial materials that have become so common. Number 7, Wuxiwanda Cultural Tourism City Exhibition Center. The Wuxiwanda Cultural Tourism City Exhibition Center in Wuxi, China, is a place that companies use to present themselves and their products to the Chinese market. It's the largest teapot-shaped structure in the world at 128 feet tall and is unmissable on the city's skyline. Since opening, it's become a focal hub of Wuxi and has drawn investment into the city because it offers such a unique venue. We've become so used to similar-looking structures in cities that we barely notice them, and this is a great example of how using new architectural techniques can draw attention to new buildings. By using materials like aluminum and glass, it draws people in with curiosity and wonder, and will be a tactic employed particularly by tourist and visitor venues to help stand out against the rest in rapidly expanding communities. Before we move on, be sure to subscribe to Top 5s with notifications on. Number 6, rotating skyscraper. Skyscrapers are usually large, immovable objects that offer a fixed view from inside and out. But what if this doesn't have to be the case? There's a new one that's currently under construction in Dubai, and if it's successful, it could completely change the approach to the design of tall buildings in the future. Known as the Dynamic Tower Hotel, it will be 1,375 feet tall, and each of its 80 floors will be able to rotate independently from one another around a concrete core. Residents will be able to control how much or how little their rooms move, with a design that'll surely spell the end of the discussions on what view you want. Just imagine waking each day with a different vista over the place you're visiting. And that's exactly what a building like this will afford you. Furthermore, wind turbines are positioned in between each floor, and with a large solar array on the roof, this building, including the machinery required to make it rotate, will be completely self-powered. Number 5. The Selfridges Building. Selfridges is known as a luxury apartment store in the UK, and while it only has 4 locations, its building in Birmingham is one of the most unique structures in the world. Keeping to its traditions as a trendy clothing store, the exterior of the building was inspired by a 1960s chainmail Pache Rabanne dress, and the organic shape of the building is meant to be like the silhouette of a woman. It's a perfect example of how a store can use every part of its design to convey its brand to those who walk past. And as high street stores find themselves in an economic climate where they're increasingly struggling to attract customers, projects like this are expected to become more and more common. No longer will we rely simply on what we can see through the windows, but also how we feel about a place when we're much further away. Since moving into the $90 million venue in 2003, the department store has reported sales that have bucked the trend of others in the vicinity, and those responsible for it see it as a resounding success. The use of 15,000 spun aluminum discs on the exterior was, of course, controversial at the time, but the extra publicity they gained from it was crucial in making the project work, so other stores are more than likely to try and turn this to their advantage too. Number 4. Udeo Solar Furnace. With our increasing needs for sources of renewable and green energies, along with our continually increasing demand for electricity, not every power plant has to be an ugly, unwieldy blot on the landscape. The Udeo Solar Furnace in France shows just how stunning some designs can be and will form the blueprint for future facilities that are built, even though it itself doesn't actually produce energy, and is instead a scientific facility that tests the effects of heat on various materials. It's 177 feet high and 157 feet wide and is covered with 9,600 reflecting mirrors. They are used to concentrate the sun's rays into a second set of mirrors, which in turn reflects the beams to a small circular target on top of the central tower. Within a few seconds, a temperature of 6,330 degrees Fahrenheit can be attained, which is the same as generating 3,200 kilowatts of power, all without producing any pollution whatsoever. The furnace is the result of careful planning and meticulous design, and helped develop architectural techniques that will be required for years to come. Some of what was learned here can be incorporated not just for power facilities, but also for individual buildings that are trying to be self-sufficient for energy. If they're being built in a place that has sufficient sunlight throughout the year, they'll be able to harness it for much more than they are currently, and it could transform the power needs of cities across the globe. Number 3. The Vineyard Home. While traditional home designs are built to suit the masses, they aren't fit for purpose for everyone, and in a lot of ways can be counterproductive for the needs of disabled or elderly people. As our lifespans increase, this will become even more of a concern than it is now, but architects are coming up with novel solutions, and ones that don't sacrifice on quality or luxury. Quite often, adapted homes can feel like they're full of institutionalized objects that prevent buildings from feeling as warm and welcoming, and can become a psychological burden to those who need to use them. There are places, though, like this home between the vineyards in Northern California, where so much thought has been put into accessibility that you wouldn't even know it when you go in. There are no barriers between the inside and the outside, and everything is on one level. A wheelchair user can go easily between the rooms without having to negotiate thin door frames or ramps. And even though there's only one story, the 5,100 square foot space has been optimized to provide 2 large bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. With very little adjustments to current designs, the homes of the future will be suitable for everyone who wants to live in them, and is a major advancement in the right direction. Number 2. Green structures. One of the biggest challenges facing the world of building design at the moment is the question of what materials should be used, and how ethical it is to create structures with such potentially large environmental footprints. We're entering a time when we need to be conscious of the damage we're causing to our planet, and the construction industry is right there at the heart of the problem and the solution. In recent years, there have been numerous suggestions to how buildings can be far more environmentally conscious, from their design and construction to their operation once they're complete. And this is one architectural trend that is certain to become increasingly important into the future. The ultimate goal of so-called green structures is for them to be completely self-sufficient. This can be done by techniques such as improving the designs of ventilation systems, using energy-efficient lighting and appliances, installing water-saving devices, and landscaping with local plant species to maintain habitats for wildlife. It's also crucial to use non-toxic materials in construction and use stone and wood that has been responsibly sourced from as close by as possible to reduce the need for long-distance transportation. Recycled materials are also important, and so is reusing old buildings and sites before bulldozing green pastures. With improved ways of collecting solar and wind energy, future architectural techniques will find ways to incorporate these into building designs, so they aren't so overpowering to the aesthetics, but are providing virtually all of the energy requirements that a building has. There are other considerations that designers are only just starting to take into account too, like how large structures affect the airflow through a built-up area, and whether covering structures in the living walls of vegetation can help keep the air clean and provide safe places for insects and other vital animals to live. The test for the future will be to continue building structures, but in a way that causes as little impact as possible, and we're only just starting to see how creative these ideas can be. Number 1. Invisible tower. When new structures get built on a city skyline, there are often countless complaints about the way they look and how they've ruined what was once a perfect view. While you certainly can't ever please everyone, what if there was a way to make any new building invisible? Then no one could complain ever again. Surprisingly, the first ever invisible tower is currently being built in South Korea near to the international airport of Seoul. Called the Tower Infinity, it will be 1,476 feet tall and have the world's third highest observation deck, and will have countless tourist attractions such as a roller coaster, a water park, and movie theaters. Incredibly though, you might not even know it's there until you're at the entrance, because this tower will also be completely covered in high-tech LEDs. Cameras will also be mounted around it, and they'll project a real-time image onto the LED panels in ultra-high definition, effectively making it completely invisible. Subscribe to Top 5s for more and check out some of our other popular videos.
Start something new. Brush away gray in 5 easy minutes. And always put your best face forward. Just for men, mustache, and beard.
These smartphone concepts may just be the next big thing. Today, we'll take a look at the triangular phone, the holographic phone, and everything in between. Here are the top 15 future smartphone designs that could be big. Number 15, earphone. Cell phones were once devices designed solely for making phone calls and sending messages, but since the advent of the smartphone devices have begun to get increasingly bigger. While this is ideal for providing a larger screen for watching videos, taking photographs, and using them as portable computers, they are becoming more and more cumbersome when you actually want to make a call. If designer Ilshad Garipov is right, we may soon see handsets that give us the best of both worlds. His concept phone, called the Kambala, is both a smartphone and an earphone, and it comes with a number of amazing features. The incredibly thin handset itself is made from a multi-layered polymer and is covered with a continuous flexible screen. If you want to talk, you can remove a section from the center of the screen, which doubles as an ear clip and has a speaker and microphone built into it. But even when it's detached from the rest of the phone, the screen on it can still be used. This means that when clipped on the ear, it can be made transparent, in what is an even more discreet design than the wireless earphones that are commonplace today. As new screen technologies are developed that are far more durable than is seen in most smartphones right now, a variety of uses like the earphone will become possible, and it's solely down to the imagination of the designers as to what it can be used for. Number 14. triangular phone. We're so used to the idea of phones being rectangular in shape, but why does it have to be this way? The immediate answer is that their design is influenced by the fact that as much space as possible is given to the screen, and that video media is usually accessed in a widescreen format. But what would be possible if handset designers could experiment with different shapes? There have been a number of attempts to make a viable triangular phone. For example, because the pointed edges make it far easier to hold than an increasingly larger rectangular design. There's still a limitation by doing this though, which is again to do with the need for a rectangular screen. But engineers have begun to look at other ways they can incorporate sharper edges into designs. The Nokia Diamond concept phone is a great example. While it appears to be a traditional rectangle shape if you look at it top-down, but the rear of the device is far from it. It's made up of various geometric shapes, which make it far easier and more comfortable to hold for extended periods of time. It's likely that elements like these will become far more common in handsets of the future, where far more focus will be put on the comfort and practicality of using a device as opposed to the sheer power and functionality. Number 13. Morph phones. Have you ever been using an app or function on your phone and felt that it would be far easier to use and more effective if the handset itself was a different shape? With the advent of more malleable materials and smaller electronics, it will soon be possible to create handsets that can be morphed into the best shape for what you're doing. If you're watching a video, they'll be rectangular as normal, but you'll be able to bend them to most suitable shape for other uses, such as wrapping it around your wrist if you want to time a run, being stretched to be worn as glasses if you want to walk around the world with augmented reality, or even folded in a concertina shape so they can stand up on a table themselves. Nokia released a concept device called the Morph that had a number of these features. And while the technology isn't quite there yet, it's thought that this will be a common trait of smartphones within the next 5 to 10 years. Number 12. Foldable phone. One of the biggest restrictions we face with smartphone handsets is how delicate and rigid the screens are. They break easily if they're dropped and definitely can't be bent without causing any damage. So it's no surprise that manufacturers are looking at techniques to make viable screens that are much more malleable. Not only will this reduce breakages, but will allow for much larger screens to be built into devices. With foldable phones, for example, instead of having the screen on the outside surface, it'll instead be in the center of a phone that's folded in half. When you open it, you'll have twice as large a screen as you do currently for a similarly sized handset. And when it's folded away, it won't be subjected to the same impacts and risk that current models have. This isn't a particularly new concept, as several manufacturers have already released their first attempts at a truly foldable phone, but they are yet to design one that functions as promised. The screens still show signs of wear and tear and aren't as durable as most people would need, but it'll only be a matter of years until technology has caught up, and screens like these will be commonplace. In 10 years' time, screens will be so durable that the idea of them being cracked and needing to be replaced will be a distant memory, which will be a major quality of life improvement for every consumer. Number 11. Holographic displays. A number of technological improvements are developed after engineers see them in sci-fi movies, but it's been almost 50 years since we saw the first Princess Leia hologram in Star Wars, and we're yet to have a portable holographic projector of the same quality. This might be about to change though, because recently Samsung has patented a technology that promises to be able to do just that. Several phones and game consoles have been released in recent years with promises of 3D images that'll appear to leap out of the screen. But these have all relied on optical illusions that require the user to look at the handset from a very specific angle. This new patent, however, uses what they call a new type of spatial light modulator that both improves the quality of holographic images and also increases the effective range of angles for it. The light is then emitted from a series of micro-lens arrays and then forms into an image above the surface of the screen. While it's probably several years until the technology is ready for mass-market products, the ability to project holograms from a phone will inevitably change communication and gaming for good. Number 10. Improved grip.
PUBG Mobile e-sport нэгдэх шалтгаан гэвэл нэгдүгээрт ер нь яаж ялагдаж сурна. Тэгээд хоёрдугаарт гэх юм бол ер нь амар уран зориг авч өөрөөсөө өөрийгөө чадах хүн гэж бие дааж байна. Ер нь e-sport гэсэн амьдралд нэлээд юм зааж өгнө.
Getting to half three, we hope. I think that was a really good approach to make sure they have control of that zone.
2025 оны PMG-д оролцохыг уриалж байна. Та бүхэн чадахгүй нэгээрээ. You can be the one.
The most popular brands of smartphones are slick devices with glass screens and aluminum, polished metal, or smooth plastic bodies. And while this is something we're used to, it's not necessarily the most practical of designs. Quite often you'll see someone taking a selfie with an adaptation on the back of their handset that they've added themselves to aid with holding on to their valuable device without the risk of dropping it. But why can't phone manufacturers build them to be easier to hold in the first place? It may not be a feature that everyone wants, but there will be certainly a market for them, particularly from those who regularly drop their handsets. And LG is definitely ahead of the curve in terms of concept designs. A few years ago, they released images of the so-called LG Traveler, which was a handset intended to appeal to those who are constantly on the move. It has a rectangular screen, as you would expect, but the body behind it is unlike anything you'll have seen before. It's a thin slider phone with jagged edges that are designed to grip in your hand much easier, even if it does look like an alien communication device. It has a touchscreen, a camera, and the ability to run everyone's favorite apps, all while being able to hold and operate in just one hand. Number 9, the roll-up phone. We rely on our smartphones to provide far more than communications, and the most popular features of the latest devices are the cameras and screens. If you asked experts the direction that phone design would have gone 20 years ago, everyone assumed they would become smaller and smaller. But now, the reverse is true. Handsets are now increasing in size every year, and that's all because people want much larger screens to watch content on. But this poses a problem, because there's only so much room that's available in your bag. The initial solution to this is the notion of a foldable phone, which uses a flexible screen and can provide much larger screen sizes in comparison to the handset size. But there are some companies that already have their sights on the next development, which is a roll-up phone. Made from a bendable screen that's almost paper thin, these phones will be able to roll up into a small tube that's smaller than current handsets. When you want to use the screen, you can unfurl it to reveal one that's as big as a tablet. And it'll also come with a powerful camera, processor, and high-capacity battery that'll be fitted in a cylindrical unit at one end of the device. According to rumors, Sony has already developed a working prototype of a device like this, but quite how long it'll be until they can produce them for an affordable price isn't yet clear. We are constantly adding more people to the Top 5's production team to bring you all the best content. Be sure to subscribe with notifications on and hit the like button. Number 8, Flutter Phone. If the slide phone was the cool gadget of the 90s, so much so that it was in the Matrix movies, then the contender for this decade may well be the Flutter Phone. It's a concept that was created by LG and turns all expected design features on their head. When closed, it looks like a futuristic device and is recognizable as a phone with numerical buttons and a small display to the center. When it's like this, it can be used to make calls and messages, but the real magic happens when you open it up. Instead of sliding upwards, this phone opens out sideways and reveals a curved touchscreen where you'll gain access to all of your apps and more complex functions of the phone. This design is certainly radical and may not be brought to market itself, but it goes to show what's possible when you start designing phones without such a priority on screen space for videos and images. Could the Flutter phone be a sign of things to come? Or is it too crazy a design for people to be comfortable with? Either way, with improvements in screen technology, we're almost certain to see some designs like this being offered by manufacturers looking to carve a unique niche for themselves. Number 7, modular phones. Improvements in screen, processor, and camera technology are so fast that most handset manufacturers can release substantial upgrades to their products every year. While most people's concern is the hole this burns in their pockets, the real damage caused by this consumerism is environmental, with millions of devices being thrown away while they're still essentially fully operational. There are a number of schemes designed to try to reuse these parts, but the phones of the future may have a completely different design, which will allow you to upgrade your handset piece by piece. The first modular phone hit the market a few years ago, and there was relatively little interest, but now there are more options than ever, and they're expected to make a comeback. Not only do they mean you can make incremental upgrades, but they also allow you to focus on the features you value most. If you want to improve the camera, but aren't so worried about the processor power, then you can do that. Or if you want a specialized module such as a wide-angle lens, you can install one of those without having to choose an entire handset based on your photographic needs. Modular phones will allow us to personalize our experience, significantly reduce the number of components that are thrown in the garbage, and will allow for the design of enhancements that would otherwise be unviable in a mass-market product. And as well as saving the environment, could prove to be far more cost-effective too. Various companies are now developing the next versions, and they could well be commonplace within a couple of years. Number 6. Health phones. With the combination of smartphone and a smartwatch, we're now able to monitor our health more effectively than ever. Depending on how you use the apps that are available, you can track your sleep, your steps, your heart rate, and even your blood sugar levels and cardiovascular health. There are already devices that can warn you that you need to seek medical attention before symptoms begin to develop. We're just at the beginning of the advantages health-based devices can offer. A number of concept smartphones have been proposed that include peripherals that can precisely monitor specific body functions. And with the powerful processors that are now found in phones, apps will be able to instantly analyze the data and provide advice for how to be more healthy. As further devices are developed, capabilities will branch out far further than generic health data that's currently collected, and will even be able to help with individuals' less common conditions. If, for example, you have an illness in your lungs, the smartphones of the future will be able to measure your blood oxygen levels and alert you if you need to use your ventilator or go to see your doctor. Now that we live in a world where communicable diseases are having devastating effects on our lives and freedoms, it's hoped that sensors may be able to be added to our phones or watches that can pick up signs of whether we're infected or not and advise on the appropriate action. Our individual health is now, more than ever, important not just for ourselves, but for the health of those around us, and the powerful computers we carry around with us are going to become essential in combating these threats in the future. Number 5. New interfaces. In the 90s and early 2000s, we inputted our instructions into our phones with physical buttons. Then, with the launch of the iPhone, touchscreens became the standard and have continued to improve ever since. But is this the best type of interface possible? With future designs that may have holographic projectors or augmented reality capabilities, the information and entertainment that our smartphones provide will likely extend far beyond the screen itself, so inputting commands with a touchscreen will eventually become impractical. So what are the alternatives? Companies have for years offered adaptive keyboards that use lights to project the letters and numbers onto a surface and use sensors to detect which ones we press. But the potential for new interfaces goes far beyond this. Smartphones of the future may have an attachment that fits on our hand or is projected from a watch, and simply swiping or gesturing with our fingers will be able to control our phones. There's the possibility, too, that the cameras of our phones will be able to detect our eye movement and simply move and select based on what we're looking at. And eventually, the holy grail in the world of interfaces will be the ability to directly read our brainwaves and act on your thoughts. Of course, some of these technologies are far closer to becoming a reality than others, but the way we interact with our devices will be unrecognizable in 10 years' time in comparison to what we do today. Number 4. Transparent headset. The potential uses of augmented reality is undeniable, but it's not yet fit for purpose. It requires us to hold our phones up towards an object, which then replicate what the camera sees on screen and adds the extra elements. This takes up significant processing power, has a slight delay, and isn't as sharp as it could be. But things could soon be very different if a recent patent filed by Samsung becomes a reality. They appear to be very close to developing and releasing a transparent handset, and it's only just becoming clear how useful a technology this will be. They work because each pixel on the phone's screen will be able to become transparent and let light through, and it looks like a portable window that you can take around with you. Apart from looking cool, it'll make far easier to incorporate augmented reality, and will also allow for the handset to be used in completely different ways. Imagine being able to put your phone on the windscreen of a car, for example, and you get a heads-up display that could even point out potential hazards on the road and keep track of all the signs that you pass. It also makes it far easier to frame your photos than relying solely on the image being replicated from the camera, and will make handsets feel much more futuristic. This technology isn't expected to be available for a few years yet, but when it's viable, it'll surely be used on all of the manufacturer's flagship models. Number 3. Bracelet phones. Large rectangular and rigid smartphones are a part of life right now, and we're used to carrying them around in our pockets or bags. But what if there was a different way? Manufacturers have long been looking for ways to develop more durable and flexible screens along with smaller components, and this opens up a whole range of possibilities when it comes to the designs of the future. While the main phones on offer will all likely follow a sensible and functional design path, companies will be able to release niche devices that appeal to specialized groups of consumers. One design that's been suggested that'll fit into this category is the idea of a bracelet phone, which essentially works like a snap bracelet toy we all had in the 90s. It would have been a bendy screen on top of a rigid plastic body, but this could be wrapped around your arm, for example, and stay firmly in place. If the thought of wearing your phone on your body doesn't appeal, there are other potential uses for this too. It'll be far easier to attach your phone to a shelf, a tabletop, or anything else around your home, which will mean you can turn virtually anything into a mount for your screen. Number 2, inbuilt attachments. There are hundreds and maybe even thousands of different peripherals that you can use with your smartphone, from watches to wireless earbuds to doorbells and home heating controls. But there's always a concern when you're buying a new device that not everything will work as planned. Even if something should, in theory, work with your phone and its operating system, not everyone is able to update to the latest version, and it can become a nightmare to figure out what will work where. One solution to this is to buy a phone that comes with its own attachment straight from the box. First devices like these were first put forward about a decade ago and included a detachable earpiece that would keep connected via Bluetooth, and once you're finished using it, it can be reattached to the phone, which will charge it too. Of course, we're not exactly short of options when it comes to wireless headsets now, but manufacturers are looking at whether there are other peripherals that would be useful to specific customers. Architects and planners, for example, often have to make very precise measurements using lasers to understand height differentials across a piece of land, or to make sure a wall is being built precisely straight. And it's possible a phone of the future that's targeted at them could include a laser attachment that communicates with the phone to create a precise blueprint of the area being looked at. Another idea is to include miniature drones that can launch from your phone with a camera on them, or to reach a higher vantage point so you get a better cell signal, all of which would add further functionality and choice to you over which device is most suited to your lifestyle. Number 1, kinetic phones. Despite having faster processors, clearer cameras, and much larger storage, it never seems like battery technology in phones is really improving. Usually you'll run out of charge in a day, which was the same about a decade ago. And while the truth is that batteries are now far better than they once were, all of this added benefit is being used for the increasingly power-hungry components that are used. Fast charging technology is now enabling us to reach a full charge very quickly, and wireless charging makes it even more convenient, but the phones of the future could well have their own ways of generating power. You may already be familiar with kinetic charging devices, as they're often marketed at active people who will benefit from them the most. The basic principle is that they convert your movement into electricity, which can then power your device. But the technology is still in its nascent stages, and it isn't anywhere near as effective enough to keep a smartphone operational. There's thought to be plenty of potential improvement, however, as it could be used to top up the battery power. Say, for example, you charge your phone up overnight, and your movement during the day extends the charge a little. Then that in itself would be a useful thing. It's unlikely to ever completely replace the need for an external power source, but phones of the future could well have much longer effective battery lives by using ideas like this. Watch our future playlist for more top 15 videos about the future. Sit back, relax, and binge watch all of our best future-related videos. What will the televisions of the future look like? Today, we'll be taking a look at some extremely innovative designs that will undoubtedly enhance your television watching experience to a whole new level. Here are 15 concept TV displays for the future. Number 15, the C-Seed. While most TV displays have to be mounted onto a wall in order to be used, this TV stands apart due to its ability to rise out of the ground. Yeah, you heard that right. Both the C-Seed 201 and 144 are outdoor televisions that remain underground when not in use, with them then extending to a height of 4.5 meters in just 40 seconds. Once extended, the display can then be raised, lowered, and rotated by as much as 35 degrees by remote control in order to achieve the perfect viewing angle, with the screen also being especially bright so that it can work in an outdoor environment. However, considering that they come in at a price of about $700,000, don't expect to have one installed in your backyard anytime soon. Number 14, the Stuart Hughes Prestige HD Supreme Rose Edition. While most people buy TVs in order to watch their favorite shows and movies, If you're ultra-rich, then you can afford to make your TV a fashion accessory as well. So if by chance you just happen to have a few $1 million of disposable income just laying around, you might be interested in the Stuart Hughes Prestige HD Supreme. That's because this 140-centimeter TV has a display that's gilded with 28 kilograms of solid 18-karat rose gold. A gilded frame that dazzles with 72 brilliant round-cut 1-carat IF flawless diamonds, a smattering of sunstone and amethysts, and an alligator skin wrap, which is hand-sewn on the inner screen layer. And while such a screen may seem a bit excessive for many, if you do in fact like it, be prepared to pay up, as it comes in at an incredibly high price of $2.6 million. Number 13. The LG EG9900. Usually, TV displays are preset so they have either a flat screen or a curved screen, meaning that buyers have to make a choice as to which they prefer. However, the LG EG9900 makes it so that consumers can have the best of both worlds. Released in 2015, it stands apart because it can bend at the press of a button, with the viewer able to set it via the remote control so that it has either a gentle curve that is optimal for big groups or a more severe curve that's better for individualized viewing. As a result, if you're the type that tends to either be a bit indecisive or a customization connoisseur, then this TV is the perfect choice for you. Number 12. The Zeus. If you're looking for a screen that's an absolute monstrosity in terms of size, then look no further than the Zeus. That's because while most companies will make extremely large images fit across multiple screens, the Zeus makes this unnecessary due to its ridiculously large diagonal length of 940 centimeters. To put that into perspective, this is the approximate size of 2 elephants standing side by side with 2 more elephants on their backs, making this screen an absolute monster in comparison to nearly everything else on the market. Yet, if you'd like one for yourself, you not only have to get a custom order from the firm Titan Screens, but also be prepared to pay well over $1 million. Number 11. The Hycan. If you tend to spend sleepless nights watching Netflix in bed, then we think that the Hycan may have the perfect TV display for you. That's because it's essentially a bed that completely closes itself off to allow users to watch their favorite shows and movies on a 178-centimeter projection screen. This on top of the fact that the bed itself is also very innovative, with features such as a built-in alarm clock, temperature controls, and a mattress that can adjust to your sleeping position. Thus, the Hycan and its innovative screen have been seen as a perfect bed for the ultra-rich, and there have been discussions as to how it can be implemented into first-class lounges around the world. However, at a prohibitively high price of almost $40,000, don't expect to be sleeping in your own Hycan anytime soon. Number 10. The Samsung Serif. Typically speaking, televisions are meant to stand out. After all, in most homes, televisions are surrounded by couches and chairs, with the whole point being that everyone is supposed to gather around to watch their favorite shows together. However, the Samsung Serif tries to take a different approach. That's because rather than stand out, its display is meant to blend into the other furniture in the room, with the idea being that it can be placed anywhere and look like it's meant to be there. Now, Samsung manages to pull off this approach with the Serif due to a number of factors. Firstly, like many other TVs, it's completely portable, with the only limiting factor being you need to have a plug attached to it. As a result, it doesn't have the bulky cables and attachments often associated with more conventional TVs. To top this off, the Serif also has a small 61 by 81 centimeter design and is surrounded by what essentially looks like either a cream-colored or blue-colored picture frame, making it fit seamlessly with most modern decor. As a result, it's truly a great addition to any room. Number 9. The Panasonic Vitrine Transparent TV. Milan is widely regarded to be the fashion capital of the world, and thus it shouldn't come as a surprise that this was the city where Panasonic chose to unveil its concept transparent TV. Now, to be exact, it was revealed at the Salon des Mobiles, which is the world's largest and most prestigious furniture and lifestyle exhibition, on April 9th of 2019, and ever since, furniture designers have been raring to have it appear on store shelves. That's because this television, which was made by Panasonic in collaboration with Swiss furniture brand Vitra, essentially looks like a piece of glass with a wooden frame. With this being possible thanks to the fact that it has an OLED display that doesn't need a backboard. To top this off, it even has a lighting element to enhance the viewing and ambient experience, which is directly and unobtrusively housed within the frame. And while this concept is not yet for sale, it's currently under review by Panasonic, and if they deem the demand to be great enough, they'll bring it to market. As a result, on our end, we hope they end up doing so. We're constantly adding more people to the Top 5's production team to bring you all the best content. Be sure to subscribe with notifications on and hit the like button. Number 8, the square display. Now, for some of you, a square display may be a blast from the past. After all, the TVs of the 50s, 60s, and 70s tended to be boxy and square-shaped, with more rectangular models not coming out until later on. However, it seemed that for a time, the squares would make a comeback. That's because in 2012, Samsung came up with a square-shaped flat-screen display, which essentially works exactly like a rectangular display, with the exception that it compresses images to a 1-to-1 ratio to fit its screen size. Yet rather than market them to households, Samsung thought that they could perhaps be attractive to business owners looking for advertising screens with the idea that they could be stacked in order to give images and videos interesting visual effects. However, like many ideas, what was smart in theory didn't take off in practice, and thus the idea has largely been dumped as of today. Number 7. The Seiko Wristwatch TV. Nowadays, you can watch TV from practically anywhere. After all, be it on a phone, tablet, computer, or regular TV screen. Television is a lot more portable than it used to be just 10 years ago. Or, so you thought. See, it turns out that Seiko was in fact the first company to create a portable TV display. And they did it not in the past few years, but all the way back in 1982. That's because it was in this year that they managed to make a watch that, on top of doing all the normal things a digital watch could do, could display TV shows on its 3.2-centimeter watch display. Now, as you might expect, this wasn't exactly a seamless experience. After all, you still had to have a large receiver in your pocket and a set of headphones over your ears in order for it to work. And its battery life was absolutely terrible. Yet despite these drawbacks, it nonetheless was awarded the title of smallest TV in the world by the Guinness Book of World Records in 1984, thus marking a place in the history books. Yet despite its innovative design at a price of about $1,000, it never really was meant to go out to the mass market, and as a result, production eventually fizzled out. Number 6. Vertical display. It goes without saying that almost 100% of TV users watch TV shows with a horizontal screen, as without this shape, the viewing experience would be pretty poor. However, in today's day and age, the vertical screen of a cell phone has become the norm, and as a result, there's been a demand from consumers to make TVs have a vertical option so that images from a cell phone could be displayed on a TV display without being distorted. And while TV producers balked at this idea for a while, in 2019, Samsung caved and created a TV that can actually swivel from a horizontal position to a vertical one. Known as the Samsung Zero, it's currently only available in South Korea and measures in at just 107 centimeters. However, if the product becomes popular in the country, it may be sold across the world. Yet given that it comes in at a price of just over $1,600, its cost is definitely not very millennial-friendly. Number 5. Samsung's Ambient Mode. Most of the time, turning off the TV leaves you with a completely black screen. However, in Samsung's new television displays, they hope to do things a little differently. This is because of the company's engineers created something known as Ambient Mode after discovering that it was possible to show something on a TV when it's not in use. In essence, it allows users to send a picture of the wall behind their display, then send it to the Samsung app, which then sets the screen so that the TV can blend in with the environment behind it, be that a brick wall, a coat of white paint, or a slab of marble. Once this is set, you can then overlay different images on top of it, with this including additions such as a mountain range, visual forecast, the time, or even news updates. And if for whatever reason none of these features seem interesting or relevant to you, you can rest assured that Samsung is finding new additions and applying new updates on a continual basis. Now, you may expect ambient mode to take up a lot of power, but this isn't the case. That's because the power usage of it is so minimal that the average ambient mode user just spends $1 extra in electricity per month in order to maintain it. This is primarily thanks to ambient mode's two energy-centric features, which include a set of ambient light sensors that will adjust the screen's brightness and a feature that automatically shuts down the TV after it gets dark for about 30 minutes. Best of all, the TV display can even connect to your phone, which allows it to detect if you're in the room and turn off the screen if you're too far away. As a result, ambient mode really is the ultimate addition to any TV display. Number 4. The transparent TV. While typical household objects such as mirrors and windows may be transparent, what's not so typical is for TV displays to be transparent as well. Yet that's exactly what Chinese firm Xiaomi managed to do with their new Mi TV Lux. Largely considered to be the world's first truly transparent TV, it essentially features a completely transparent display so that viewers can see through it to the other side. Largely thanks to the assistance of transparent organic light-emitting diodes, or OLED technology, these TVs differ from regular LED TVs because the pixels self-illuminate without the need for an LCD display. As a result, no back panel is needed, and instead all the television's processing units are located in the cylindrical base of the television. This ultimately leaves us with a display that measures in at 140 centimeters and an ultra-thin width of approximately 5.7 millimeters, with the screen being capable of displaying 1 billion color combinations. Yet despite the technology behind it, many in the West have been skeptical as to whether or not this television is really practical. That's because in all of its advertising, no actual television shows are displayed. Rather, all we see are pictures of animals, which for all we know could just be simple PNG files. Now, on Xiaomi's part, they claim that the TV's AI Master Smart Engine and custom-made MediaTek 9650 chip are able to intelligently optimize how the picture appears. However, if this isn't true, then what may actually be the case is that with the TV images have slightly transparent quality to them, which in all honesty may just be a bit strange. Yet regardless of its practicality, this TV and its display are nonetheless extremely expensive. They come in at an incredibly high price of about $7,200. Number 3. The Samsung Frame. While the release of the Seraph in 2015 may have been Samsung's first foray into creating a frame-like TV, the release of the Samsung Frame in 2017 did a better job of actually doing the Seraph's original job, which was to blend seamlessly into any room. That's because while the Frame has a similar design to the Seraph, it stands apart for a number of reasons. First and foremost, the Frame is much more modern and simplistic in its design, meaning that it can fit into a more varied amount of rooms than the Seraph can. This is helped by the fact that it also comes in many more colors, putting it a step above the Seraph, which only comes in cream and dark blue. To top this off, unlike the Seraph, which only has one small preset size, the Samsung Frame has 5, meaning that it can fit the needs of larger rooms more easily. Yet it's its technological features that really make it superior. You see, unlike the Seraph, which needs to use a black plug attachment, the Samsung Frame instead makes use of a no-gap wall mount that allows it to stay flat against the wall as a real picture frame would, with it being connected to a power source via a very discreet plug that can blend into a wall almost perfectly. It also has a feature known as Art Mode, which allows the user to select from a gallery of over 1,200 masterpieces, so that the screen has a beautiful picture inside of it when not in use, with it automatically shutting down when you're not in the room. If you're not into art, you can also opt to put your own pictures on the screen, making the frame truly unique. Best of all, due to its high-quality OLED display, the images actually look very realistic, which is a far cry from TV displays of years past. Therefore, the Frame is certainly a great choice for anyone who wants a great TV. Number 2. The LG Signature Roll-Up TV. Generally speaking, when you buy a TV, you're stuck with its display, as it cannot be shrunken or extended once it's bought. However, LG has changed this with its new Signature Roll-Up TV. Now keep in mind that it was just released recently. As a result, many of the specs surrounding it have not yet been published. Yet what we do know is that it has a screen that can change its size and functionality depending on your needs. Now the screen works primarily thanks to the fact that it has an OLED screen, meaning that it doesn't need a backboard, with the rolling technology itself being proprietary to LG. As a result, the screen has 3 modes: Full View, Line View, and Zero View. In Full View, the Signature Roll-Up is similar to a regular TV, with the screen being at full extension with its base and speaker below it. However, in Line View, the screen instead contracts to a smaller size, where it can then take on a number of other functions. These include, but aren't limited to, acting as a music player, a clock, picture frame, lighting piece, or home dashboard. Yet it's the Signature Roll-Up Zero View that brings it to a whole other level, as it causes the screen to disappear without a trace, leaving behind the stylish base. Yet due to it being able to connect to your phone, this base can still be used as a speaker. Now, while this TV display may seem like something you'd want to buy right away, chances are you won't be able to for the time being. That's because it's currently only available in South Korea, and at a ridiculously high retail price of about $88,000. It's far out of the price range of nearly every TV buyer on the planet. Yet if the price comes down exponentially, we could perhaps see it in homes around the world in the foreseeable future. Number 1. The Curved TV. Well, most of the TV displays on this list are either not yet under production, are very new, or have been smashing successes. The Curved TV stands apart for having largely deemed to be an abject failure. Why is this so, you may ask? Well, first, a little bit of background. You see, the Curved TV was first revealed by Samsung in 2013, and between 2013 and 2016, both Samsung and LG actively began to produce them. Now, the idea to have them at all had its roots in the success of IMAX screens in movie theaters and educational institutions, with the hope being that the curved TV could replicate this experience at home. As such, a number of curved TV models came out, with many models being offered across a variety of price ranges. Yet in 2017, both began to retreat from the idea due to the sales of these television sets being minimal, and by 2020 they almost have completely disappeared. Why did they fare so badly? Well, the primary culprit is the fact that they offer a very flawed viewing experience. You see, unlike IMAX screens, they're simply too small to actually recreate their panoramic effect. Therefore, the results were totally different, and they really only gave the viewer a good viewing experience if they sat directly in front of the TV screen. However, if they didn't, the curved angle would cause a number of undesirable effects. For one, it would pick up on any glare from the outside light sources such as windows, lamps, and light bulbs, making the screen completely unwatchable from certain angles. The curve also caused many of the letters and images on the screen to noticeably bend, making it very odd to watch for viewers accustomed to flat TVs. To top this off, the curvature made the TV look very strange when mounted on a wall, which was in stark contrast to the smooth and sleek look offered by flat-screen TVs. As a result, they quickly went out of style and are thus very difficult to find today. Watch our future playlist for more top 15 videos about the future. Sit back, relax, and binge watch all of our best future-related videos. What will helicopters look like in the not-too-distant future? There are many strange designs and ideas that people are thinking about. Today we'll be taking a look at 15 amazing future helicopter concepts. Number 15. Boeing Future Attack Reconnaissance Aircraft Concept. Boeing says that the FARA in its present form uses an all-new 6-bladed single main rotor powered by a single engine and controlled by a fly-by-wire system. There's also a push propeller for greater maneuverability and horizontal flight at speeds exceeding those of current helicopters. Up front, there's an advanced narrow cross-section cockpit with tandem seating and an intuitive common control interface for both of the crew. This includes flexible avionics, autonomous capabilities, and a large reconfigurable display with touchscreen capabilities. When in the hangar, the Boeing FARA has a number of maintenance innovations, including the ability to reload munitions faster by eliminating the need for supplemental lifts. It also has an onboard diagnostic system that operates in real time and can adjust to degraded conditions. The aircraft is also being designed with an open architecture, so it can be readily upgraded. Number 14. The Invictus. The Invictus concept looks like something out of a video game, with sleek aerodynamic lines and a casing for the rear rotor. Developing company Bell says it should reach speeds of 200 knots while bearing a 20mm cannon and an integrated missile launcher. While the final design may differ slightly from the images Bell has released publicly, the design tilts away from the innovation that Bell is best known for: rotors that swivel to lift the aircraft off the ground, then tilt to provide forward thrust, the kind that power the Bell Boeing V-22 Osprey. Number 13. The Sikorsky Raider X. The Sikorsky Raider X, with a reported top speed of 200 knots, has a coaxial rotor system, 2 top propellers that spin in opposite directions to improve the speed and stability. Sikorsky is already flying a version of the helicopter, the S-97 Raider, whereas the Invictus is currently in the concept stage. The Raider X is designed to use a single General Electric T901 engine. The GT T901 was developed under the Army's Improved Turbine Engine program as the new engine for existing and future Army rotorcraft. Based on the S-97 and X2 performance, Raider X is expected to have a maximum speed exceeding 290 miles an hour, with a maximum operational altitude of more than 9,000 feet. Raider X is expected to weigh 14,000 pounds or 6,400 kilograms. The cockpit uses side-by-side seats instead of the tandem seating typical of American attack helicopters. Internal weapons and sensors are mounted using a modular system in accordance with FARA specifications to anticipate future upgrades and obsolescence, meaning this copter can go the distance for years and years as a premier weapon copter, able to operate closer to the area of interest as the manned platform remains at a safe distance. The AW-159 has a semi-rigid rotor head to give it a high agility that's fitted with a composite rotor blades utilizing the same technology that enabled the Lynx, an older model helicopter, to break the world helicopter speed record. Its pair of CTS-804N engines have exhaust which include built-in infrared suppression to enhance survivability. The cockpit features 4 large area 10-inch by 8-inch displays, an a fully integrated avionics suite and mission system. One of these was used to display the live video feed coming from the remotely controlled UAV. Infrared and daytime color imagery is provided through a nose-mounted electro-optical device, which incorporates a laser rangefinder. Naval variants are also equipped with a 360-degree scan radar and weapons carrier for a range of torpedoes, depth charges, and anti-surface missiles. The Wildcat plus UAV concept is a 1-2 punch that allows helicopter crews to avoid the most dangerous work themselves, while still being nearby enough to help in any situation, should conflicts arise. Number 11. Bell FCX-001. The FCX-001 has a fan-driven anti-torque system, hybridized propulsion morphing main rotor blade tips, an extensive use of glass in the fuselage, gull-wing doors, and the use of augmented reality in the cockpit to control the aircraft. It's the future on blades. The rear of the aircraft doesn't feature a tail rotor, a feature that's looked upon with skepticism in today's helicopter pilot circles, but one that could prove instrumental in making them safer to operate in the future. The anti-torque is provided by multiple fans embedded within the tail boom. The vented system gives the capability to thrust in either direction and will also have thrust vector control, allowing it to forego a horizontal stabilizer. Powering that anti-torque system is an electric motor as part of a hybridized propulsion system. On the ceiling of the widened cabin, which is capable of accommodating up to 12 crew, Bell has designed a honeycomb of drop-down control modules to allow for maximum customization and comfort for passengers. Concept envisions the modules providing the ability for passengers to adjust things such as their lighting, temperature, or infotainment experience. Number 10. Eurocopter X3. The X3 demonstrator is based on the Eurocopter AS365 Dolphin helicopter, with the addition of short-span wings each fitted with a tractor propeller, having different pitch to counter the torque effect of the main rotor. Conventional helicopters use tail rotors to counter the torque effect, but the Eurocopter's tractor propellers are gear-driven from 2 main turboshaft engines, which also drive the 5-bladed main rotor system. The helicopter is designed to prove the concept of a high-speed helicopter, which depends on slowing the rotor speed by up to 15% in order to avoid drag from the advancing blade tip, and to avoid retreating blade stall by unloading the rotor while the small wing provides 40 to 80% lift instead. The X3 can hover with a pitch attitude between -10 and +15 degrees. Its bank range is 40 degrees in hover and is capable of flying at bank angles of 120 to 140 degrees, which is beyond the capabilities of current tried and tested models in use today. The chopper can climb at a speed of up to 5,500 feet per minute, perform high G turn rates of 2 Gs at 210 knots, enough to make even the most seasoned pilots a bit dizzy. This concept is well suited for missions requiring long transit flights at high speeds, while retaining full vertical lift and hover capabilities. Number 9. Sikorsky Sara. The Sikorsky Sara takes a nod from Tesla's cars. It has full autopilot and is controllable from a large tablet surface mounted inside the cockpit. You can load in a preset mission or just point to a spot on the map and enter your speed and altitude preferences. The computer then calculates the best route to get there safely. With a simple tap of the screen, the helicopter takes off and goes to work. Along the way, inertial guidance systems and GPS keep it on track, while external sensors, including LiDAR and cameras, watch for obstacles and potential landing sites should something go wrong. Along with the tablet, the Sara comes with 2 interceptors on either side of the flight seats. These hand controls let the pilot interrupt the flight plan to change the helicopter's direction or position, or just fly around. The left control manages the throttle and yaw. The right is a joystick that allows for horizontal control, pitching forward, backward, left, or right. Even these, though, are far simpler than a helicopter's 4 standard controls: the cyclic, throttle, collective, and pedals. When the pilot uses the interceptor, the computer finds the right combination of controls to deliver what they want. The result is a control system that's as intuitive as any video game. We are constantly adding more people to the Top 5's production team to bring you all the best content. Be sure to subscribe with notifications on and hit the like button. Number 8. Sikorsky S-97. The Sikorsky S-97 is a responsive dream for experienced pilots. It holds a nose-down hover, something conventional helicopters can't do without drifting, which improves visibility to ground objects and is made possible by the rear propeller. Having 2 rotor discs spinning in opposite directions balances the effect that allows for much higher top speeds. Because the counter-rotating rotors also negate the torque typically generated on the fuselage by a single rotor, there's no need for a conventional rear tail rotor. So in the Raider, the engineers replaced the side-facing tail rotor with a rear-facing propeller that receives most of the power during forward flight, with the two main rotors whirling just fast enough to maintain lift, much like a wing. Conversely, the rear prop is nearly underpowered in low-speed maneuvering, while the rotors are given all the power they need. To ensure the two rotor blades don't hit each other, Sikorsky made them especially rigid, so they don't bounce and flex the way conventional helicopter blades do. Another of the Raider's tricks is that it can slow down quickly and without pitching the nose up, as conventional helicopters must, since the rear prop eliminates the need to use the main rotor as a brake. Similarly, it can accelerate without pitching forward. All of this also means the helicopter can point where it wants, when it wants, facilitating the crew's aiming of weapons and sensors, use of rescue equipment, and whatever else they need to do. Number 7. MIL MIX-1. The MIX-1 is one of the fastest concept copters on this list, with a projected top speed of over 320 miles an hour. The helicopter will have a cruising speed of 280 miles per hour and a dash speed of 320 miles an hour. This will be possible through the use of a pusher propeller and a number of aerodynamic improvements, including a retractable landing gear and streamlined forward and rear fuselage sections. The MIX-1 may be powered by two uprated Klimov VK2500 turbofans or two future Klimov VK3000 currently under development. Similar engines are installed on the MIL Mi-28 and Kamov Ka-50 attack helicopters. A Russian Air Force general expects a prototype to fly in 2018, with production in 2022. Russia started a single-seat flying laboratory based on the MIL Mi-24 in 2015, intended to go 248 miles an hour. Number 6. Leonardo AW249. Leonardo is developing this helicopter in a program called NEES, Nuovo Elicottero de Esplorazione Escorta, or New Reconnaissance and Escort Helicopter. The AW249 will be based on existing solutions and operational experience, including a lightweight helicopter combat helicopter AW129 Mangusta, but will be much heavier, with a maximum takeoff weight of around 7 to 8 tons. The weapons fit is to constitute up to 16 guided anti-tank missiles, 70mm rockets, as well as very short and short-range air-to-air missiles. This implies the ability to carry a similar amount of weapons as the heaviest combat helicopters in the world. The AW249's stub wings will carry 4 weapon pylons and additional rails for air-to-air missiles. The armament is to be completed with a 20mm 3-tube rotary gun, successfully used today in the Mangusta. Number 5. AVX Helicopter. Arguably the most futuristic-looking helicopter on this list, the AVX's ducted fans are the most visible trademark of AVX designs. Basically, they are rotors spinning inside a cylindrical cover, a propeller in a can. Arguably more efficient than conventional propellers and rotors at low speeds, but less efficient at high speeds. They're used in the Navy's LCAC hovercraft and off-the-shelf mini-drones. AVX, however, likes to put them on high-speed aircraft. The ducted fans can vary the pitch of their blades in useful ways, making the aircraft more agile, but it's also great for protection of passengers. What AVX is offering for the future attack reconnaissance aircraft is called a compound helicopter. Essentially, it's a hybrid of helicopter and propeller plane, with 2 sets of rotor blades on top spinning in opposite directions, so you don't need a tail rotor for stability, and a push propeller at the back, allowing it to reach much higher speeds than helicopter rotors alone allow. Number 4. X-49A Speedhawk. The Piasecki X-49 Speedhawk is an American 4-bladed twin-engined experimental high-speed compound helicopter developed by Piasecki Aircraft. The X-49A is based on the airframe of a Sikorsky YSH-60F Seahawk, but utilizes Piasecki's proprietary vectored thrust ducted propeller, or VTDP design, and includes the addition of lifting wings. The concept of the experimental program was to apply the VTDP technology to a production military helicopter to determine any benefit gained through increases in performance or useful load. The Speedhawk aircraft includes an SPU, third engine, a high forward swept wing concept, a 45-inch fuselage plug cabin extension, and several other drag-reducing and performance-oriented improvements, including a rotary hub fairing, landing gear streamlining, and a fly-by-wire flight control system for extremely reliable and quick input on the controls. Great for mission maneuverability in tight situations. Number 3. TAI T625 Gokbe. The TAI T625 Gokbe is a twin-engine light transport utility helicopter developed by Turkish Aerospace Industries, TAI, as part of the original helicopter program, coordinated by the Presidency of Defense Industries. Turkish Aerospace Industries launched the preliminary design studies in 2010. The Gökbey features a 4-axis dual-redundant automatic flight control system, along with an Asalon glass cockpit with 2 wide touchscreen integrated mission displays. They're 8 by 20 inches, and 2 touchscreen data entry touch command control units, 8 by 10 inches. It's designed for IFR and VFR single-pilot operations, night operations, and flight in known icing conditions. The helicopter is designed for 2 crew and 12 passengers. The large cabin space can be arranged to meet various operational needs, such as VIP transportation, ambulance, and search and rescue operations. The T-625 is designed and optimized to meet and exceed the multi-mission requirements for hot and high geographical environments and for adverse weather conditions. Number 2. The Bell V-280. The Bell V-280 Valor is a tilt-rotor aircraft being developed by Bell and Lockheed Martin for the United States Army's Future Vertical Lift program. The V-280 is reported to be designed for a cruising speed of 280 knots, or a staggering 320 miles per hour, a range of 2,100 nautical miles, and an effective combat range of 500 to 800 nautical miles. Expected maximum takeoff weight is around 30,000 pounds. Here's how it works. A drive shaft runs through the straight wing, allowing both prop rotors to be driven by a single engine in the event of engine loss. The V-280 will have a retractable landing gear, a triple redundant fly-by-wire control system, and a V-tail configuration. The wings are made of a single section of carbon fiber reinforced polymer composite, reducing weight and production costs. The V-280 will have a crew of 4 and be capable of transporting up to 14 troops. Dual cargo hooks will give it a lift capacity to carry a 10,000-pound M777A2 howitzer while flying at a speed of 150 knots. The fuselage is visually similar to that of the UH-60 Black Hawk medium lift helicopter. Check out the film Black Hawk Down to learn more about this legendary chopper. When landed, the wing is in excess of 7 feet up from the ground, allowing soldiers to exit easily out of the 2 6-foot-wide slide doors, and door gunners to have wide fields of fire. Although the initial design is a utility configuration, Bell is also working on an attack configuration for more punch from its mounted weaponry. The U.S. Marine Corps is interested in having one aircraft to replace utility and attack helicopters, but the Army, which leads the program, is not committed to the idea and wants distinct platforms for each mission. Bell and Lockheed claim an AV-280 variant can launch rockets, missiles, and even small unmanned aerial vehicles forward or aft with no rotor interference, even in forward flight and cruise modes with the rotors forward. Number 1. The Aska. Let's step away from military models for our number 1 helicopter concept. Aska is a flying car developed by the American-Israeli startup NFT, short for Next Future Transportation. The nifty contraption is actually classified as an eVTOL vehicle, which stands for Electric Vertical Takeoff and Landing. Basically, it can be either driven like a regular car with its wings folded back, or used as a small private airplane with vertical takeoff and landing, like a helicopter. When the wings are unfolded, they expose 10 ducted fans with 2 more integrated into the wings. Power comes from a large battery pack. There's also a gasoline range extender providing a total flying range of an estimated 350 miles or 563 kilometers. The cabin accommodates up to 3 passengers, and the initial plan is for an intelligent autonomous system to navigate and control the vehicle, on the road and in the air. If and when the Aska reaches mass production, it's expected to carry a starting price of about $200,000, but the company behind it is also working on a subscription service with $200 to $300 monthly payments. The idea is to have something that you can take on the road and the sky for those that don't want to be just confined to one or the other. Is this what the Jetsons predicted, or is this destined to fail? Let us know in the comments down below. Watch our Vehicles playlist for more top 15 videos about amazing vehicles. Sit back, relax, and binge watch all of our best vehicle videos. Like it or not, drones are part of the future, and companies around the world are competing to design the most innovative concepts. Today, we're taking a look at 15 amazing new drone prototypes and concepts. Number 15. Kratos XQ-58A Valkyrie. The U.S. military leads the way in the development of drone technologies, and the unmanned aerial vehicles have been a part of modern warfare for more than a decade. They are, however, continually designing new prototypes, and the latest one to enter testing is the Kratos XQ-58A Valkyrie. Designed by Kratos Defense and Security Systems, the idea is that they'll be able to escort F-22 or F-35 manned fighter jets on missions and have the capability to deploy weapons and surveillance systems. They'll be controlled directly from the cockpit of the aircraft they're flying alongside and will also be able to act in a swarm of drones that's controlled from the ground. They have a top speed of 652 miles an hour and have 2 weapon bays with the capacity for up to 550 pounds of munitions. To further ensure they're able to perform their role and reach targets successfully, they're designed with a trapezoid-shaped fuselage, a V-tail, and an S-shaped air intake, which will make them one of the first stealth drones to enter deployment. After a successful test flight in 2019, it's expected the Valkyrie will begin service at some point within the next few years. Number 14. Parrot Reconnaissance Drone. Parrot is a company that's known for producing a range of home electronics and is Europe's leading drone manufacturer, so it was only a matter of time before they began constructing UAVs for worldwide militaries. The first project, known as the Blue SUAS program, is being done with the U.S. military and promises to offer a small and compact drone that can be used for reconnaissance. Specifically designed to be lightweight, portable, cheap to produce, and deployable in a fraction of the time it takes to prepare larger drones, they'll be able to quickly fly to developing incidents, and their potential for military as well as domestic law enforcement is enormous. One of the biggest concerns in the development of a drone like this is security, and these ones have been custom built to securely transmit data that's compatible with the systems that are already being used. With a powerful, stabilized 32x zoom thermal imaging 4K video and live streaming, they'll be able to beam high-quality live images back to the control center. After successful testing, it's thought that the Blue SUAS drones will be available for procurement by the beginning of 2021. And you might well see one being used by police, government organizations, or the military very soon. Number 13. The RQ-180. Northrop Grumman has a long history of developing experimental aircraft for the military, and it shouldn't come as a surprise that they're heavily involved in creating new drone designs too. The latest, known simply as the RQ-180, remains highly classified, but what we do know is that it's a stealth drone that appears to be around the same size as the commonly used Global Hawk drone, but with far superior firepower and flight capabilities. From the information that's been released, it's thought that the wingspan of the drone will be 130 feet, and it'll have an operating altitude of 60,000 feet. Planned to operate in hostile airspace, they'll be extremely hard to detect and have an expected range of 14,000 miles. Only once has any official confirmation of the project been given during a press conference in 2014, but there have been several sightings in recent years around Area 51 that would suggest the RQ-180 is being tested from there. Apparently, those involved with the project have nicknamed the vehicle the Great White Bat, and there's a very good chance that they've already been deployed, but that every effort is being made to ensure that the operational specifications don't fall in the hands of other militaries around the world. Number 12. Amazon Prime Air. Since starting as an online bookstore, Amazon has become one of the most influential companies on the planet, so much so that its founder is now the richest person in the world. Whenever you think of the company, there's no denying they're always striving to be on the cutting edge of technology, and they've revolutionized the idea of home delivery. There's a limitation with using roads to reach a customer's house, though, because delivery times are restricted by traffic and having to take an indirect route from the warehouse. The company is therefore developing a bespoke type of drone that'll remove all of these difficulties, and for items up to a certain weight, will be able to leave the warehouse as soon as an order is made and fly in a straight line towards its destination. Known as Amazon Prime Air, the amazing thing is that tests have already been successfully carried out, and the only thing preventing a mass rollout of this service across America is waiting for the regulatory bodies to catch up. Plans were originally for the first deliveries to take place in 2019, but delays have now meant that it's going to be the technology to watch out for in 2021. Number 11. Songar. Military forces around the world have for a long time had drones at their disposal that are able to drop bombs on target from high above. But any other weapons that require more precise aiming have proved to be more difficult to attach to the vehicles because of how tricky it can be to keep them balanced. This hurdle is about to be overcome, though, and Turkey seems to be the first country to have developed a solution. They've already begun taking delivery of the new devices, called Songar, and each one is fitted with a machine gun that, according to its makers, has pinpoint accuracy. To launch into the air, the drone has 8 rotating blades, and it's able to carry 200 rounds of ammunition, and can fire individual shots or 15-round bursts. The developments they've included to make this happen are impressive. First is the addition of cameras and a laser rangefinder to determine the exact position of a target. And the second is a robotic arm that holds the machine gun and can counteract the effects of recoil when it fires. With a range of just over 7 miles, Songar also has night vision cameras, so it can be deployed whenever needed. And the potential applications for devices like these are virtually endless. Number 10. DJI Mavic 3. DJI is one of the world's leading commercial drone designers and manufacturers, and it's partly because of them that the devices have become so accessible to everyone in recent years. It has, however, been a long time since they released their latest flagship model, the Mavic 2, which was first available in 2016. Rumors have talked about the Mavic 3 for several years, but it now seems as if it may be released in 2021. The belief is that the company will build upon the technology that users are familiar with, but also plan to add a few features that will truly make this the next generation of consumer drone. As well as increased camera resolution, longer flight times, and a much greater degree of stability, it's also believed that the Mavic 3 will have LiDAR sensors and even a much greater payload weight, which means you'll be able to attach more than one camera for different angles or effects. The company remains tight-lipped about its plans, but if you're planning on buying a drone, you should watch this space. Number 9. Arcturus UAV Jump 20. The Arcturus T-20 has been a design of drone that's been used by the U.S. Navy since 2009. Capable of carrying large payloads, there are at least 20 of them in service, and with a wingspan of 17 feet and 6 inches and a length of 9 feet 5 inches, they have a top speed of 86 miles per hour. They require a 2-man crew to operate, and crucially, they have to be launched from a portable catapult that is either recovered from the water or can belly flop onto a flat surface. In many ways, it would be perfect if it wasn't for the takeoff and landing procedure, but the company has recently trialed the upgraded design, which is called the Jump 20. It now has full vertical takeoff capabilities, which means it can be launched from and land on small landing pads, and this significantly increases scenarios it can be deployed in, but also how secretive the operations being carried out by them can be. Initial tests of the Jump 20 have, according to reports, gone well, and they could soon be used alongside other vertical takeoff vehicles, like helicopters, to provide a quick response to any threat that might emerge. We are constantly adding more people to the Top 5's production team to bring you all the best content. Be sure to subscribe with notifications on and hit the like button. Number 8. Einride T-Pod. Not all drones have to fly in the air, and there's a whole different area of research that's looking at the design of autonomous vehicles that drive on the roads. These aren't the self-driving cars that a lot of companies are looking at developing, but an alternative option for transporting goods and supplies. The leading company in this area is called Einride, and in October of 2020 they revealed their prototype, which is called the T-Pod. With plans to roll out to clients in 2021, there are actually 4 different variants that will be offered. The cabless T-Pod has already undergone road trials and is being used by a German haulage company, while there's a more powerful version called the T-Log that's designed for the timber industry. The company is now adding a new range of trucks, which weigh 26 tons and have a maximum cargo weight of 16 tons, but are specifically adapted for certain uses. With top speeds of 18 miles per hour and a range of around 200 miles, they aren't going to replace the transport of delicate items anytime soon, but they'll be soon carving out their own niche in the haulage market. Number 7. L3 Harris FVR-90. The L3 Harris FVR-90 is another model of drone that will potentially be used by the military, and it too has vertical takeoff and landing capabilities. Designed to stay airborne for up to 22 hours, the drone can carry a payload of up to 22 pounds and is intended to be used as a reconnaissance aircraft. They use a familiar quadcopter designed to fly. Just take an hour to unbox and launch and feature a modular system whereby parts can be removed and replaced to make them more suited for the task at hand. They'll be able to be used to scout enemy strongholds, for example, or to chart the spread of wildfires through a region, and are much smaller than the models of drones that are currently used for these purposes. The FVR-90 is just 98 inches long, has a wingspan of 185 inches, and weighs 70 pounds when it's empty. It has a maximum range of 810 miles and a cruising speed of around 40 to 50 miles an hour. Its service ceiling is 18,000 feet, meaning there's hardly anywhere it isn't able to go. And while the design was created for military applications, there are so many different uses for a drone like this that countless industries will surely be looking into getting one for themselves. Number 6. The Ring Home Security Drone. Ring is a company that's best known for producing smart doorbells for homes that allow their owners to see who's at the door without needing to be there. But they've got their sights far wider than being a company of convenience. They're also entering the home security market. In 2020, they made headlines with their latest device called the Always Home Cam, and it's designed to be able to fly around the interior spaces of your home to give you a view of what's going on whenever you want to see. And once you're done, it'll return to recharge in its docking pod. It's fully autonomous, so is equipped with sensors to ensure it won't crash into a wall or closed door. But users can also take control of the steering too. The camera only records when the drone is in flight, and Ring has already suggested a number of ways in which a device like this will be helpful. Say, for example, you've left home and have forgotten if you left the stove on. Instead of having to drive back to check, you can send the drone to look for you, saving you a wasted trip if in fact you had remembered to turn it off. It can also be set to listen out and detect any signs of a break-in when you're out. And in this scenario, it'll fly into the air and record video footage of any intruders to be used as evidence. Initially, people were skeptical about the announcement of this drone because of privacy concerns. But when they're finally released in 2021, it's more than likely that they'll become the must-have home security device of the year. Number 5. Taranis. It's not just the American military that dedicates vast resources to the development of drones, as virtually every country in the world is creating their own. In Britain, the latest prototypes to enter testing is known as the Taranis, and it's manufactured by BAE Systems. Named after the Celtic god of thunder, the first flight took place in 2013, and since then they've been perfecting the design. The program cost is so far estimated to be more than $250 million, and there's still quite some way to go before it's ready to fly into a combat zone. Far from being an aircraft for recon, the Taranis is described as an unmanned warplane and will be able to carry a similar payload to a regular fighter jet. At 41 feet long and with a wingspan of 33 feet, it's projected to have a top speed in excess of Mach 1. It'll be able to fly intercontinental missions and will carry weapons to allow it to engage with ground and air targets. Crucially, it's designed to be a stealth aircraft, so it will have an incredibly low radar profile. It'll also be controlled via satellite, which means the operator can, in theory, be anywhere on Earth, with the first operational version expected to enter service by the end of the decade. Number 4. Loyal Wingman Drone. Boeing has been working with partners around the world to develop the next generation of unmanned aircraft, and one of the most promising designs is the Loyal Wingman Drone, which had been created in collaboration with the Royal Australian Air Force. It's intended to be used as an escort to manned aircraft and has cost more than $100 million just to get to the prototype stage. According to those involved in the project, it has a theoretical range of 2,300 miles and will be the first military aircraft to be fully designed and built in Australia for more than 50 years. Armed with similar weapon systems to the manned jets it will accompany, the Loyal Wingman Drone will either be operated from the ground or will automatically fly in formation. Flight tests have already begun taking place, and if everything goes to plan, it's hoped that the final design will be able to go into production by 2025, at which point it will significantly enhance the capabilities of the Australian Air Force. They will buy 3 of them to begin with, and Boeing retains the rights to sell them to other nations too, so long as they pass strict security measures to ensure they never fall into the wrong hands. Number 3. The Black Hornet Nano. Because they carry such heavy weaponry and surveillance systems, military drones are far larger than the consumer ones we can buy in the local electronics store. This doesn't mean that militaries only need large aircraft, however. There's also a drive to create a miniaturized version that can sneak into enemy territory without being spotted. Prox Dynamics, a technology company from Norway, has dedicated a huge amount of research and development in the past decade to create a solution for this. And what they came up with was the Black Hornet Nano. At just 4 inches long by 1 inch wide, they are virtually invisible to the enemy and can be used to fly above the battlefield to instantly give situational awareness to the operator. They're also incredibly easy to use, with the manufacturers claiming it takes just 20 minutes to learn how to operate one, and a full charge can be achieved within 25 minutes. A version of the Black Hornet was released in 2014 that was equipped with a night vision camera and various other sensors as well. They could broadcast a live feed up to a mile away, and at least 3,000 of them have been so far delivered to military customers. This is far from the end of the development process, however, and Prox Dynamics has continued to further miniaturize the components they use and increase the flight time. The latest version of the Black Hornet is due to become available soon, and according to recent reports, the U.S. Army has placed an order for 8,000 of them. This isn't something that'll come cheap either. An order for 160 units of a previous model reportedly cost $25 million, so you can only imagine how expensive this new consignment will be. Number 2, the Audi AI Trail. Drones are usually thought of as having either military purposes or on a consumer front, giving the ability to capture stunning images from heights that were previously only possible by hiring a helicopter. We're really only just at the beginning of how the technology can assist us, and companies across all industries have been investigating how they can make use of autonomous aerial vehicles. One of the most surprising prototypes didn't come from a traditional drone manufacturer, but from a company that's best known for making cars. Audi, with the AI Trail, demonstrated in 2019 that drones can be used for far more than recording videos and dropping bombs. And if their concept vehicle is anything to go by, we'll be seeing drones in every avenue of life before you know it. The car itself is a four-wheel drive beast that's designed to be taken off-road at every opportunity. It's forward-thinking, is powered by an electric motor, and has a cabin that looks like it would be more at home on a helicopter than a car. The main selling point of it, though, are the headlights. There are 5 of them, but you won't see them on the front of the car or hidden beneath the hood. Instead, they're attached to the 5 drones that come with it and are launched from a pod on the roof. When it's dark, they'll automatically lift off and will hover in front of the car to light the way ahead. This isn't all they do, though. Have you ever tried walking to your car in complete darkness and struggled to open the door? When the AI Trail senses someone approaching, the drones will illuminate the route to the car and hover at the door until you've entered. They are also, of course, fitted with cameras too, so they will record everything they see on their journey. A lot of people in the tech industry see this drone innovation as the most exciting of them all. Perhaps Audi hasn't fully realized the potential yet, but it shows that there are plenty of different avenues that are yet to be explored. And we may soon all have drones that perform tasks for us in one way or another. Number 1. Hermes 900. The Hermes 900 is a medium-sized drone that was developed and produced by the Israeli-based company Elbit Systems. With a flight time of 30 hours and a maximum altitude of 30,000 feet, it's one of the most commonly used drones by militaries around the world, thanks to a variety of uses. It's primarily a reconnaissance and surveillance aircraft and can be fitted with a wide range of sensors and payloads. After being released in 2012, customers so far have been defense departments around the world that don't have the funds necessary to develop a drone of their own. But this doesn't mean they're cheap. With the price of several $1 million per unit, only those with healthy budgets can even think of buying one. And this has so far prevented non-military departments from looking at their potential uses. This could all be about to change, however. Following a trial in the UK that took place in 2020, the Hermes 900 is so good at its role of surveillance that the idea is to use them for search and rescue operations, particularly at sea, and they have the potential to revolutionize the way emergency services respond to incidents. Natural disasters, for example, often prevent access to the worst-hit regions by road for significant amounts of time, and if a drone could be sent instead, it will allow authorities to assess what help is needed and where. After a successful trial, the British Maritime and Coast Guard Agency looks set to purchase a redesigned version of the drone by 2024, and it probably won't be long until other agencies around the world follow suit. Watch our Vehicles playlist for more top 15 videos about amazing vehicles. Sit back, relax, and binge watch all of our best vehicle videos. Countries around the world spend billions of dollars to build the most cutting-edge airports. Today, we'll be taking a look at the top 15 best airports of the future. Number 15, Luanda International Airport. While many African countries are often left out of the conversation when it comes to economic growth, the truth of the matter is that the world's healthiest emerging countries are located on the continent. As an example of one such market is Angola's capital city of Luanda, which due to increased economic activity is badly in need of a new airport. Thus, Luanda International Airport should be able to fill that need, as when it's completed in 2021 or 2022, it will be able to receive up to 15 million passengers per year. However, when you consider that the $3.2 billion project has already been delayed several times due to financial constraints, and that it's not paid for via taxpayer dollars but is instead entirely financed by China, we wouldn't be surprised if this airport's scheduled opening date continues to be pushed further and further into the future. Number 14, Western Sydney Airport. Few cities are quite as well known as Sydney, as it has a number of attractions that make a world-class spot for tourism. And as you might expect, tourism requires airports. And so, in order to meet demand, the Australian government began construction of the Western Sydney Airport in September of 2018. It's slated to have the first phase open sometime in December of 2026. And once the first stage is complete and its single runway is built, the airport will likely come in at a cost of about $2.7 million. However, the airport has not been without its controversy, as the scandal over the land in which the airport sits on has led to major investigations on allegations of both fraud and corruption by the Australian police. And while this may make for some compelling drama, we just hope that the police are able to get to the bottom of this so the airport can be completed sooner rather than later. Number 13. Pittsburgh International Airport. Every once in a while, an airport will need a facelift, and this certainly rings true for Pittsburgh International. After all, it was built all the way back in 1952, and it's gotten a lot of flack for not only being way too small, but also rather dreary and inefficient. As a result, in 2017, local officials unveiled plans for a $1.1 billion renovation. This renovation is set to not only modernize the terminals, but also make the airport more efficient, which would thus allow the airport to save money in the long run. Best of all, it's to be built by using absolutely no taxpayer dollars, with the funding instead coming entirely from private bonds, grants, passenger facility charges, and revenue from natural gas drilling on airport property. However, while more renovations were supposed to start in 2020, they were put off indefinitely because of the pandemic. Therefore, it's more than likely that the project's intended completion date of 2023 will be pushed far into the future. Number 10. New Central Polish Airport. While Warsaw may not be the first place that comes to mind when you think of major cities, it's nonetheless in need of a new airport. This is because Warsaw's main Frederick Chopin Airport is no longer large enough to take on the amount of travelers that enter the city each year, and hence a new massive facility is being built 40 kilometers southwest of the city. Known as the Central Polish Airport, the plan is that it will start off with 2 runways and a capacity of 40 million passengers per year, and then expand to have 4 runways and a capacity of 100 million passengers per year. And while the project's 2027 due date may seem far away, this airport will certainly be a well-needed addition to the city. Number 11. Navi Mumbai International Airport. Mumbai is easily one of the world's busiest cities, and thus despite having 2 airports already, it gets enough air traffic that it's justified for there to be a third. This has led to the construction of the Navi Mumbai Airport, which is said to have 2 runways, a terminal that spreads over 520,000 square meters, and comes in at a cost of $2.2 billion. As of now, Navi Mumbai is still in its first stage of development, which will allow it to cater to 20 million people per year and be completed in 2021. However, by 2023, it will complete its second stage of development, which should increase its capacity to 90 million and make it a true air traffic hub in the country. However, when you consider that multiple delays have prevented it from opening sooner, we wouldn't be surprised if the airport is completed far behind schedule. Number 10. Singapore Changi Airport. Singapore has become increasingly popular among tourists in recent years, and the expansion of its airport is definitely a testament to this. This is because despite Changi Airport itself being about 40 years old, it has some new additions that are truly catapulting it into the future. The first is a nature-themed entertainment and retail complex known as The Jewel. Fully opened in October of 2019, this expansion is absolutely incredible in terms of its scope, and it not only houses gardens, a hotel, and about 300 retail and dining outlets, but also the Rain Vortex, which holds the record for being the world's tallest and largest indoor waterfall. Yet, while The Jewel is impressive in its own right, it's perhaps overshadowed by the even more expensive Terminal 5 project. Set to be completed somewhere in the mid-2020s at a cost of $10 billion, it's expected to be the airport's most costly project to date, as it will add 3 runways, a network of inter- and intra-terminal tunnels, and an impressive 50 million per person increase to the airport's yearly capacity. Therefore, Singapore Changi will likely be one of the world's best airports upon its completion. Number 9. LaGuardia Airport. New York's LaGuardia Airport isn't exactly known for being world-class, as visitors often complain that it's cramped, crowded, technologically backwards, and almost devoid of anything interesting to do while waiting for a flight. However, New York state government hopes to fix some of these issues by teaming up with a number of private companies in order to create a new and improved LaGuardia. Now, the project is expected to cost $8 billion and be completed in 2025. It will essentially consist of a number of capacity upgrades, and in particular, the plan is to add 2 new terminals, extend LaGuardia's current runways, and add various new transport options to better connect LaGuardia to the rest of New York City. This should help increase LaGuardia's passenger capacity considerably, as in its current state, it's far from able to accommodate the 30 million passengers that go through its gates every year. Therefore, we hope that everything goes to plan so that this much-needed upgrade can occur ASAP. We're constantly adding more people to the Top 5's production team to bring you all the best content. Be sure to subscribe with notifications on and hit the like button. Number 8. Newark Liberty International Airport. While New Jersey's Newark Liberty may often play second fiddle to LaGuardia, the truth of the matter is that it is essential at helping manage New York's hectic air traffic. However, like LaGuardia, it's also in need of a major facelift. After all, despite being one of the busiest airports in the U.S., it's far too small to handle all the traffic that goes through it. And due to this and some of its other issues, it's been often dubbed as the worst airport in the United States. As a result, a $2.7 billion overhaul is currently underway, with the idea that it will replace some of Newark Liberty's older terminals in order to create a new structure, known as Terminal 1. This new structure is set to be absolutely massive in size, as it will have 3 piers, 33 gates, additional parking structures, food courts, and central arrivals and departures building. And while the development plans for the structure have been somewhat delayed thanks to the COVID-19 pandemic, the hope is that the entire project will be completed by late 2021. Number 7. Long Tran International Airport. When you think of Vietnam, it's more than likely that not images of Agent Orange, Viet Cong soldiers, and American troops come to mind. However, the truth of the matter is that Vietnam has gotten far past the woes of the Vietnam War, and it has instead experienced a massive economic boom. In fact, the 22 million person strong Ho Chi Minh City easily being one of Southeast Asia's fastest growing hotspots. And while this has been great for the economy, it hasn't exactly been so great for the city's air traffic. This is because there's currently only one airport in all of Ho Chi Minh City, and even with that being said, it operates well above capacity. However, Long Tran should help alleviate these pressures, as the plan is that the airport will have enough space to eventually include 4 runways and serve over 100 million passengers annually. However, this plan is definitely quite ambitious, with construction having begun this year and the airport's first runway being slated to be completed by 2025. However, when you consider that it will have beautiful architectural designs, great restaurants, and cover a massive 50 square kilometers, when all is said and done, we truly think that Long Tran will end up being an incredible airport. Number 6. Al Maktoum International Airport. Dubai is known to be a city on the rise, and Al Maktoum International Airport is certainly on par with Dubai's high-flying aspirations. This is because while this airport has been relatively small since its 2010 opening, there have been concerted efforts to expand it in order to take some of the pressure off the city's main airport, Dubai International. Now, the very first stages of the expansion have already been completed and have allowed the airport to have the capacity to handle 26.5 million passengers per year. However, a new 2-phase expansion project is now in the works to make the airport even larger. Now, the first phase is set to increase the airport's capacity by 90 million passengers per year, with this being facilitated by the addition of a new 165,000 square meter terminal, 2 385,000 square meter satellite concourses, 2 4.5-kilometer runways, and 6 train lines. Then Phase 2 will essentially make a second copy of the additions in Phase 1, with this addition instead adding an additional 65 million passengers per year to the airport's capacity. As a result, if these plans are realized by their 2027 deadline, Al Maktoum International Airport will soon become the largest airport in the world. However, when you consider that there has been significant delays thus far, this may not end up being the case. Number 5. Chengdu Tianfu International Airport. While the city of Chengdu, China, may not be all that familiar to those from the West, it is in fact a prime candidate for a new airport. That's because this city, which is located in central China, is easily one of the fastest growing in the country, as it facilitates a lot of the trade between China's agricultural firms and the rest of the world. As of now, the 18 million strong city of Chengdu is served by one single airport known as the Chengdu Shuanglu International Airport, with this hub being responsible for the movement of about 55 million passengers in 2019, making it amongst the 25 busiest airports in the world and the 4th busiest in all of China. As a result, it should come as no surprise that the city of Chengdu is in need of a new airport. And this is where Chengdu Tianfu comes into the picture. Located 51 kilometers southeast of Chengdu's city center, it is set to have 6 level 4F runways, 2 terminal buildings, and the capacity to facilitate 80 to 100 million people per year. The airport is set to be in the shape of a sunbird, which is a mythical creature that's a mascot of sorts for the city. It will cover an area of over 330,000 square meters, which is the equivalent to approximately 46 standard football fields. And the buildings themselves will likely have 5 floors above ground and 2 below. As you might expect, these floors will be filled with restaurants and shops for travelers to wait. And in the future, the Chinese government hopes to connect various high-speed railway lines to the airport. Best of all, with Chengdu Tianfu being expected to open in 2021, it won't be long till jet-setters will be able to enjoy this $11 billion airport. Number 4. Beijing Daxing Airport. While Beijing's Daxing Airport may have already been completed, its futuristic design earns it a spot on this list. Now, in all fairness, it was completed quite recently, with it commencing operations on September 26 of 2019, after almost 5 years of construction. In terms of size and scope, it is absolutely massive, as its terminal comes in at 700,000 square meters and fans out into a 6-sided starfish pattern. For reference, this not only means that it covers an area of land that's the approximate size of 98 soccer fields, but also it's considered to be the world's largest single-building airport terminal. Additionally, it costs an incredible $11 billion to build, and by 2025 it's expected to handle about 72 million passengers per year and 300 takeoffs per hour, which would make it the largest airport in the world by far. However, it is the airport's features that truly set it apart. That's because it sports an impressive collection of 400 self-service check-in kiosks, biometric scanners to check for prohibited items, and smart security checks in order to help shorten queuing times. Inside the core, all wings of the airport lead to an extensive atrium that's supported by 8 giant C-shaped pillars, with each supporting a 100-meter-wide skylight at the top to let in natural light. Yet what's most impressive is that the designers intend for the airport to practically be a miniature city, as it has over 70 restaurants, 5G cellular connection, interactive LED screen art, and a plethora of retail options. Therefore, we wouldn't be surprised if Beijing Daxing becomes a tourist attraction in its own right once the pandemic is over. Number 3. General Felipe Ángeles International Airport. While most of the airports on this list have elicited a lot of excitement, by most accounts, this airport has been part of a rather frustrating process. Why, you may ask? Well, you see, a completely different airport known as the New International Airport of Mexico City was originally supposed to be built instead. However, the project was not only slated to be built in a very unsuitable location, but it was also mired in corruption, as billions of government dollars were misappropriated while giving out contracts to builders. This caused current Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador to cancel it and begin construction of a new airport known as the General Felipe Ángeles International Airport at the existing Santa Lucia Air Base in 2019. And while this new airport has also been mired in controversy and is set to cost about $3.5 billion, it will hopefully be able to accommodate about 20.5 million passengers per year, with it being slated to be completed in 2022. However, only time will tell if this whole process really goes as smoothly as has been advertised. Yet the airport has been engaging in some pretty questionable practices during its construction. Most notably, despite the COVID-19 pandemic, the Mexican government has considered the airport to be a top priority and as such created about 39,000 jobs by making laborers work on site all day, every day, by a series of 3 8-hour shifts. Unfortunately, this led to 4 confirmed cases, 37 suspected cases, and 4 deaths among the workers at the site to date. To make matters worse, the building process has been completely slowed down due to the fact that more than 200 woolly mammoth skeletons have been found on site, meaning that the construction has had to periodically stop in order for excavations to be completed. Therefore, it goes without saying that this project has been a real headache for airport planners since day one. Number 2. Berlin-Brandenburg Airport. Berlin is easily one of Europe's most important cities, as the German capital is responsible for a large share of the economic activity that occurs across the Eurozone. Yet its lack of large airports have made it miss out on a lot of the air traffic that a city of its caliber should have, and as a result, Berlin-Brandenburg was planned as a solution to this problem. Made in order to replace the Soviet-era Berlin-Tegel and Berlin-Schofield airports, construction began in 2006, yet it proved to be a lot more disastrous than you might expect. This is because despite originally being slated to cost just $2.3 billion, the expenses ballooned so much that it ended up costing about $7 billion. And this was made worse by the fact that despite being scheduled to be completed in 2012, the airport didn't open until October 31st of 2020. As such, Brandenburg Airport has been a major headache to many of those involved in its construction. Yet this still begs the question as to why the airport ran into so many issues. Well, it appears that immediately before its 2012 opening, planners realized that the airport was in shambles. After all, many of its automatic doors had no electricity, several of its escalators were too short, and perhaps most worryingly of all, the airport had a smoke extraction system that was so complex yet ineffective that it was dubbed the Monster. Thus, what was supposed to be the delay of a few months ended up being a delay of several years. However, that doesn't mean that it's all bad news for Berlin. This is because now that Berlin-Brandenburg is open, the city will be able to process about 40 million passengers per year and close down its two older airports. To top this off, Berlin-Brandenburg is reportedly a pretty nice building and has amenities that far outclass those found at Berlin's previous two airports. Therefore, we just hope that Berlin-Brandenburg experiences no further problems from here on out. Number 1. Midfield Terminal. Abu Dhabi has grown exponentially in the last few years, and as such, the demand for flights into the city has grown alongside it. Yet Abu Dhabi is a city known to divulge itself in luxury, and as such, a new yet simple airport wouldn't exactly do the trick. As a result, the city has instead decided to expand to the already existing Abu Dhabi International Airport with a building and improved terminal that would put most modern airports to shame. Known as Midfield Terminal, this addition will be able to support an additional 30 million passengers upon opening, with this figure possibly increasing to 60 million if more upgrades are to be built. This will be achieved thanks to the fact that its piers will accommodate up to 65 aircraft, handle an additional 8,500 passengers per hour, and will be able to process over 19,000 bags per hour, thanks to its 22 kilometers of conveying lines and 10 reclaim carousels. However, these improvements will also be met with some luxury additions, as there's currently 10,000 square meters of space set aside for international restaurants and cafes, and 27,000 square meters set aside for airline hospitality lounges, a transit hotel, and even a heritage and culture museum. As a result, Midfield Terminal will truly be one of a kind. Yet while this all may sound great, many are worried that the project may not be completed in the foreseeable future. This is despite being scheduled to open in July of 2017. Its opening since has been pushed back several times, so that the current starting date for the airport operations is set to be somewhere in the mid-late to 2021. As a result, with the COVID pandemic looming, many are not sure even if whether to improve the lives of citizens or simply to push the boundaries of what's possible. For thousands of years, there have always been a number of huge construction projects taking place somewhere around the world. As technologies improve, it's now happening more often than ever. Here are 15 amazing mega projects currently under construction. Number 15. Chuo Shinkansen, Japan. Japan is known for having the world's fastest and most reliable train network, but not ones to rest on their laurels. They're currently embarking on a massive project to build a further 178 miles of track at an estimated cost of $85 billion. That's almost $500 million for every mile. Of course, this is no ordinary rail line, and is a new stretch of the maglev system that will initially connect Tokyo with Nagoya, and then for the next stage continue to Osaka. Allowing trains to travel at up to 311 miles an hour, it'll slash the current transport time and will take just 40 minutes to cover the initial 178 miles. Amazingly, more than 90% of this first stage will be made up of tunnels under the Japanese Alps, which is why it has such a huge construction cost. The line, known as the Chuo Shinkansen, is seen as the culmination of Japan's development of maglev trains that began in the early 1970s. It'll run the latest model of train called the L0 series, that currently holds the world record for the fastest manned train. For the trains to travel this fast, the track has to be incredibly smooth and straight, with a minimum curve radius of 26,000 feet, and at most an inclination of 1 in 25. After construction began in 2014, the first stage is expected to be complete and open for the first commercial services in 2027, with the second phase planned to open by 2037. When it does, it'll easily be the fastest train service in the world, and be sure to keep Japan ahead of the rest for decades to come. Number 14. Mos, Venice. People first began living in the region that's now Venice around 3,000 years ago, and it's since become one of the cultural centers of the world. Built on a group of 118 small islands within the Venetian lagoon that are connected by canals and more than 400 bridges, it's one of the most beautiful and unusual cities on the planet. In recent years, however, as a result of aging infrastructure, the city has begun to face a serious problem. It's slowly sinking. This, combined with rising sea levels, means that Venice faces the threat of flooding like never before. And while there are records of citizens taking action to avoid floods more than 600 years ago, something more drastic is now needed. In 2003, it was decided that to solve the problem once and for all, the Mos project would be built. It consists of a series of 78 mobile gates in strategic places at the Lido, Malamocco, and Chioggia inlets that will be able to rise and temporarily prevent tidal surges entering the Venetian lagoon from the Adriatic Sea. When it's complete, the system should, in theory, be able to protect the city from tidal surges of up to almost 10 feet. Construction began in 2003, and it was first successfully demonstrated in July of 2020. After originally being planned to be finished by 2011, then 2018, it's now hoped that Mos will be fully operational by the end of 2021, at a total estimated cost of $6.7 billion. Number 13. High-Speed Railway, California. The Californian High-Speed Railway is one of the most controversial mega projects in U.S. history, not because of what it's aiming to achieve, but because of the escalating costs and mismanagement that's taken place since the project was approved. The idea is that it will connect Anaheim with Union Station in central LA and the Transit Center in San Francisco and allow passengers to travel 380 miles in just 2 hours and 40 minutes. With a dedicated track, the trains will be able to speed up to 220 miles an hour in some sections, and it will be the first time there's been a direct rail route between the cities since 1971. When the project was first authorized in 2008, the projected costs amounted to around $33 billion, with a completion date set for 2028. Things haven't entirely gone to plan, however. Construction began in 2015, but as the result of delays, the current estimated cost is $98 billion, and the full route isn't expected to be open to passengers until at least 2033. As things stand, the 24-station rail line is still being built, but with concerns for any future cost rises, there are now mounting calls for it to be canceled and for alternatives to be looked at instead. Number 12. Great Garuda, Jakarta, Indonesia. Jakarta, which is the capital city of Indonesia, is one of the most populated urban areas in the world, with more than 10 million residents in the city itself, with a further 23 million people living in the wider metro area. This is proving to be somewhat of a problem because of where it's located on a flat coastal basin that's around 23 feet above sea level, and several regions that are below the natural water level. This means that particularly during monsoon season, the city is prone to extreme flooding. In 2007, a storm caused terrible flooding that killed 76 people and displaced 500,000. The problems aren't purely natural either, because the city has also been found to be sinking at a rate of around 3 or 4 inches per year simply because of the weight of the skyscrapers and other structures that are being built there. It was therefore decided that to solve a problem caused by engineering would require some radical engineering of its own, and this led to the creation of the Great Garuda Project. With construction beginning in 2014, it's essentially a huge seawall around the coast, along with a water reservoir and land reclamation project. At an estimated cost of $40 billion, the 20 to 25 mile long wall will actually be so big that it'll create a new 4,000-hectare space that'll be filled with a new airport, harbor, residential area, and industrial complex. This waterfront city will also involve the construction of 17 artificial islands and provide space for a further 2 million inhabitants. It is an incredible feat of engineering and ingenuity, and it's expected to be finished by the mid to late 2020s. It isn't without controversy, however, but when the alternative is remaining subject to unpredictable storms, the vast majority of Indonesians are fully in favor of it. Number 11. The 30-meter telescope, Hawaii. As our observation and understanding of the universe increases, scientists require even more powerful and sensitive equipment to allow them to see further and clearer than ever before. This involves a combination of space telescopes and those on Earth, but there are very few places where the atmosphere is suitable enough to look out into the night sky. A collaboration between research facilities around the world has set up an organization called the TMT International Observatory, and they are currently in the process of constructing a 30-meter telescope, which will be the largest of its kind on the planet and allows scientists to observe wavelengths between near ultraviolet and mid-infrared. It will significantly expand our sky-gazing capabilities, and while construction began in 2014, it's still possible that it'll never be completed. That's because the location chosen for the new observatory is Mount Mauna Kea in Hawaii. From a scientific perspective, it's ideal. It's at altitude, the atmosphere is perfect, and there's very little light pollution nearby. But in making the decision, they overlooked one major element. The mountain is one of the most sacred places in Native American culture. This has led to a series of protests against the telescope's construction, which have led to serious delays while the authorities keep insisting that work will resume and it'll be completed within a matter of years. You can't help but wonder if this mega project should have ever been started in the first place. Number 10. The Great Man-Made River Project, Libya. Covered in large swaths of sand and desert, Libya was once one of the more inhospitable countries in Africa. While its former leader Muammar Gaddafi was a tyrant who was involved in countless human rights abuses and the support of international terrorism, he arguably did one good thing for the country, what is known as the Great Man-Made River Project. Prospectors who were looking for oil in the 1950s accidentally came across a resource that's arguably much more valuable to the residents of Libya, a huge ancient underground source of water. Plans for the GMRP began in the 1960s with the idea of transporting this water around the country to support farms and communities, and the first of 5 stages began construction in 1984. It's the longest-running mega project of current times, and while it's been held up by political difficulties in the country, the main reason for this is simply the sheer scope of what's being done. So far, there are more than 1,750 miles of underground pipes and 1,300 wells, and the network is responsible for providing 1.7 billion gallons of fresh water each day to the main cities and various rural areas in the country. It's a project that has an estimated cost of $25 billion, which is reportedly a quarter of the cost that building equivalent capacity desalination plants would involve. And once the 5th stage is completed, it'll be by far the largest connected network of pipes and aqueducts in the world. Number 9. Jubail 2, Saudi Arabia. The Saudi Arabian city of Jubail is located on the Arabian Gulf Coast and was the location of a huge infrastructure project that has resulted in the development of the largest industrial city in the world. Authorities weren't finished by achieving that feat, however, and have now embarked on a further $80 billion for the so-called Jubail 2, which is a further extension to the city. The project involves building 530 miles of roads, 60 bridges, and by 2026, a further 50,000 residential units for workers. Huge expense is being put into installing water systems and utilities to provide for the homes and the industrial buildings. When completed, we'll see the industrial city more than double in size. The sheer scale of this project is almost unbelievable, and the most surprising thing is that the price is simply for the basic infrastructure. The government won't be building the factories or facilities themselves, and are instead simply creating a well-supplied location with the hope that private companies will decide to invest and build their own structures there. If it were anywhere else in the world, it would be seen as crazy to develop this larger region in one go. But since Jubail has already proven to be a success, it's more than likely that Jubail 2 will be as well. We're constantly adding more people to the Top 5's production team to bring you all the best content. Be sure to subscribe with notifications on and hit the like button. Number 8. UBS Arena, New York. The past few years have seen a number of mega project stadiums opening around the world, and particularly in the US. After the events of 2020, there aren't many plans by teams to take on such huge financial commitments, but there is still one in process of construction, the UBS Arena in New York. With an estimated cost of $1.5 billion, it will become the new home of the New York Islanders NHL team. Built on a plot next to the Belmont Park racetrack, the up to 19,000 capacity venue will be a mixed-use complex for hockey games and concerts, but will also feature a 350,000 square foot retail and entertainment village, a 250-room hotel, and 10,000 square feet of office space. It will be at the forefront of arena design, with the largest scoreboard in New York, 5G and Wi-Fi connection designed to accommodate large crowds, theatrical lighting, an ICE video projection system, and the latest design audio system. The hope is that the venue will bring added investment to the area and will become a world-famous facility in its own right. Incredibly, after beginning construction in 2019 and having to temporarily pause work in 2020, it's still expected to be complete in time for the beginning of the hockey season in 2021. Number 7. Crossrail, London. London is home to the world's oldest underground railway system, and as anyone who's traveled on it knows, it shows. While the trains may be newer, the network often runs at full capacity, and with increasing numbers of residents and visitors to the city, a long overdue expansion is currently being built. It's known as Crossrail, and will ultimately connect 41 stations from Heathrow Airport in the west to stations far out on the east side of the city. It'll be called the Elizabeth Line after the Queen, and it's hoped that the new connection will not only provide easier routes for residents served by the stations, but will also alleviate pressure from other lines to make them operate more efficiently too. As with many mega projects, however, Crossrail hasn't exactly kept to schedule or cost. Work began on the 13 miles of twin-bore tunnels in 2009 and was originally meant to be finished by 2018 at a cost of around $16 billion. Recent visitors to the city will know it hasn't opened yet, and it's now expected to be only finished by 2022 at a now estimated cost of $26 billion. Number 6. South-North Water Transfer Project, China. As such a vast country, Chinese residents face varying challenges depending on where they live. In the south, for example, there's far more available water than in the north, and this has severely limited how much food can be grown and how many people can be supported in northern regions. To overcome this problem, it was decided that the country would embark upon one of the biggest engineering projects in human history, what's known as the South-North Water Transfer Project. The idea behind it is simple. The project will transport 44 billion cubic meters of water from the Yangtze River in southern China to the drier regions in the north. But of course, this isn't as easy as it sounds. To do this requires the construction of 3 canal networks, which are expectedly called the Eastern Route, the Central Route, and the Western Route. More than 1/3 people throughout the country have had to be relocated to make way for the new canals, and so far more than $79 billion have been spent on the project. More than 1,500 miles of canals have been built, and while the central section is complete, the Eastern Route is still under construction, and the Western Route is still in the planning stages because of the risk of diverting water from other communities. Number 5. Klang Valley Rapid Mass Transport Project, Malaysia. The Klang Valley Rapid Mass Transport Project is the latest in a long line of schemes to connect the Malaysian city of Kuala Lumpur with the wider area around it. With an estimated cost of $50 billion, the original idea was for a 3-line rapid mass transit system that involves a circle line looping around the city itself with 2 radial lines that intersect it. When fully complete, it's hoped that the new lines will dramatically reduce congestion throughout the region and connect it together to form a huge megapolis that's referred to as Greater Kuala Lumpur. The first radial line, the Kajang Line, opened in 2016, at which point attention focused on building the second. Things have generally gone to plan, and after 5 years of construction, it's expected to offer services on the core of the route in 2021 and should be fully operational the following year. By that time, there will be a total of 64 miles of new track and 66 new stations, but for the moment, the original plan of the Circle Loop line has been put on hold. As of 2018, it was deemed too expensive and unlikely to solve the problems it was designed to alleviate. But there are still plans to revisit the idea once the second line is complete, so the full vision may still one day become a reality. Number 4. The Jeddah Tower. The Burj Khalifa is currently the tallest building in the world, but it may not be long until it loses its crown, because an even bigger one is currently being built in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. Known as the Jeddah Tower, the intent is for it to be the first in the world that's taller than 1 kilometer, or 3,281 feet, and it'll be the centerpiece of a wider development of the city. Construction on the tower began in 2013, and with an estimated cost of $1.2 billion, everything was going to plan until 2018. At the time, when it was about 1/3 complete, labor issues forced works to be put on hold, and while they were planned to resume in 2020, it was deemed too risky to encourage large number of workers to enter the country. The structure seems to be indefinitely paused, but it's hoped that one day construction will resume. If it does, the completed structure will be one of the most advanced buildings on Earth. New technologies have had to be designed specifically for the tower, such as high-speed elevators, air circulation systems, and mechanisms to prevent it from swaying too much. Because it's so tall, no elevator will go from ground floor to the top, and instead people will have to transfer in dedicated sky lounges. It will also be home to the highest observation deck in the world, at a height of 2,000 feet. And this will have high-speed elevators for guests that travel at 22 miles an hour in either direction. Number 3. The Baihatan Dam, China. In 2012, the Three Gorges Dam in China became the largest hydroelectric facility in the world, and the country is now building a new one that will take second place on the list. Known as the Baihetan Dam, it's being constructed on the Jinsha River in southwest China. Planned to cost around $6 billion, work began in 2017, and it's expected to enter operation by 2022. When complete, the dam will be 909 feet tall, 43 feet wide at the top, and 236 feet wide at the base. The reservoir that forms behind it will hold up to 18 million cubic meters of water in it. This will channel through 16 turbines, each of which will have a maximum output of 1,000 megawatts, which will mean that the dam's total production is expected to be around 16,000 megawatts. With a regular flow of water, unlike the Three Gorges Dam, the Baihetan Dam should produce more than 60 terawatt-hours each year, which will have a significant impact on the surrounding cities that it will supply. Number 2. The Palmeraie, Scottsdale, USA. The demand for secure residential estates full of luxurious homes, facilities, and security is increasing, and to satisfy that demand, there's a huge project underway in Scottsdale, Arizona. Known as the Palmeraie, it's a $2 billion development that will see the creation of a luxury shopping resort, upscale offices, a Ritz-Carlton hotel, and 81 residential units. All the buildings on site will have ionized air throughout to ensure it's clean of all airborne germs, and everything operates on a touchless system, meaning at all the entry points, means of transport, and interactions will be controlled remotely. It'll also be home to the longest resort pool in North America, but living there won't be cheap. Condo-style homes begin at $1.6 million, while family-size units have a starting price of $5 million. The first phase of the project is expected to be complete by 2021, and the second phase should be finished by 2022, so at least there's some time left to try to raise the funds. Number 1. New Cairo Capital, Egypt. Cairo in Egypt is one of the most famous ancient cities on Earth, having been the capital city of the country for thousands of years. It's a place steeped in history, but that isn't necessarily suitable for it to becoming a commercial hub in the modern world. So rather than replacing the variety of monuments, the decision has instead been made to build an entirely new administrative capital, around 28 miles to the east of Cairo. It will be the new administrative and financial capital of the country, and where government departments, embassies, and a range of other company headquarters will be based. At a cost of $45 billion, it will be a smart city with the latest technologies incorporated into every aspect of life. It's thought that it will soon have a population of between 6 and 7 million people and will feature a central park, several artificial lakes, at least 2,000 schools and colleges, 663 hospitals and clinics, and 1,250 mosques. There will also be a theme park that's planned to be 4 times bigger than Disneyland, a new airport, several solar energy farms, and a 90,000-seat soccer stadium. It's hoped that the city will be virtually finished by the end of 2022, but some of the government departments have already moved into their new locations. By doing this, the intent is that congestion in Old Cairo will be significantly reduced so it can welcome a larger number of tourists, and New Cairo will become a destination in its own right too. Watch our future playlist for more top 15 videos about the future. Sit back, relax, and binge watch all of our best future-related videos. Super-powered foods, ultra-effective medicines, and bizarre living creations. There are thousands of products that we use on a daily basis that are genetically engineered. And today, we're taking a look at 15 incredible genetic engineering modifications. Number 15. Spider goats. Although spiders and goats may be two animals that have almost nothing in common, scientists can genetically engineer them to be much closer to each other than they may seem. You see, for years, scientists have been trying to harvest spider silk due to its status as a super material. However, when they tried to set up spider farms, these territorial animals would simply kill each other and thus not produce all that much silk. To solve this problem, scientists began inserting a spider's dragline silk gene into goats in such a way that the goats would only make the protein in their milk. This led to some of the goats producing milk that was filled with the silky material, thus opening up the possibility for wide-scale production. However, amidst growing concerns from animal rights and anti-GMO activists, the project was shut down in 2013. Yet only time will tell if this technology will one day be reincarnated. Number 14. medicinal chicken eggs. While many of us wake up in the morning and make ourselves a hearty breakfast of eggs and toast, eating eggs may soon take on a whole new medicinal meaning. That's because in 2017, Japanese researchers were able to successfully begin breeding chickens that produce interferon beta, which is a protein that's known to fight diseases such as cancer and hepatitis. They were able to do this by inserting genes that produce interferon beta into chicken sperm, and this eventually led to female chickens being born that laid eggs with this protein. This is a big deal because of conventional injections can often cost several hundreds of dollars, and this method could cut the price of this cancer-fighting agent by as much as 90%. Therefore, we hope these eggs begin entering mass production sooner rather than later. Number 13. Purple tomatoes. While purple tomatoes may not sound all that appetizing, the truth of the matter is that they're far better for you than their regular red counterparts. That's because genetically modified purple tomatoes have higher amounts of anthocyanins, which are an antioxidant found in blueberries, blackberries, and plums. This not only gives these tomatoes their purple color, but more importantly also gives them the ability to help fight cancer. Now, to be clear, we're not saying that a purple tomato could serve as a standalone treatment. However, what they can do is provide your body with greater protection while not sacrificing their classic tomato flavor. Thus, while they haven't been approved yet to enter the wider market, they have the potential to be an amazing product going forward. Number 12. Human breast milk. When it comes to child rearing, it's almost universally agreed upon that human breast milk is better than cow's milk. Yet there are many women out there that simply can't lactate, and thus researchers in China have dairy cows that can make milk almost identical to what's produced in the human breast. In 2003, researchers from the China Agricultural University introduced human genetic coding into the DNA of Holstein dairy cow embryos, and after doing so, they transferred the embryos into cow surrogates. According to Professor Li Nong, who was one of the lead researchers of the project, this genetically modified cow's milk was, quote, 80% the same as human breast milk, end quote. In particular, the milk had proteins and antibodies typically found in breast milk, making this modified milk a better option than cow's milk. However, whether or not it ever passed China's approval process or went into mass production is still unclear. Number 11. BT cotton. Cotton is easily one of the world's most important organic materials, as it's an essential ingredient of the creation of textiles. Yet cotton plants are quite vulnerable to bollworms, which can attack and destroy cotton crops rather quickly. Thus, in the past couple of decades, most of the world's cotton producers have used transgenes to insert the gene coding for Bt toxin into the tissues of cotton plants. This natural insecticide has been crucial in making the cotton plants much more resilient, as it not only protects against the larvae of moths, butterflies, beetles, cotton bollworms, and flies, but does so without having negative impacts on the health of any other organisms. As a result, GMO cotton now makes up about 94% of the world's total cotton crop. Number 10. Glow-in-the-dark cats. While cute, fluffy kittens can make anyone's day a little brighter, glow-in-the-dark cats can physically achieve that same effect. First made in 2011, these kittens were created by inserting green fluorescent proteins, or GFP, into their DNA. And while this may seem a little silly at first, the reason why the scientists chose to do this was because GFP could serve as a great marker for other DNA inserts. In other words, by inserting GFP along with their gene of choice, they could easily see if they were successful because the cat would glow. With this in mind, they chose to insert genes that were resistant to FIV, which is very similar to HIV in humans. The results were astounding, as the glow-in-the-dark proteins were able to prove that the gene insertion had been successful. Better yet, upon further testing, they found that the anti-FIV genes also had been reproduced in future generations of kittens. Therefore, scientists hope to use these great results to help find a way in which similar anti-HIV genes could be inserted into humans. Number 9. Atrin. While it's highly unlikely that you were one of the 1 in 5,000 Americans who suffers from antithrombin deficiency, the solution that scientists have found in order to treat the disease is absolutely incredible. Now, antithrombin is essentially a blood clot regulator, and thus being deficient in it can lead to sufferers experiencing severe blood clots during events such as surgeries and pregnancies. Traditionally, this was treated using products derived from human blood. Yet with blood donation demand far outweighing supply, sufferers were often left waiting if they needed to get a hold of some. Thus, the creators of Atrin chose to get around this issue by turning to genetically modified goat's milk. This works by genetically engineering the goats so they have a segment of DNA into their genes with the instructions for the goat to produce human antithrombin in its milk. The human antithrombin is then extracted from the goat's milk to manufacture Atrin. This is beneficial for all involved, as it causes absolutely no harm to the goats, while transmitted diseases from blood clotting products. Yet the beneficiaries of Atrin go far beyond the sufferers themselves, as Atrin is the first FDA-approved product to come from the milk of genetically modified animals. We hope that this innovative form of medicine creation can be replicated far into the future. We are constantly adding more people to the Top 5's production team to bring you all the best content. Be sure to subscribe with notifications on and hit the like button. Number 8. The EnviroPig. As you might imagine, pig poop is pretty gross. After all, not only is it quite smelly, but it also contains large amounts of phosphorus, which can find its way into nearby water bodies and contaminate them with algae. Yet the scientists behind the EnviroPig attempted to solve this problem by inserting a gene into pigs that made them better able to digest the phosphorus in their food, which in turn caused them to emit less of it in their poop. At first, this project got some serious financial backing by Ontario Pork, which is an organization of pig farmers in the Canadian province of Ontario. However, the group ran into problems when it became clear that no producers were willing to breed EnviroPigs. This was then made worse by the fact that the Canadian government refused to approve them for consumption, and as a result, all of the animals in the EnviroPig herd were killed, while their semen was maintained in case a company wanted to purchase it in the future. Thus, while this was more of an unfortunate ending for such a promising project, we just hope that more widespread acceptance of genetically modified animals such as the EnviroPig becomes a reality sometime soon. Number 7. GMO trees. Climate change is easily the single biggest threat to human existence, and as a result, many have been looking for innovative ways in order to mitigate its effects. And while alternative energy and minimalist campaigns have been all the rage recently, GMO trees are emerging as a new way in which carbon emissions can be mitigated. The idea behind GMO trees is that they can be genetically engineered to grow larger, develop faster, be more resistant to disease, and better able to absorb carbon in their non-GMO counterparts. This would allow new trees to be more efficient carbon absorbers, as regular trees typically take hundreds of years in order to become mature enough to take in considerable quantities of carbon. Thus, the research into creation of the superpowered trees has been ongoing. Yet another possible solution could be to engineer trees that could create solid carbon blocks. While this may sound a little strange, it may in fact be possible to tinker with a tree's carbon cycle so that it would turn carbon into a solid, powder-like calcium carbonate. The hope is this would then fall to the ground and be harvested as raw material. However, as of now, no GMO trees have been approved for widespread planting, as many worry these new trees may disrupt current ecosystems. However, when you consider that their net benefit has the potential to far outweigh their ill effects, we think that more research should be done so we can begin to mass-produce these high-tech trees. Number 6. Arctic apples. While apples are a snack-time favorite for many, unsightly brown spots and discoloration cause about 40% of purchased apples to simply be thrown into the trash. Thus, in order to combat this concerning trend, scientists began to tackle the discoloration problem by creating genetically modified variants of Golden Delicious, Granny Smith, and Fuji apples. Apples brown in the first place largely thanks to reactions between the polyphenols and PPO enzymes naturally found within apples. Generally speaking, polyphenols and PPO enzymes stay apart. However, when an apple's cut, they're exposed to oxygen and begin to react. This causes their trademark brown color, which while looking rather gross is actually completely edible. Yet Arctic apples are able to do away with this browning, thanks to the fact that scientists can simply stop them from producing PPO enzymes. This is done by using a natural biological process known as RNAi, as certain RNAi sequences can recognize and destroy the molecular instructions that allow for PPO production. More specifically, when anti-PPO RNAi sequences are collected, they can be inserted into apple seeds in order to stop them from being able to brown. Best of all, once this is done, there are no ill effects to the consumer, as the apples taste exactly the same and have the same nutritional content. When you consider the Arctic apples have just recently received FDA approval, we hope they can become widespread as soon as possible. Number 5. The rainbow papaya. Of all the fruit out there, none are quite like the papaya. After all, not only is their interior full of black seeds, but they have an orange, sticky flesh that is super sweet and very delicious. However, by the early 1980s, we almost lost this fantastic fruit forever when a disease known as papaya ring spot virus swept papaya plantations around the globe. It had first originated in Hawaii in the 1940s, and it wasn't long until it began to spread. Yet while hurried research was conducted through the 1970s and 80s, it wasn't until 1991 that Dr. Dennis Gonsalves discovered a genetically modified papaya in a lab in Geneva that was immune to the disease. His timing couldn't have been any better, as despite his potential solution, Hawaii's papaya industry was on the brink of collapse. After all, by 1998, the island had lost half of its papaya crop, and the sector's prospects weren't looking good. Yet on May 1st of 1998, after years of testing and regulatory approvals, Hawaii's public sector began to distribute rainbow papaya seeds to papaya growers at no cost. This had an immediate positive effect, as not only did the new GMO papaya trees produce far more fruit than their diseased counterparts, but by 2012 they made up about 90% of Hawaii's papaya production. Many critics argue that GMOs weren't the right solution to this problem. However, the truth of the matter is that there are still no organic or conventional methods to prevent papaya ring spot disease. Therefore, this GMO papaya allowed the livelihoods of Hawaii's papaya farmers to continue, and as such, Dr. Gonsalves is rightfully considered to be a hero by many Hawaiians. Number 4. CRISPR cows. For many, the idea of having genetically modified beef and dairy cows may seem like a daunting proposition. However, GMO company CRISPR is able to take the semen of a male cow and genetically modify it so that generations of stronger, healthier cows can be created. Now, there are a handful of very specific problems that CRISPR is trying to tackle with their cows. The first is the issue of dehorning. Generally speaking, it's necessary for dairy cows to be dehorned at a young age, as their horns can easily hurt other cows or gore their handlers in the blink of an eye. However, the current way of doing this is generally pretty painful, as the horns have to be burned off in order to ensure that they don't grow back. Yet CRISPR can solve this problem by giving newborn calves a dominant allele gene so they don't grow horns, meaning that those dairy cows would be genetically rather than physically dehorned. Another major issue that CRISPR could tackle is the incidence of viruses. Believe it or not, about 20% of the world's cattle die of disease every single year, causing a massive strain on the industry and leaving behind a lot of unusable beef. In order to combat this, CRISPR is working on producing tuberculosis-resistant cattle, which could make this 20% figure significantly smaller. This would be of massive benefit to the beef industry, as it would lead to less waste and a greater quantity of beef being sold on world markets. Yet current regulations are making it extremely difficult for CRISPR cows to be created. This is because there's widespread fear surrounding genetic modification of cows, and as such they have to undergo copious amounts of testing in order to be approved for consumption. Therefore, unless governments begin to realize that genetic modifications have virtually no drawbacks, many of the issues cows continue to face will likely remain. Number 3. Aqua Advantage salmon. While various species of salmon exist, Aqua Advantage salmon can one-up practically all of them. Now, they're modeled after Atlantic salmon, but they have been genetically modified so they have a growth hormone gene from the fast-growing Pacific Chinook salmon and a promoter sequence from the ocean pout. Combined, the gene and promoter enable Aqua Advantage salmon to grow year-round instead of seasonally. This effectively doubles their growth rate, and as a result can reach market size in just 16 to 18 months, rather than in the 3 years that a typical Atlantic salmon would take. Best of all, they do so while consuming 25% less feed, thus making them a lot less wasteful than their non-GMO counterparts. Yet the road towards FDA approval for the Aqua Advantage salmon was long and arduous. That's because despite being developed all the way back in 1989, it was not approved until the year 2015, and didn't begin to appear on supermarket shelves until the year 2019. This made it the first ever genetically modified animal to ever be approved by the FDA for consumption, and in regards to the salmon industry, it was much needed. After all, the numbers of salmon caught have been in severe decline since the 90s. And as such, the new species could help fight this problem by doubling a salmon's farm output overnight. The company that's producing Aqua Advantage salmon is Aqua Bounty, and they have a number of shrewd measures in place that will make their salmon get to stores quickly. In particular, they've set up most of their salmon farm operations in land facilities near cities, and this gives them near complete control of the environmental conditions of the salmon. Therefore, it's quite likely that Aqua Bounty may be able to make lots of salmon at a rather small environmental cost, sooner rather than later. Number 2. The innate potato. While potatoes have been a staple crop for years, in 2014 the USDA allowed for some significant changes when it approved of a GMO variety of this vegetable. Known as the innate potato, it's derived from the white russet potato and it's been engineered by J.R. Simplet Company to have several new traits. Generation 1 of the innate potato was given 2 significant upgrades. The first was that it had a reduced ability to bruise and brown, meaning that the insides would stay white even when bumped during transit. While this was primarily cosmetic, it has the potential to lead to a lot less potatoes being unnecessarily thrown out every year. The second main upgrade was that it had far less asparagine. Asparagine is a naturally occurring chemical in potatoes. However, when potatoes are baked or fried, it's converted into acrylamide, which is a probable carcinogen. Thus, this asparagine reduction ensures that the potatoes can be cooked without worry of producing harsh byproducts. Generation 2 of the innate potato takes things a step further, as it addresses several major issues such as shrink from cold storage, late blight, sugar ends, sprouting, acrylamide, and black spot bruising. In tandem, this leads to better quality potatoes and greater satisfaction from every industry in the supply line. Now, while J.R. Simplot has chosen to retain their white russet branding, the innate potato is now available in stores across the United States and Canada. There is a very real possibility that you ate one of these GMO potatoes rather recently without even realizing it. Number 1. Golden rice. Out of all the entries on this list, the one that's both the most incredible and the most disappointing is golden rice. This GMO grain was first created back in 2002 after 9 years of research. Its principal difference when compared to regular rice is that it had a beta-carotene. Generally speaking, this substance is only found in the leaves and stems of a rice plant, but thanks to genetic engineering, it was placed inside of the kernels. This not only gave the rice a distinct gold color, but it gave significantly larger amounts of vitamin A. Now, for those of us in the West, this is not too big of a deal, as vitamin A deficiencies are extremely rare. Yet in developing countries, vitamin A deficiencies are responsible for about 1 million deaths and 500,000 cases of blindness annually, with most of the victims being children. Therefore, by substituting the plain bowls of rice these children likely ate already with golden rice, the gift of life and sight could be granted to them. However, despite it having been nearly 2 decades since its creation, golden rice is still unavailable to those who need it. And unfortunately, the prime culprit for this lack of availability are world governments. You see, because it's a GMO, the grain has been subjected to heavy government regulation, and thus hasn't been approved for production and distribution despite being completely safe. Therefore, golden rice unfortunately stands as a sad case of how fear and uncertainty led to a GMO product getting shelved and the lives of millions of children meeting an untimely end. Watch our future playlist for more top 15 videos about the future. Sit back, relax, and binge watch all of our best future-related videos. As technologies and design tastes change, the way homes are being built are changing as well. Get ready to be inspired as we take a look at the top 15 futuristic houses. Number 15. Villa Ypsilon, Greece. The Villa Ypsilon is a stunning futuristic home that was built by Lassa Architects in 2017. It's on a hilltop in Finikunda, Greece, and has been purposefully designed to blend into the surroundings as much as possible. With an internal floor space of 1,600 square feet, it's split into 2 parts. There's a more private living area with 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, all of which have incredible views to the east of the property. The kitchen and living rooms are in a common area that look to the south of the house and have spacious access to the 3 courtyards outside of the building. It's made of a concrete shell with a planted roof and incorporates numerous modern technologies, including a cross-ventilation strategy that reduces the need for AC units. Everything in the villa is custom designed, and new construction techniques were developed to create the free-form pool. All of the materials such as the terrazzo, concrete, and marble were sourced locally too, making this home one of the most environmentally conscious luxury buildings anywhere on Earth. Number 14. The Capitol Hill Villa, Russia. The Capitol Hill residence, which is on a hillside in Barvika, Russia, was designed by renowned architect Zaha Hadid, and at an estimated cost of $140 million, it's one of the most expensive residences in the world. Considering land prices in the area are relatively cheap, this just shows how much technology and ingenuity went into the construction of the building. Set across 4 floors, it offers more than 28,000 square feet of living space. The master suite is at the top of a concrete spire and is 72 feet above the ground. And the residents use a glass elevator or stairs to reach it. The lowest level contains the leisure facilities such as a swimming pool, fitness suite, and entertainment lounge, while the entrance on the first floor leads directly to the guest and children's bedrooms, as well as a library and another entertainment area. The owner, billionaire Vladislav Doronin, had the residence specifically designed for privacy and to make use of the stunning views of the countryside. But he's also very keen on high-end cuisine. To satisfy this need, the kitchen is better equipped than those you'd find in the most exclusive restaurants in the world. From the outside, the Capitol Hill Villa truly looks like no other. With its glazed walls, irregular lines, and unusual shape, it almost looks as if it's a spaceship or a boat that's landed on the ground. Number 13. The Sky Garden House. One of the things houses of the future will focus on is to minimize their footprint on the surroundings. Designers are going to extreme lengths to virtually hide them within their neighborhoods, so their environmental impact is significantly reduced. The Sky Garden House is a great example of this and was built by Goose Architects in 2010. It's on Sentosa Island, which is near to Singapore, and has almost 10,000 square feet of living space. You wouldn't necessarily know it from looking at the house, though, because the roof of each of the 3 levels are covered in gardens. The house also features a stone-lined swimming pool with a perspex wall that can be looked through from the lowest level, a snaking wooden staircase to move between floors, and a futuristic curved roof at the top with glorious views out across the bay. Not only does this house make use of the parts of a building that are often left vacant, but it's also a great way to offer residents far more from a small plot of land. On the island, houses are built very close to each other because of the limited space, and this way the owners of the home have access to a much larger outdoor garden area that would otherwise be possible. Number 12. High Desert House, Joshua Tree National Park. One of the most futuristic and discreet homes in the world can be found in the Joshua Tree National Park, although you might not be able to find it unless you know exactly where to look. Designed by Kendrick Bangs Kellogg, the High Desert House is on the edge of the park and is designed to blend in with its surroundings in an elegant way. With 5,000 square feet of living space, it's made up of 26 freestanding concrete columns that almost look like giant rib bones that have been left behind by a long-extinct monster. Each of the columns is embedded at least 7 feet within the bedrock to ensure it remains stable, and are connected with sandblasted glass panels that spread the light throughout the property during the day and grant an incredible view of the night sky from inside. Everything across the 5 floors of the structure was created from locally sourced materials, and the arches and curves continue inside and out. It took Kellogg 5 years to complete the building, which he finished in 1993, but it took a further 14 years for John Virgin, an artisanal designer, to handcraft the furniture and other decorative elements for the interior. When it was finally finished in 2014, it immediately took its place as one of the most creative, forward-thinking, and majestic homes in the world. And while it'll surely never be copied, there are plenty of design techniques and ideas that will be applied to other homes of the future. Number 11. Noam Spaceship House, La Moralea, Spain. NASA and other space agencies around the world have spent a great deal of resources in recent decades to learn how humans would react by living for extended periods of time in spaceships. But they could have just waited, because a number of futuristic homes are being based on UFO designs. Possibly the most impressive is known as the Noam Spaceship House, and it was completed in 2015 in the hills of La Moralea in Spain. It was created for a film director who's also a massive science fiction fan and wanted to live in a home fit for the future that also gave him views across the hilltop. To build it as quickly as possible without disturbing the serene environment, most of the house was pre-built in a factory and simply installed in place, with the actual construction on site just taking 2 months. The exterior is made of galvanized steel, and beneath it is insulated timber, which helps keep the home cool in the summer and warm in the winter. 13-foot tall struts are used to suspend the house in the air to enhance the views, and a former airport stairway is used to gain access. As you'd expect, technology is at the heart of this home, and virtually everything can be controlled by a smartphone app. There's no doubt that the house looks like something you'd expect to see on an alien planet, and it'd hardly be a surprise if, when the time comes, the owner was able to fly it into the sky and resettle somewhere else. While we may not all be living in spaceship-esque buildings anytime soon, the idea of this prefab design is already becoming more common, and the use of new materials is also something we'll see more often in the coming years. Number 10. H3, Greece. Built by the 314 Architecture Studio, H3 is a futuristic family house on the outskirts of Athens in Greece. It's on a 75,000 square foot piece of land and uses this space to its full advantage. Most of the structure is supported on top of a series of pillars, which give the sensation that it's floating above the swimming pool, something the owners particularly wanted because of their love of yachting. The straight edges certainly feel futuristic, but surprisingly, the building is also eco-friendly. It uses water to cool the rooms and harnesses geothermal energy to provide warmth. With almost 11,000 square feet of living space, it's spread across 3 floors. There are 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, and a large kitchen, but the biggest appeal of this house is its extensive leisure facilities. There's the main pool and outdoor space around it, as well as a fitness suite, a squash court, a sauna, and 2 guest rooms, which all adjoin each other. The roof of the first level is covered with grass to create even more outdoor space. Because of its ability to generate its own power, the house draws very little from the national grid. It's a major step towards being a self-sufficient home, while at the same time being luxurious. Could this be a sign of things to come? Number 9. Tresarca, Las Vegas. Tresarca is a forward-thinking home in Las Vegas that was designed by Assemblage Studio. With 8,000 square feet of living space, the intention was that it would fit in with its surroundings and draw from the wide range of different materials that could be sourced locally. The entire structure of the house is meant to represent the stratification of the Red Rock Mountains that are nearby, so the color scheme and materials used for the basement are very different from those used higher up in the private quarters. Gaps between the walls allow for airflow to regulate the home's temperature, and the architects wanted to blur the lines between what's inside and outside to create one continuous experience. What's unusual about Tresarca is the use of faceted steel screen with a fine mesh around the top floors. But rather than being a purely aesthetic choice, it's performing a vital function too. It actually helps to diffuse the sunlight to illuminate all of the rooms and helps to keep it cool but private during even the hottest of Nevada days without the need for energy-consuming AC units. We are constantly adding more people to the Top 5's production team to bring you all the best content. Be sure to subscribe with notifications on and hit the like button. Number 8. Los Terrenos. One of the things that we want from our homes is the sense of privacy where we can shut ourselves off from the outside world. Different designs achieve this in different ways, but perhaps the most secluded and discreet places you could ever live is Los Terrenos in San Pedro Garza Garcia in Mexico. Designed by Tatiana Bilbao and completed in 2016, the 5,100 square foot property is unlike any other. That's because its exterior is completely covered with mirrored glass, earth, and clay bricks, meaning it's virtually invisible until you're close up to it. There are 2 buildings on the site around a curvilinear pool. And perhaps the best part is that the panels are actually one-way mirrors, so when you're inside you can look directly out. It's like having your own private space within the forest and gives an unparalleled opportunity to be at one with nature. The original intention of the home was for it to be a holiday residence, but as more people have become aware of it, other designs for primary residences based on the design have been planned for elsewhere around the world. It's a great example of how new materials can be incorporated into building designs, and just a glimpse of what's going to be possible in the upcoming decades. Number 7. Shell House, Japan. Deep within a forest in the Nagano Prefecture of Japan, there's a small house that was built by Tonomurao Architects that looks as if it's almost always been there. The owner wanted a place that blended in seamlessly with its surroundings and was as eco-conscious as possible. So the designers used traditional methods and techniques to build it, but ensured that it was fit for a modern and future lifestyle. The exterior of the organically shaped structure looks like a shell and curves around the north and west parts of the building to protect against the wind. To the south and east, however, the home is open so as to let the sunlight beam in and allow residents to feel a part of nature. Great effort was devoted to ensuring the house had as little impact on the environment as possible. It was made from FSC timber, local earth, and was completely constructed by hand without any power tools or nasty chemicals. It also makes use of the latest insulation materials, which means that its energy consumption is negligible throughout the year. A house like this may not be suitable for everyone. Particularly the environmentally conscious ones will likely influence home designs for many years to come. Number 6. UFO House, Bruneck, Italy. Stefan Hitala, a German architect, became aware of a chalet that had been built in Italy, near to the border with Austria, and that had been unoccupied for several years. It had originally been constructed in 1973, but rather than letting it go to waste, he instead decided to refurbish it. The result was a building that's often referred to by locals as the UFO House, and it used a number of techniques that many homes of the future surely will, the main one being the recycling of an older house as opposed to starting from scratch. It was made as a 5-sided prism on top of support struts to keep it clear of the snow, and there are 2 beds actually integrated into the main structure on either side of the main room. Hitala upgraded the insulation, which now means it retains the vast majority of any heat, and the addition of windows, LED strips, and a completely redesigned balcony now means the property feels more spacious and well lit. Because of the way it's supported, the house appears to be floating above the ground, and the installation of a ladder that folds up to form part of the sidewall undoubtedly makes it look like a UFO. It's a great design choice, but also a practical one, because by making an entrance like that, far less space is taken up and more can be dedicated to the living area. Even though the structure itself is almost 50 years old, all the alterations that have been made mean it's more than suited for modern lifestyles for many years to come. Number 5. House on the Flight of Birds, Portugal. The aptly named House on the Flight of Birds was designed by architect Bernardo Rodrigues and is on the northern side of the island of St. Michael in the Azores island chain of Portugal. The island experiences regular rainstorms and strong winds, so the starting point of the home's design was a large wall to offer protection, with the open parts of the house behind it. The ground level of the house has patios and courtyards surrounded by glass and covers that give wondrous views over the surroundings while preventing rain from seeping in, while the upper floor where the bedrooms are is much more enclosed. Traditional architecture elements were incorporated, such as high chimneys and a double-height living room, while the use of curved lines complements these to give the residence a futuristic feel. The main part of the house is curved in a similar way to how birds look when they're flying, and as well as being chosen for aesthetic purposes, this also helps to encourage the wind to blow straight over instead of getting caught on the edges and channeling towards the living spaces. It's a surprising house to see on the island among the more established homes, but after proving to be a success, there are plans to build similar ones elsewhere in the community. Number 4. Qom House, Egypt. This unusual small home is known as the Qom House, and it was designed by Egyptian architect Karim Rashid. It can be seen in Cairo, Egypt, and virtually every element is intended to be as environmentally conscious as possible. All the lighting in the home is provided by low-energy LED bulbs. Solar panels are used to heat the water, and all gray water that's produced in the home is recycled. Radiant floor heating is used to warm the building, while the latest design of insulation ensures that the majority of this remains inside the house. The exterior of the house is made from reclaimed wood fins that are set at angles to create privacy, and the interior is split into 4 different themed zones for playing, eating, sleeping, and cleaning. Being eco-friendly doesn't have to be boring though, and the Qom House is proof of this. There is, for example, a skylight in the center of the roof that not only bathes the interior with natural sunlight, but also collects rainwater that's channeled into the interior plunge pool. There's also what the designers call a kinetic levitating art sculpture, and this is spun by the wind as it blows over the house and creates further energy to be used. Number 3. The Staub Residence, Arizona. The incredible Staub Residence is one of the most futuristic homes in the U.S. and overlooks the McDowell Mountains in Arizona. Completed in 2013, it has a total interior space of just over 3,000 square feet, and it was specifically designed to make the best use of a small plot in a busy neighborhood while giving a sense of privacy and seclusion. The architects point out that the other homes nearby are built to show off rather than to focus on the actual quality of living inside, and the Staub Residence has attempted to rectify this. The pool area and backyard are protected spaces, and everything on the second level is arranged to take advantage of the spectacular views in the distance. The house is built from locally sourced sandblasted masonry walls with stainless steel and glass. You immediately feel the sense of separation as you enter, because to reach the front door requires walking through a field of desert grasses into an opening between 2 masonry walls. With all the features you'd expect from a modern or futuristic home, the Staub Residence is proof that it's possible to have your own private space even within a crowded community. Number 2. Modular House. One of the challenges everyone faces with their homes is the way that, apart from the option of building an extension, there's very little that can be done to the layout of the property without significant work and expense. People often outgrow their homes and find themselves in a house that's too large for their needs, or simply want to upgrade or install new features. This usually means needing to move or undertake extensive works, but the homes of the future may work entirely differently. By adopting a modular design, it's possible for new homeowners to simply pick the rooms and features that they want and have them combined into a house in virtually no time at all. They mean that we can customize our properties to incorporate everything that we need, and all we then need to do is to pick the ideal location for it. What's great about this method of building a house, though, is the fact that they're designed so extra modules can be added or replaced. If your child moves away from home, their room could be removed or potentially sent with them, and you could install a fitness suite or make more room for your backyard instead. If the family expands or you want more space, it's simply a case of picking what you want and could be installed within a matter of weeks. There's no reason why these homes can't look the part either, and a number of design agencies are getting in on the act. It's a niche industry now, but as technology and designs improve, it could well become the norm for new homes within the next decade or so. Number 1. Neo-Andean Architecture, Bolivia. One of the things that defines a style of architecture is that the way that it looks. It doesn't need a trained eye to be able to guess when a house was built just from its size, the shape of the windows, and the overall aesthetic. But what will the homes of the future look like? There's one train of thought that they'll be similar to those seen in science fiction, with clean, straight lines and open spaces. But in Bolivia, things could be very different. The Neo-Andean architecture is a movement that first emerged in 2005, mainly in the city of El Alto. It's been spearheaded by an architect called Freddy Mamani, and there are now more than 100 structures on the skyline that fit within the style. Using vibrant, solid colors on both the exteriors and interiors, it almost looks as if it's been lifted straight from a comic book and borrows from traditional Bolivian styles as well as future-facing ones. By combining unusually positioned geometric shapes along with these color schemes, they are fun and exciting designs that look like futuristic versions of the colorful homes you see elsewhere in the world. This style has now become so popular that Mamani has been invited to other cities, such as Paris and London, to design bespoke structures to stand out against the backdrop, and it's quite possible that one will be built near you soon. The only drawback is the construction cost, which is significantly more than traditional building. But so far, the owners of the buildings in El Alto have been quite happy because tenants are happy to pay a premium to be able to call one of these structures home. Watch our future playlist for more top 15 videos about the future. Sit back, relax, and binge watch all of our best future-related videos. Since it first premiered in 1989, The Simpsons has gone on to become one of the most successful animated shows ever. Not only is it the longest-running American animated show ever, but it's also the longest-running scripted primetime show and the longest-running sitcom. Unsurprisingly, following more than 700 episodes, it spawned a multi-billion-dollar merchandising industry and was turned into a movie in 2007 that itself generated more than $500 million at the box office. The trick with the show is the incredible writing, but even to the surprise of those who created it, there have been a number of times when something that happened in Springfield has gone on to take place in real life. With that in mind, let's take a look at 15 times The Simpsons predicted the future. Number 15. Murder Hornets, Coronavirus, An Absconding Mayor, and Black Lives Matter, Season 4, Episode 21. The year 2020 will go down in history as one of the most difficult that current generations have ever faced. Everyone's lives were turned upside down, and for a long time it seemed as if a return to normality was just a distant pipe dream, let alone actioning the societal change that was long overdue. If we had been clever, though, we should have carefully watched episodes of The Simpsons ahead of time, because in an episode that was aired in May of 1993, it seems as if the show managed to predict 4 of the year's biggest stories. The first was the coronavirus. In the episode, residents of the town purchased juicer machines from Japan, which were infected by a virus by an ill postal worker. They all contracted the foreign flu and were, for a time, fearful of going out just in case they picked it up from one of their neighbors. Also in the episode, a crowd of residents were angry at having contracted the flu and tipped over a truck as they suspected may have contained an antidote. Instead, they released a swarm of killer bees, which were somewhat similar to the murder hornets that spread across North America in early 2020. Third on the list was Mayor Quimby, who amidst all the mayhem was pretending to be working from his office when in fact he was on vacation in the Caribbean, in a surprisingly similar story to the case of Mayor of Austin, Texas, who did virtually that exact thing. And finally, in parallels to what's probably the most important story to have happened in 2020, residents who were angry at the authorities worked together to topple a statue in protest against what it represented. Number 14. The Utah Monolith, Season 3, Episode 8. In 2020, while conducting a helicopter survey of the wild bighorn sheep in San Juan County, Utah, state biologists noticed something unusual in a red sandstone slot canyon. A Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a mysterious metal monolith that was around 9.8 feet tall above the bedrock and 23 inches wide on each side. But this wasn't the first time we had seen an object like this seemingly in the middle of nowhere, because it also featured in an episode of The Simpsons from the third season in 1991 called Lisa's Pony. The episode begins with Homer having a dream that he's an ape, and is in a parody of the Dawn of Man sequence from the 1968 movie 2001, A Space Odyssey. In it, Homer's sitting around a pool with a group of apes, but then they all run off to investigate a strange metal monolith that appears to be located within a nearby slot canyon. Is this another case of The Simpsons predicting the future, or actually influencing the future whereby the creators of the Utah monolith were inspired by what they saw in the episode? Either way, as an onlooker, it certainly seems like a massive coincidence. Number 13. Beatles Fan Mail, Season 2, Episode 18. In the 18th episode of the second season, which aired in April of 1991, Marge becomes an artist after winning a prize for a painting she made of Homer. While reminiscing about how she had always wanted to follow her artistic passion, Bart finds pictures of Ringo Starr that she had painted at college, and she told the story of how she sent one of them to him, but never heard back. The episode then cuts to Ringo Starr in his office, still trawling through the sacks of fan mail he had been sent during the Beatles' heyday. Decades after receiving it, he finally opened the package and sent her an encouraging letter back that spurs her on with her pursuits. The idea that a member of the Beatles would take so long to reply to a piece of fan mail isn't that far-fetched, however, and the episode appears to have predicted something that would happen more than 20 years later. In 2013, two women from Essex in the UK were stunned to receive a letter from Paul McCartney more than 50 years after having sent him a recording of them asking to be able to meet him backstage. While it didn't inspire them to follow their dreams, the two hadn't seen each other for more than 40 years, and the response from the legendary Beatle helped to rekindle their friendship. Number 12. Farmville, Farming Simulator, Season 9, Episode 13. It's not just real-world events that The Simpsons seem to have the ability to predict, but cultural phenomena too. In the 13th episode of Season 9, the carnival is visiting Springfield, and Homer and Bart immediately went there to try to avoid having to do the chores and become carnies themselves. In the introductory scenes to the carnival, however, kids can be seen with virtual reality headsets on, playing a game called Yard Work Simulator. While this may well have been intended as a joke at the time, it pretty much nailed a future gaming obsession, notably the roaring success of Farmville on Facebook that was released several years later, and subsequently Farming Simulator, both of which are games that essentially see the player carrying out monotonous tasks from the real world. Could it be that after seeing the game on The Simpsons, the creators of these two franchises set out to create an actual video game where you could harvest corn and tend to your farm? Or are The Simpsons writers truly ahead of their time? On its own, it could be put down to coincidence, but this has happened so often now that they surely have predictive powers. Number 11. The Baby Translator, Season 3, Episode 24. During Season 3, The Simpsons was still finding its groove, but in one memorable episode called Brother, Can You Spare 2 Dimes?, Homer finds himself receiving $2,000 in compensation after an accident at the nuclear power plant. Soon after, he meets his brother, who in a previous episode had lost all his money thanks to a disastrous car launch that had been designed by Homer. He asks Homer for financial help to assist with launching a brand new product, the Baby Translator. Of course, in 1992, when the episode was broadcast, the idea of technology being able to interpret a baby's crying seemed a little far-fetched. But more recently, it's become much more of a realistic prospect. In 2015, an app was released that promised to be able to do exactly that after the developers spent years collecting more than 200,000 distinct noises from more than 100 newborn babies. By attributing meaning to each of the sounds, they were able to build an algorithm that would analyze a cry and associate it with a particular need, such as wanting food, needing sleep, requiring a change of a diaper, and plenty more. According to those behind the project, it's 92% accurate for babies under 2 weeks old, and around 75% accurate for those that are several months old. By further refinement across different age groups, it's hoped that an app like this could be a vital parenting tool, and will save countless hours trying to figure out what exactly it is that your child wants. Number 10. The Three-Eyed Fish, Season 2, Episode 4. One of the most famous scenes in any episode of The Simpsons came from the 4th episode of Season 2, when Bart, who was fishing in a pond near the Springfield nuclear power plant, caught Blinky, a three-eyed fish. Airing in 1990, the residents of the town become concerned about the spread of radioactive waste, which leads to an investigation into the plant. Mr. Burns is given a $60 million fine for all of the safety breaches. It's another example of something that was likely intended to be a joke, but worryingly became a reality just over 20 years later. A fisherman was hauling in his catch in a lake in Argentina's Cordoba province when he noticed something very strange about one fish. The lake is near to a local power plant, and just like the Simpsons episode, the fish had developed a third eye. Whether this was a result of radiation or simply an incredibly rare mutation was never entirely clear, but as you can imagine, the local community was outraged by the discovery and called for an increased regulation of the power plant to ensure the environment was protected. Number 9. The Tamako Plant, Season 11, Episode 5. Airing in 1999, the 5th episode of Season 11 was called E-I-E-I-Do. It begins with Homer being inspired by a Zorro movie and begins slapping people with a glove and challenging them to a duel. He expects everyone to give in to what he wants, but eventually he picks on the wrong person, a southern gentleman who accepts the challenge. So to save his life, Homer and the family leave Springfield to live on the farm he grew up on. At first, the land is too poor quality to grow any crops, but after getting Lenny to bring him some plutonium from the plant, the seedlings begin to sprout. There was a problem, though. Homer had mixed up the tomato seeds with the tobacco seeds, and the result was what they called a Tamako plant. Of course, nature doesn't quite work that way, but tomato plants and tobacco plants are surprisingly similar. A fan of the show called Rob Bauer was inspired by what he saw and was determined to create a Tamako plant of his own. To everyone's surprise, he was successful in 2003, and despite looking just like a tomato, tests confirmed that it did indeed contain nicotine. The plant produced fruit for 18 months before it died, but the tomakos didn't exactly taste as nice as a proper tomato. After proving it could be done, there was no demand for him to keep growing them, so as far as we know, this was the first and only Tamako plant to ever be cultivated. We're constantly adding more people to the Top 5's production team to bring you all the best content. Be sure to subscribe with notifications on and hit the like button. Number 8. Lady Gaga at the Super Bowl, Season 23, Episode 22. As a result of its increasing and constant popularity, The Simpsons has been able to attract a wide range of celebrity faces to visit Springfield over the years. In the 22nd episode of Season 23, called Lisa Goes Gaga, it was Lady Gaga's turn to make an appearance. In the episode, every resident of the town has fallen into a slump, and Gaga just so happens to be passing through on her way to a concert. She takes a shine to Lisa and tries to help improve everyone's mood, which involves fantastical costumes, musical numbers, and the typical Gaga flair. During one set piece, the pop megastar flies around in a harness in the air while she plays the piano, and a series of lights hover behind her to illuminate her performance. Even if you haven't seen the episode, this might sound familiar because it's virtually identical to her halftime performance at the Super Bowl in 2017. Her Versace-designed jumpsuit looked very similar to the one she wore on The Simpsons, and there was even a sequence where she flew through the air with lit drones hovering behind her. Number 7. Robot Librarians, Season 6, Episode 19. The Simpsons has managed to be surprisingly at the cutting edge of technology, to the point where they even predicted the look of the iPod in one of the earlier episodes. In the 19th episode of Season 6, though, they added a commentary how in the future a lot of people's jobs would be at risk of being replaced by robots. Called Lisa's Wedding, Lisa visits a fortune teller, and this becomes one of the explicitly future-looking episodes of the show. Rather than focusing on the obvious jobs that will be replaced, they choose to, instead, feature a robot librarian. Now, having been broadcast in 1995, this prediction failed to take into account the prevalence of the internet and the fact that most libraries around the world are now struggling to maintain the funding they need to remain open. So in many ways, the role of a librarian has been replaced by online search engines and AI assistants already. But this doesn't mean that the writers completely missed the mark. In 2016, students at Aberystwyth University in Wales revealed their designs for a walking, talking library robot known as Hugh. It contained a virtual library catalog and could interact with people with voice commands. Once it figures out the book someone is looking for, it's then able to lead them to the shelf where they'll find it. It's a type of narrowly artificially intelligent robot that's designed solely to perform in one place, so it doesn't require such a vast online database as AI like Siri and Alexa. However, it's possible that robots like these are commonly seen in the stores of the future because they're far simpler to program and don't require the resources of a huge tech empire to create. Number 6. A Game of Thrones Plot Twist, Season 29, Episode 1. Whether you like it or not, there's no denying that the Game of Thrones became one of the biggest television events of the past decade. Chronicling the political movements in the Kingdom of Westeros, it had people on the edge of their seats, wondering what was going to happen next. If you still haven't seen it or are still trying to avoid spoilers, then you had better fast forward, because it turns out that The Simpsons actually managed to predict a major plot twist of the series. The episode in question was the first of Season 29, which was a Game of Thrones parody. In it, Homer manages to revive a dragon, and it proceeds to fly over to the village and burn it to the ground. This was broadcast 2 years before the final season of Game of Thrones aired, but as anyone who's a fan of the fantasy show will know, the penultimate episode, Daenerys Targaryen and her dragon lay waste to the people of King's Landing. According to the Game of Thrones writers, this had always been a planned twist right from the beginning, but there's no way the Simpsons writers could have known this. Or was there? Number 5. Guitar Hero, Season 14, Episode 2. There have been a number of times when The Simpsons accidentally managed to predict a future video game franchise that would go on to generate hundreds of millions of dollars, and one of the most surprising happened during the second episode of Season 14, which was called How I Spent My Strummer Vacation. It was the last episode to be produced using traditional cel-shaded animation, and also one of the biggest lists of guest stars, including cameos from Elvis Costello, Keith Richards, Mick Jagger, and Lenny Kravitz. In the episode, the family try to cheer Homer up by taking him to the Rock and Roll Fantasy Camp, which is being run by the Rolling Stones. And after being taught the basics of rock and roll, Homer becomes the lead guitarist and singer for a performance at the end. Broadcast in 2002, Homer's journey doesn't end there because he's given the opportunity to perform with the rock stars at a concert, and along the way he's given a jacket by them which says on the back, Guitar Hero. A few years later, the Guitar Hero video game franchise was launched, and while it's since fallen out of fashion, it was for a number of years one of the top-selling titles across all platforms. Number 4. The Shape of the Universe, Season 10, Episode 22. What shape do you think the universe is? The Simpsons counts a number of highly intelligent mathematicians in its writing team, so there's perhaps no surprise that they sneak references throughout the show. But there's one episode that was broadcast in 1999 that managed to predict something that, at the time, no one had any idea about the truth. The episode, titled They Saved Lisa's Brain, had world-renowned physicist Stephen Hawking as a cameo. And while talking to him in Moe's, Hawking says to Homer that his theory of the universe is the shape of a donut is an interesting one. Of course, as viewers, we immediately assume that Homer's only reason for suggesting this is his love of the sugary sweet snacks. But it turns out he was a lot closer to the current theories of the universe than could have been known at the time. Just a few years later, new modeling of the universe's creation started to suggest that the donut theory might, in fact, be the case. Instead of being an infinite structure, it's now believed to be finite and continuously wraps back in on itself. A number of observations, such as unexpected ripples in the fabric of space-time, are pointing towards it, and possibly means that Homer is far more intelligent than anyone had given him credit for. Number 3. Nobel Peace Prize winner, Season 22, Episode 1. In 2010, the new season's opening episode, called Elementary School's Musical, appeared to be just like any other at first. But 6 years later, fans pointed to a particular scene in the show that made a surprising prediction. In the episode, Krusty invites Homer to join him at the Nobel Peace Prize ceremony in Norway, only to find the whole thing has been an elaborate setup. But with Nobel fever gripping Springfield, the kids decide to make bets on who they think is going to win each prize. Lisa, Database, Milhouse, and Martin all picked different names, and amazingly, one of these actually turned out to be correct. Milhouse's guess for the economics prize was Ben R. Holstrom from MIT, who went on to win the prize in 2016 for work on contract theory and how to determine which industry should be run by the government and which shouldn't. It was yet another incredible prediction and possibly proves that Milhouse is, in fact, the cleverest of them all. Number 2. The Higgs Boson, Season 8, Episode 1. For a long time, the Higgs boson, also known as the God particle, was the most elusive particle in physics. Scientists were having trouble explaining why objects actually have mass and what's responsible for causing it, so it theorized that there was an unknown particle behind it, known as the Higgs boson. Proving its existence required building the largest machine on the planet, the Large Hadron Collider, and after years of testing and calibrations, they finally made the breakthrough they were looking for. The Higgs boson did, in fact, exist. A lot of this effort could have been avoided, though, at least in the sense that they could have narrowed the range in which they were looking for the particle in. If only the scientists had watched the first episode of the 8th season of The Simpsons. In it, Homer becomes an inventor and becomes a naturally gifted mathematician. There's a scene where he has written a seemingly nonsensical equation on the blackboard behind him. But when you interpret it, now knowing what the Higgs boson is, it's remarkably close to describing the particle's size. In fact, it's just a fraction larger than the measurements at CERN proved it to be, which means they could have saved billions of dollars and got to the solution 15 years earlier, simply by watching a cartoon on a Sunday evening. Number 1. Disney buying Fox, Season 10, Episode 5. While the show may well have predicted future events for other people and things unrelated to The Simpsons, it also manages to foresee something that would directly impact its own future. This happened in the 5th episode of Season 10, called When You Dish Upon a Star, in which Homer starts working for Alec Baldwin and Kim Basinger. As usual with episodes of The Simpsons, there are numerous gags throughout the episode, but there's one that's shown towards the end that showed remarkable foresight. It showed a screen with the 20th Century Fox logo on it, but underneath it was written a division of Walt Disney Company. The episode was broadcast in 1998, so this was likely just a dig at the broadcaster that had supported The Simpsons since the beginning. But no one could have known that almost 20 years later, Disney would indeed acquire Fox in a multi-billion-dollar deal. Due to the controversy associated with it, Disney won't be retaining the 20th Century Fox brand, but The Simpsons is now part of the House of Mouse and is now down to the Disney execs to decide whether the show will keep going for another 30 years. Watch our future playlist for more top 15 videos about the future. Sit back, relax, and binge watch all of our best future-related videos. Artificial intelligence is quickly shaping the way technology interacts with us and how we interact with the world at large. From machine learning to advanced robots, the world of AI is evolving faster than ever. So join us for today's video as we explore the top 15 most advanced AI systems. Number 15. Toyota THR-3. The Toyota THR-3 humanoid robot is the third generation of Toyota's humanoid robot program and is a robotic jack of all trades. It can be programmed to act in several ways, including cleaning, construction, caregiving, or simple companionship. So whether you have too much to do around the house or just need a friend, the THR-3 has got you covered. It can even learn to do new things, so it will never go out of style. But what makes this humanoid robot so special is that it's a hybrid, autonomous, and remote model. It can either operate on its own or be controlled by a nearby human. But they won't be using a boring old computer. Instead, the Toyota THR-3 can sync up with another human wearing a motion capture suit and imitate their every movement. And while it may seem strange, the robot is stronger than most people, meaning it can make up for human flaws where we need it the most. Number 14. Digit. A simple name for a sophisticated machine, Digit is the latest project from Agility Robotics. While it has a humanoid shape, Digit lacks a head, giving it a more frightening look, but its AI system more than makes up for it. Its AI and machine learning technology allows it to walk upright, climb up and down stairs, walk over different types of terrains, navigate obstacles, and even balance on one leg should the strange need arise. In January of 2020, Ford purchased a number of Digit models to put them to work in their factories because of its ability to lift, carry, and stack up to 40 pounds. And when Digit's workday is over, it can fold itself up for easy storage. Pretty amazing. But the team at Ford has even bigger plans for Digit. It's been reported that within the near future, Ford will employ Digit to ride in a driverless car to pick up and deliver packages to customers. In the meantime, the company is still feeling out how humans react to the AI. Number 13. Serena 4. Debuting in 2019 and created by a team of researchers, engineers, and professors in Iran, the Serena 4 looks like it's from a science fiction movie. And perhaps that's where the idea originated. Taking 9 years to create, this fourth-generation humanoid robot is about the same size as an adult human and can perform most of the same basic tasks. Serena 4 can reach a maximum walking speed of just under 1 kilometer per hour, has 43 degrees of movement freedom, and can perform dexterous tasks like picking up different shaped objects. But what is perhaps most impressive is its speech and facial recognition, object detection, position measurement, and counting capabilities. So the Serena 4 will probably have a better time remembering faces than the rest of us do. It also uses a voice user interface, meaning we're moving even closer to having vocal conversations with advanced AI. And while it may work in a factory or supply plant one day, for now the main purpose of the Serena 4 is to encourage students to pursue careers in research in AI and robotics. Number 12. Kime. Created by Spanish-based Mako Robotics, Kime is shaking things up, literally, as the world's first humanoid robotic bartender. And while Kime won't listen to all of your life's drunken woes, with its amazing AI, it can pour a beer in 23 seconds with great precision. It was tested by serving drinks at a local brewery, and much to the patron's surprise, it was able to pour 300 glasses in an hour. That's not bad, considering the bartender will never tire out or have a salty attitude. Currently, Kime is used at festivals and events. It won't make you a fancy cocktail just yet, but it does have machine learning, so hopefully one day it will make a mean Manhattan. Mako Robotics' future plans involve creating a humanoid robotic chef that can be left alone to assist human chefs. Kime may end up being the one kitchen staff member that can take the heat. Number 11. Robothespian. Have you ever thought that an actor gave a robotic performance? Well, this one will hopefully do a little better. Created in 2004 by UK-based Engineered Arts, Robothespian is a third-generation AI actor. This humanoid robot can come loaded with a library of songs, gestures, greetings, and impressions to get the part. It's interactive and multilingual, so it can work with actors all around the globe. They can even interact with other Robothespians to put on a fully automated robotic theater. It's slowly starting to catch up with movie magic technologies, as it comes with complete movement tracking, animation software, lighting, sound, and external device control. And you won't need a new fancy computer to control it, because the Robothespian has touchscreen controls. For now, the humanoid can only move using a hidden system of tracks and dollies, but the Engineered Arts team is working hard on giving it autonomous walking ability. Number 10. Pepper. If you live in or have ever visited Japan, you may be familiar with this next entry on our list. Pepper. Pepper is a humanoid robotic design from SoftBank Robotics with emotion-reading AI. She can work as a receptionist, in retail, and even as a nanny. It's also not uncommon to be greeted by her at a restaurant. Pepper's got your back. She has an Educational Integrated Development Environment, or IDE for short, called Tethys, created to help teach students how to code. And who better to teach coding than a robot? Students can use her software to program how she moves, walks, talks, and show messages on her screen in real time. And as helpful as Pepper is, SoftBank is hoping that she will inspire future generations of engineers, roboticists, and AI developers. Number 9. Aibo. Having a dog is a lot of work. They need to be fed, walked, played with, and they shed everywhere. Plus, they're expensive. That's why Sony launched Aibo, the robotic dog, in 2018. Aibo is designed to meet somewhere in the middle of being a pet and a toy, but the companionship is all the same. Aibo is augmented with AI that makes it act like a real dog, so much so that it can recognize its owner's voice and even adapt its behavior to different owner personalities. If you're calm, Aibo is calm. If you're fun, Aibo is fun. But the Aibo AI algorithms are cloud-based, so the experience of one Aibo is shared by all. Think of it as a robotic canine hive mind. An Aibo in California can learn from an Aibo in England. They can also recognize and respond to over 100 different faces, and that number has plenty of room to grow. And while the Aibo goes for about $3,000, it can cost around the same as buying a new puppy, but without all the house training that goes with it. Will Aibo replace dogs? Not likely, but it can prove to be a better option for many people who want a dog without all the fuss. We're constantly adding more people to the Top 5's production team to bring you all the best content. Be sure to subscribe with notifications on and hit the like button. Number 8. Asimo. Not to be confused with Awesome O, Asimo is a humanoid robot from Honda that began developing back in 2000. Because of its unique AI, Asimo is one of the world's most advanced humanoid robots. Asimo, like us, is bipedal and can walk on its own, but it's not easily staggered. Its AI helps it to understand how to maintain its balance, keeping it upright when it meets a bump in the road, and can quickly adapt to different situations and hazards on the fly. Honda's Asimo was revealed as one of the world's first two-legged walking robots and has evolved considerably over the last 2 decades. And while it doesn't serve a commercial purpose like some of the other entries on our list, it's still incredibly impressive and can move better than many clumsy humans can. Its AI also allows it to interact with humans, walk up and down staircases, and recognize a pretty large array of external objects. It's a robot that will likely never stop learning. Number 7. Samsung Bot Retail. The Samsung Bot Retail may not resemble a human, but it can certainly understand the wants and needs of one. Created for professional and commercial use, Bot Retail can be found around shopping malls, restaurants, and stores, and is customized to fit the needs of each environment. Ever walk into the store and notice all of the floor staff are busy with customers? Well, then ask Bot Retail. Its AI allows it to navigate through the busy crowds and direct customers to the items they're looking for, and will even make suggestions if you're not sure what you want. The Bot Retail comes with shelves to hold your items for you and uses near-field communication to take payments on the fly. It can even analyze human language and facial expressions to work out how to best make itself useful. It may just be the employee of the month, every month. Number 6. Aquanaut. When you're dealing with expensive robotics, it's important not to let them get wet, right? Well, not if you have an Aquanaut. The Aquanaut is as close to it gets as a real-life transformer and operates in subsea territories. Created by Houston Mechatronics, the Aquanaut is an autonomous underwater vehicle that can reconfigure itself from a submersible vehicle into a humanoid robot and withstand the deep water pressures that humans cannot. Inspired by submarine drones and remote-controlled maintenance vehicles, the Aquanaut offers the best of both worlds. It uses its incredible AI known as Asimov to act on its own, examining breaks on all sorts of undersea structures from pipelines to oil rigs, fixing them autonomously. The Aquanaut operates perfectly in environments that would otherwise be hazardous to humans. Number 5. CB2. Traveling back to Japan for one of the stranger entries on our list is the CB2 from Osaka University. Released back in 2006, CB2 is essentially a robot baby created to help students study the neurological development of human babies in an ethical way. Its AI lets it recognize human faces, understand emotions, and give physical reactions. It even has tactile sensors under its gray rubber skin that allow the CB2 to respond to being held, stroked, and cuddled. Because the CB2 represents a human 2-year-old, it can stand up, but only with the help of another human. It can sit in a chair on its own, though, mimic breathing as its chest rises and falls, and its beady eyes will even follow you across the room. Its AI allows for machine learning, so much like a 2-year-old, it can watch students and researchers and learn how to become more human. Number 4. Spot. While it's no Aibo, Boston Dynamics Spot is a game-changer in the world of AI, robotics, and machine learning. And with a far more serious price tag of about $70,000, Spot is no house pet. It walks around on 4 legs and can navigate all types of terrain, both indoor and outdoor, and walk up and down stairs. It can be put to so many different uses, in fact, that Boston Dynamics vets each and every buyer to make sure that Spot will be put to beneficial use. Since its release in 2016, Spot has used its AI for simple tasks such as gathering images on construction sites to the more complex, like conducting underground exploration for NASA. But to make things even more fun, Spot can carry up to 14 kilograms on its back, has crash detection, dynamic reactions, and can pick itself back up perfectly on the off chance that it falls. The list goes on. It even comes with 2 payload ports which can support its mechanical arm that can do anything from bringing you a tool to opening doors. As long as Spot doesn't become smarter than us, we should be fine. Number 3. Anki Cosmo. Perhaps the most accessible and most fun entry on today's list is the Cosmo from San Francisco-based Anki. Cosmo comes with an AI that its creators have named the Emotion Engine. It reacts to situations just as a human would, using the full range of emotions from sadness to rage, and expresses them through its adorable little face. Cosmo comes with a blue squared shaped eyes that can react along with its small arms to show you exactly how it feels. Play a game with Cosmo and it will smile with elation. But beat Cosmo and it will make an angry face and pound its little robot fists on the table. Anki is constantly updating Cosmo's programming to make it feel more nuanced and alive, and even enlisted the help of former Pixar animator Carlos Baena to help it make it feel more animated. And if you're not paying enough attention to Cosmo, it's got plenty of audible, emotive sounds to let you know exactly how it feels. Number 2. Romeo. This is one humanoid robot that will become part of the family. Romeo is designed by France's Aldebaran Robotics and stands about 1.5 meters tall. Its main purpose is to assist people who have lost their physical autonomy, such as the elderly and handicapped. Romeo is just the right size to open doors, climb stairs, and reach objects on the table for the human it's helping. Eventually, the developers are hoping he'll be able to carry people in the event they've fallen down or simply need help standing from their chair. Because Romeo's functions are so important, its movements almost enter the uncanny valley, mimic that of a human's almost perfectly. Number 1. Sophia. The most uncanny humanoid robot with an incredible AI system has got to be the Hanson Robotics Sophia. Built in Hong Kong and debuting at the South by Southwest Festival in 2016, Sophia looks more human than AI. Sophia is a social robot who uses her AI to recognize human faces, hold a conversation, and even form relationships. Famously, she made a late-night television appearance, told jokes to the audience, and acknowledged that they were laughing. And while she's coming up with jokes and icebreakers with machine learning, rather than off the top of her head, she knows exactly when and how to say them. And her human-like facial expressions reflect each situation she finds herself in. But Sophia can understand and answer very basic questions like, what are you looking at? And is the door open or closed? And while she may not yet understand everything she's saying, she can use her dialogue system to correctly piece together what to say, which is better than most humans can do. Sophia has become so popular and groundbreaking that she became a legal citizen of Saudi Arabia just a year after her release. We're sure they're happy to have her. Watch our future playlist for more top 15 videos about the future. Sit back, relax, and binge watch all of our best future-related videos. As communities expand and technologies improve, governments around the world are embarking on some of the most mind-blowing construction projects ever conceived. Whether it's to improve travel connections, improve the living conditions of citizens, or to further scientific research, there's one thing that's certain about these initiatives: they're incredibly expensive. It's time to put on your hard hats, because here are the top 15 most expensive construction mega projects. Number 15. Honshu Shikoku Bridge, $75 billion. Japan is one of the best connected countries in the world, thanks in large part to its incredibly fast and efficient rail network. But as a place that's made up of a large number of islands, it's not possible to easily reach everywhere. During the 90s, there was a drive to connect the islands of Honshu and Shikoku, which are towards the south of the country, to maintain transport networks, which would in theory have a positive impact on the nation's economy and prepare it for all the upcoming needs in the new millennium. The islands had previously only been accessible by ferry, so the Honshu Shikoku Bridge project was designed to give a road connection too. It would become the largest and most expensive construction project in Japanese history and involved building 3 expressways across a network of 18 bridges, also designed to accommodate pedestrians and cyclists as well as trains, with the ability to upgrade the lines for bullet trains in the future if needed. Most of the structures are suspension bridges and were completed between 1998 and 1999. At the time, the project cost $48 billion, which adjusted for inflation is the equivalent to $75 billion today. And based on studies conducted once the bridges were complete, the project has been a resounding success for the national economy, as well as making the everyday lives much easier for the people who live on the islands. Number 14. California High-Speed Rail Network, $77 billion. As the most expensive single construction project in American history and currently the most controversial one ever undertaken, the California High-Speed Rail Network is a planned high-speed rail system that will connect Anaheim and the Union Station in downtown LA with the Salesforce Transit Center in San Francisco. Journey times across this 380-mile distance are expected to be around 2 hours and 40 minutes, which will be a significant reduction to what's possible now. Californian residents, however, have been in a state of limbo ever since the project was first announced and authorized in 2008 when they voted for it. But despite billions of dollars having been pumped into the project already, there's still no sign of it being completed anytime soon. In fact, the original budget of around $30 billion has since ballooned to at least $77 billion, and the completion date has been repeatedly delayed. So it's currently running around 13 years late, with the first trains now expected to run at some point during 2033, by which point the costs are expected to have increased even more. While the ongoing delays and costs have been infuriating to residents and officials alike, the California High-Speed Railway Network acts as a reminder of how complicated mega projects can be, and that they require a great deal of commitment and resolve to get them off the ground. Hopefully, once it's completed, everyone will see it as worth it, and transport throughout California will be revolutionized. Number 13. Al Maktoum International Airport, United Arab Emirates, $82 billion. Leveraging its vast wealth that comes from its oil supplies, the United Arab Emirates is positioning itself as a Middle Eastern hub for business, tourism, and travel, and has spent huge sums in recent decades to develop cities like Dubai to support this. The largest mega project being undertaken in the country, though, is the development of Dubai South, and the main feature of this part of the city is the Al Maktoum International Airport. The airport itself already opened in 2010, but this was just the first stage of its development, and it's far from finished. The current estimate for the completion of the project is 2027, and by that time it's expected to become the largest airport in the world in terms of freight, and one of the busiest for passengers too. Covering an area of 35,000 acres, the airport is expected to be able to handle 13 million tons of freight per year and as many as 260 million passengers in the same time frame. Although they'll have to significantly increase the presence of international airlines to be able to get anywhere close to this, with most industry analysts believing a figure of 5 million annual passengers is far more likely at the beginning. Designed with 5 parallel runways, which means 4 planes will be able to land at the same time, there will be 3 passenger terminals, as well as a number of cargo terminals and private terminals for wealthy passengers. Connected to the wider region by a high-speed rail network, the project is expected to cost around $82 billion by the time it's finished. Number 12. The Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor Project, India, $100 billion. One of the problems that governments face when deciding on investing in initiatives is ensuring that the economic benefits are spread out amongst the regions of the country. This is normally virtually impossible to do, and generates a level of resentment by those that are left out. But the latest mega project in India at least goes some way to address the issue. The Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor Project is a plan that will create a high-tech industrial zone that connects the country's 2 major cities, and in the process will cross 6 Indian states. The almost 1,000-mile-long corridor will feature 24 different investment regions, see the creation of 8 new industrial cities and 2 new airports, and is planned to be completed in 4 stages. The first, which is a dedicated freight corridor, is almost complete, and it's hoped that the entire project will be finished by 2040. With investment coming from both the Indian and Japanese governments, the corridor project is expected to cost around $100 billion. But the extra investment it'll bring to the area, as well as the fact that by the time it's finished, 12% of Indian residents will live in urbanized areas, means that the country truly is preparing itself to continue expanding the economy into the second half of this century. Number 11. Forest City, Malaysia, $100 billion. The idea of Malaysia's Forest City was first announced in 2006 as a collaboration between the Malaysia and Chinese governments. And if all goes to plan, it's hoped that it'll be complete by 2035. Built near Singapore to take advantage of strong connections with the city-state, the Forest City will be made up of 4 artificial islands that cover an area of around 6.5 square miles. The basic idea of it is to bring residential and commercial buildings together in a way that's respectful to nature, so each building is designed to be covered in living gardens and greenery to almost give the impression that it's a natural environment. With a planned cost of around $100 billion, progress has been slow, mainly due to the fact that the chosen location was a former mangrove swamp. It's proved far more difficult to create stable islands to construct buildings on. And while these problems appear to have been overcome, it's set things back quite significantly. As things stand, 15,000 residential units have already been bought, with some of them that are already being used, which is far less than the 700,000 that authorities had hoped would have been sold by now. Still, they've got a long way to go until it's complete, and there's very little doubt that such a unique place will garner attention from all around the world by the time it's finished. Number 10. The Great Mosque of Mecca, Saudi Arabia, $100 billion. The Great Mosque of Mecca in Saudi Arabia is the most sacred site in Islam and the largest mosque in the world, and it's been continuously built and expanded on for more than 1,000 years. It's been in recent times, though, that significant additions have been made, mainly to help accommodate the millions of people who visit the site each year as a part of their beliefs. The Saudi government has undertaken 3 distinct periods of expansion, the first between 1955 and 1973, when 4 minarets were added, and the ceiling and floors were refurbished. The second period, which saw more minarets, an outdoor praying area, more than 500 marble columns, and modern technologies like air conditioning and escalators. And the third, which has more than doubled the site's size in recent years, and it means it now can accommodate 2.5 million people at the same time. In all, it's thought the equivalent of $100 billion has been spent to make the mosque what it is today. And not only is it the 8th largest building in the world, but it's undoubtedly one of the most spectacular of all. Number 9. HS2, United Kingdom, $128 billion. Countries around the world are realizing how important it is to install high-speed rail networks, and currently the most expensive individual mega project being undertaken in Europe is Britain's HS2. There's been a long concern in the country about the imbalance of investment that goes towards London and the surrounding regions in the south, compared to the cities and regions in the north. The HS2 is supposedly a project that will help to address that. The first stage is a high-speed rail network link between London and Birmingham, which is expected to be completed by 2031, and the second phase will see the line being extended to Manchester and Leeds by 2040. The problem with HS2, however, and the reason why very few British people have anything good to say about it, is the continually escalating costs and delays associated with the project. What should have been near completion already is still more than a decade away, and it's more than tripled in price to around $128 billion. Add to this the destruction of pristine countryside and compulsory purchase of countless homes along the route, and you'll begin to understand why there are still major questions about the viability of the project, and whether the money would simply be better spent as an investment directly into the cities that it's supposedly trying to help.
We're constantly adding more people to the Top 5's production team to bring you all the best content. Be sure to subscribe with notifications on and hit the like button.
Number 8. Silk City, Kuwait, $132 billion. When it's complete, Silk City in Kuwait will become one of the most stunning places on Earth, and the plan is for it to supercharge the country's economy and world standing for generations to come. It's a project that's been split into 4 stages, with the first currently underway to build a huge port along the coastline. The future stages will include the construction of the financial village, the leisure village, the cultural village, and the ecological village, all of which are planned to be completed by 2044. Of course, with a huge project like this, designers always like to include a world-beating element. And in the case of Silk City, it's the Burj Mubarak Al Kabir, which will become the tallest skyscraper in the world at a height of 3,284 feet, or 1,001 meters, in honor of a collection of Arabian folk tales called 1001 Arabian Nights. With vast hotel complexes, nature reserves, a new airport, and virtually anything else you'd want from a city, it's perhaps no surprise that this project is expected to cost a whopping $132 billion. But the Kuwaiti authorities, along with the Chinese government, who are also investing in it, are convinced that there'll be a return on this investment in very little time. Number 7. The International Space Station, $165 billion. After humans first traveled into space in the 1960s and set foot on the moon at the end of that decade, there's been the desire to build permanent outposts that people can live in beyond our planet's atmosphere. While we aren't quite at a stage where we can visit a moon base, the International Space Station has been operational for more than 2 decades, and it's not only been a remarkable feat of engineering and ingenuity, but a collaboration between nations around the world. It was built in stages by NASA, Roscosmos, Japan's JAXA, the European Space Agency, and Canada's Space Agency, and provides an incredible platform for scientific research of all kinds, as well as the ability to explore further into the darkest reaches of space than has ever been possible before. Amazingly, it's probably the most expensive single object ever created by mankind, with an estimated cost of $165 billion at today's exchanges. But if there was ever an endeavor that we should collectively work towards, then it's something like this. Hopefully, the collaboration of the ISS will lead to future projects like a base on the Moon or Mars, and one day we won't have to be reliant on just one planet for our continued survival. Number 6. NEOM, Saudi Arabia, $230 billion. NEOM is a word that means new future, is a new city that's being built on the coast of the Red Sea in the northwestern Saudi Arabian province of Tabuk. It's being specifically developed to become a tourist hub, but also as one of the most futuristic cities in the world that incorporates smart technologies in its entire design. Covering a planned area of 10,200 square miles, it's expected to cost somewhere in the regions of $230 to $500 billion, and the Saudi government has already put the full amount in an investment company to cover everything that's needed to see it through to completion. With the region planned to be filled with numerous towns, cities, ports, and zones for industrial development, it's hoped that NEOM will be finished by 2030, with the first stage completed by 2025. The world's largest green hydrogen plant has already begun construction there too, and because of its location and the transport networks that are being set up, it's said that 40% of the world's population will actually be able to travel to NEOM within just 4 hours. This will surely put it in a great position to cater to tourists as well as being a networking space for multinational companies. Number 5. The Gulf Railway, $250 billion. The Gulf Railway is a project that's currently underway in Eastern Arabia that, once it's complete, will connect all of the 6 Gulf Corporation Council members of Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Oman, Qatar, Kuwait, and Bahrain. Planned to be completed by 2025, the finished network will cover a distance of 1,352 miles or 2,100 kilometers and grant unparalleled access across the region. First announced in 2009, each country is responsible for the construction of the rail lines in their own territory, with Saudi Arabia and the UAE responsible for by far the longest stretches of all. Beginning in Kuwait City, the route will pass through Dammam and the Al Batha port in Saudi Arabia, before heading to Abu Dhabi and Al Ain in the UAE, and Sahar and Muscat in Oman. From there, the line will be split, with one section linking to Bahrain and the other to Qatar. The trains traveling the lines will be diesel-powered, and the entire project is expected to cost around $250 billion. This huge price has proved to be tricky during construction because of the fluctuation of oil prices that each of the countries are relying on to pay for the work. But despite being delayed by a few years, the first section is still expected to be in operation by 2023. Not only will the railway provide new opportunities for freight and passenger transport, but it's also expected to create as many as 80,000 permanent jobs to service the stations and infrastructure along the route. Number 4. The Urban Renewal Project, Turkey, $400 billion. There are a number of cities around the world that have been in existence for hundreds and even thousands of years, and this is beginning to create a real problem for the planners and for the residents who live there. The buildings and infrastructure are incompatible with the needs of the modern era, so vast urban renewal projects are needed to prepare them for the future. The largest currently underway is in Turkey, where not only are the buildings aging, but there's increasing safety risks because of natural disasters like earthquakes. The Turkish government has therefore set aside $400 billion to deal with 7.5 million buildings that they've deemed to be unsafe. And the main method of renewal is to simply demolish them and start all over again. With regular collapses that cost lives, this project is already underway at an unbelievable pace. As many as 500,000 structures are being rebuilt every year, with a 5-year time frame having been set for the most urgent 1.5 million. Making these buildings earthquake-proof and modern is one of the largest infrastructure megaprojects ever undertaken anywhere in the world. And at the same time, there's a drive to make the new structures as environmentally conscious as possible, with all municipalities expected to have become zero waste by 2022. If the project proves to be successful and renews the Turkish economy in the way that experts predict, it could form a blueprint for similar schemes to take place elsewhere in the world in the coming years. Number 3. The Interstate Highway System, United States, $549 billion. The Interstate Highway System in the United States is the largest and most complex system of freeways in the world. Construction on the network first began in 1959, following the Federal Aid Highway Act of 1956, and the routes linked the entire contiguous United States, as well as providing reliable access across Alaska, Hawaii, and Puerto Rico. By 1992, the original plans for the system were declared complete, but several expansions have already been built, and there's currently another 7 routes that are in the planning stages. If you classify the entire interstate highway system as one large transportation mega project, then it's easily the most expensive one ever built on Earth, with an estimated cost of $549 billion in today's prices when you account for inflation. Covering a distance of 46,876 miles, or about 75,000 kilometers, it's also considered one of the most economically beneficial projects ever. It's one of the reasons why America's economy has been able to expand so much in the past 7 decades. Number 2, the Trans-European Transport Network, $550 billion. The European Union is made up of 27 individual countries that have aligned on their political and economic policy to create one of the largest markets in the world. In theory, this allows them to compete as a bloc with the planet's biggest economies, such as the United States and China, and authorities are investing in huge sums to ensure the transport network across Europe is fit for purpose. This led to the creation of the Trans-European Transport Network, a huge infrastructure megaproject that's expected to have cost around $550 billion by the time it's finished. This project involves the coordination of governments in each country to improve the roads, railways, waterways, airports, and seaports to create a seamless travel experience no matter where a passenger or freight container needs to go. The transport network was first agreed upon in 1996 and is arranged around 10 core networks that connect to one another. There is, for an example, the North Sea-Baltic Corridor, which links Helsinki in Finland to Antwerp in Belgium across an almost 2,000-mile or 3,200-kilometer route, and the Scandinavian-Mediterranean Corridor, which covers a distance of about 3,000 miles or 4,800 kilometers between Helsinki and Valletta in Malta. A number of the routes have already been completed, but construction is still ongoing and planned to be finished within a decade. By that time, you'll be able to travel from one side of Europe to the other without any complicated changeovers, and it'll be the next step in creating a truly connected and integrated continent. Number 1, the Belt and Road Initiative, $8 trillion. The Silk Road was once the most valuable trade network in the world. And while it's since fallen by the wayside with the development of new transport technologies, China is leading the way in the development of a new Silk Road, something it calls the Belt and Road Initiative. This is, quite simply, the largest and most expensive mega-project ever undertaken, with an estimated overall cost of $8 trillion. Expected to be finished by 2050, it includes more than 7,000 different infrastructure projects across 64 countries throughout Asia, Africa, and Europe. The project was first announced in 2013 and has been a centerpiece of the Chinese Communist Party's foreign policy ever since. Not only seen as a way to establish China's dominance in worldwide trade for a long time to come, the Belt and Road Initiative also has political goals, with many countries relying on huge investment from China to develop their parts of the network. Projects currently underway include the construction of ports, skyscrapers, railways, roads, airports, dams, and technology institutes to design more efficient processes to further enhance trade. And if the plans come through as expected, it could well change the face of world trade as we know it.
Watch our future playlist for more top 15 videos about the future. Sit back, relax, and binge watch all of our best future-related videos. House designs are continuously changing as a result of the availability of new materials, the development of new technology, and evolving tastes. While most of us live in buildings that are at least a few decades old or may have moved into a new modern design, there are some that are paving the way by creating structures that look way ahead of their time. From the overall aesthetic to creative ways of saving energy and the incorporation of unbelievable features, there are plenty of new and exciting innovations that will be commonplace in the coming decades. So, to get a sneak peek at what to expect, it's time to take a look at the top 15 most futuristic homes. Number 15, Capitol Hill Residence. Hidden within the Barvika Forest near Moscow in Russia is a huge, unbelievable property that's known as the Capitol Hill Residence. Designed by architect Zaha Hadid, it almost looks like a spaceship that landed in the ground. It uses a range of modern design techniques to give a unique vantage point of the surrounding scenery. There are 3 floors dug into the earth where you'll find the leisure facilities, while on the 4th floor, which is on ground level, is where the kitchen, lounge, living room, pool, and entertainment spaces are. On the 1st floor is the entrance, the children's bedrooms, and the guest bedrooms, but it's what lies above these that stand out the most. On top of the 72-foot or 22-meter tall slender concrete stalk is the master suite, which has been designed like this to sit in line with the tree canopy. There's a glass lift and a staircase to reach this level, and from it, in the morning, all you can see is blue sky above a green leafy base. The owner described the experience he wanted to the designer and says that the finished result exceeded his expectation. It's a great example of how modern design can be incorporated into natural spaces to create bespoke homes to the exact requirements of the people that live in them. Number 14, the Star House, Marbella, Spain. The Star House is a new luxury villa in Spain that uses organic architecture and is built within a hill to reduce its footprint and, in theory, work in tandem with the surrounding landscape. Located just 15 minutes from the city center and set within a private gated communities with views out across the Mediterranean, it offers peace and seclusion, while at the same time offering futuristic features that keep residents connected with the outside world. Offering 5,300 square feet or about 500 square meters of interior space and sat on a 32,000 square foot or 3,000 square meter plot of land, the white building has 4 main bedrooms and 4 bathrooms. The south-facing design ensures that it gets as much light as possible, and each level ends with an infinity terrace to create unique alfresco outdoor spaces. The swimming pool leads out into the land and uses the contours of the hill to change depths. And while this house is full of features and technology, it's also been designed to be as energy efficient as possible. Being built into a hill means that it's particularly effective at retaining heat, and a nearby solar panel farm provides the vast majority of its energy requirements. Number 13, Sky Porch, Singapore. If you've ever been to Singapore, you'll be more than aware of how busy and crowded the city can feel, which often presents problems to anyone who lives near the center. Traffic can be particularly bad, and it's rare you'll ever find a space to park your car, so a new residential tower has shown how this can be overcome with the designs of the future. Known as Hamilton Scott's, the 56-unit block is just a short walk from the famous Orchard Road district and faces towards a rare plot of parkland in the city. Each of the apartments has 2 parking spaces of their own, but rather than being in an underground parking garage, these are actually located next to the apartments themselves. All owners have to do is to drive into the entrance and park their car on the rotating platform on the special elevator. They then key in their apartment number like you would on any other elevator, and the machinery does the rest. The driver and their car are then lifted up and turned around before being placed right in their sky garage, which leads directly into their apartment. Not only does it mean that you have a quick and easy access to your car, but it also enables you to have it in pride and place it on display in your home. And if you're able to afford one of these apartments in the first place, chances are you'll also have a vehicle that's worth showing off. Number 12, the Eco Capsule. Not all futuristic homes are ones that contain next-level technology, because to properly look after our planet, it's becoming more and more important to ever minimize energy consumption and significantly reduce the damage to our surroundings. This was the idea behind the design of the Eco Capsule, which is a portable home created by a Slovakian company called Nice Architects. At a weight of just 4,000 pounds, the egg-shaped structure is 15 feet long, 7.2 feet wide, and about 8.2 feet tall, and offers about 88 square feet of interior space. The egg shape was specifically chosen because it reduces the surface area to volume ratio, and by constructing the walls with 2 layers of fiberglass with polyurethane foam insulation between them, it's very efficient at retaining heat. Power to the capsule is provided by both a 750-watt wind turbine and an 880-watt solar cell array. And incredibly, it's been designed so that it actually generates more power than it uses. The inbuilt battery stores this excess charge as a backup just in case the weather conditions reduce power production, and any that's produced beyond the battery's capacity is used to heat water. The eco-capsule collects rainwater in a reservoir where it's cleaned by UV lamps and filters, and the central computer keeps track of everything that's happening and can be controlled by a smartphone app. The company claims that all of this means the occupants can live off-grid and be self-sufficient for weeks, months, or even years on end. And that process they've developed can be applied to most new homes that are being built to reduce their environmental impact. Number 11. The Heliotrope, Freiburg. The incredible-looking Heliotrope is a house that was built in Freiburg, Germany in 1994. There are actually 3 of them in the country now, but the original is the biggest and was created by the architect himself to live in. It became renowned around the world for being the first house ever built that captures more energy than it uses, and all the power that's consumed is renewable, produces 0 emissions, and is CO2 neutral. There is, of course, a huge amount of technology to make this possible. The Heliotrope has solar arrays, a geothermal heat exchanger, a combined heat and power unit, and solar thermal balcony railings that are used to heat water. And to make it as efficient as possible, the entire structure rotates. During the cooler months, it faces the sun, which allows as much heat as possible to enter the home without needing to warm it by other means. While during the warmer months, its highly insulated back wall faces the sun, which prevents too much heat from entering and keeps the home feeling cool. The solar panels, however, rotate independently of the house, so they're always facing the sun to maximize power generation. It's easy to look at the Heliotrope as an extreme example of energy-efficient building, but it's likely that all the homes of the future will take some inspiration from it, because the more they do, the less impact we'll be having on the environment. Number 10. Allegra, Mykonos. Villa Allegra, to the northwest of the island of Mykonos in Greece, is a stunning, futuristic home that's been built on the side of, and is actually mostly inside of a hill. This location was initially chosen because it offers shelter from the wind and offers unparalleled views across the Aegean Sea and nearby Delos Island. The property itself is on a 43,000 square foot plot of land and has about 3,700 square feet of internal space. There are 7 main bedrooms, 2 swimming pools, a huge wine cellar, various lounge areas, and a jacuzzi, sauna, gym, a spa room, and a barbecue area. The geothermic architecture uses mainly concrete and glass, and this gives a modern, futuristic feel, as well as holding in the heat in a way that makes the home more energy efficient. Number 9. Xanadu 2.0. As the co-founder of the world's most influential technology company, Bill Gates was for a long time the richest person in the world, and it's no surprise that he built one of the most futuristic homes ever devised. Known as Xanadu 2.0, named after the mansion in Citizen Kane, it's located on a huge plot next to Lake Washington in Medina, Washington. Taking 7 years to complete, 500 Douglas fir trees were needed to provide the wood used in the home's construction. And while it cost $65 million, it's now believed to be worth at least double that. Sensors and technology are installed throughout, meaning that each guest's preferences, such as music, lighting, and temperature, follow them through the house wherever they go. At 66,000 square feet, there was a real concern of how the structure would impact the water runoff. And to overcome this, an artificial stream was dug across the land, which is now filled with salmon and trout. No expense or care has been spared, and even the glorious maple tree near the entrance driveway had monitors attached to it, which linked to sprinklers so it's automatically watered if it becomes too dry. Amazingly, the property has not 1, but 6 full kitchens, so there's always one nearby to where events are happening. There are 7 bedrooms in the main house, along with a dedicated guest house. And one of the most amazing rooms is the private library, which contains a book collection thought to be well worth in excess of $100 million. The pool is so large that it has an indoor and outdoor section. And to really make the home stand out, it has its very own dedicated trampoline room. Furthermore, there's a beach that's made up of imported Caribbean sand, a garage with room for 23 cars, a huge home movie theater, and a 200-person capacity reception hall. Even though most of this was completed in the 1990s, the tech that's used throughout is still far beyond what most other people could dream of, making this a truly futuristic place to live. Number 8. Wave House, Finland. Originally designed to be built in Moscow, but after those plans failed, finally constructed in Mikkeli, Finland. The Wave House is described by the architects behind it as a log house with a twist. Built using environmentally friendly sourced pine wood, the single-level structure offers an open living plan area that looks out across a lake and a cantilevered terrace, and 4 bedrooms with equally as stunning views as one another. In many ways, the features of the house are back to basics with just a few further rooms, one of which is a sauna. And this has been done on purpose to attract owners who want to be at one with nature. The overall design of the home was challenging, with using wood as the main material and required modern techniques to achieve the curves and overall flow. Large glass windows allow every beam of light to pour in and illuminate the interior, while at the same time the insulation traps the heat and creates a comfortable temperature throughout the house at all times during the year. Despite having the main focus as being an architectural wonder, this is also an extremely efficient home, which, because of some of the clever additions, consumes less than half of the energy of other similar-sized properties. Number 7. Pangyo House. Found around a 30-minute drive from Seoul in South Korea, the 2-story Pangyo House was built in 2013 and designed by Office 53427, a renowned Korean architectural company. With a curved white exterior that's punctuated by square perforations, there's no doubt that this is a futuristic home from the moment you see it, but at the same time it fits well in with the surrounding buildings on the development. All of the walls are actually built with brick, but are covered with Himax acrylic stone panels to give the texture and curved edges. Floors and stairs throughout were made from sustainably sourced wood, and the entire structure encircles a small garden at the center. What's impressive about this home is that it was built as part of a much wider project, with the creator specifically trying to find a way to make each home unique rather than everything looking monotonous and identical, which is the problem faced by most large-scale developments around the world. This particular home is intended for a family of 4, but the principles developed in its creation can be expanded or contracted for any number of people, and could well be a style that becomes even more common in the coming years. Number 6. Mobius House, Sydney. Sydney Harbour is one of the most sought-after locations and views in the Australian city, so anytime someone builds a new home there, it had better be an impressive project. When faced with developing a new design for a family in 2010, Australian architects Tony Owen Partners created an incredible futuristic design, which has become known as the Mobius House. With views across the Sydney Opera House and Harbour Bridge, it's made of a steel frame that's covered in metal panels. Cleverly, one of the walls loops over the roof and over the other side, which creates an extra terrace on the first floor and gives the house the unusual look that inspired its name. According to the architects, it was based upon the principle of micro-design, which is a design technique that uses powerful software to predict the implications of minute changes. The result was a house that has maximized ventilation, the views, privacy, and energy requirements, and has significantly improved its environmental credentials. Because of the complex form of the structure, however, the construction company had to develop new techniques to make it possible. The project manager once said that it was much more similar to building a car than a house, whereby the main structure, or chassis, was made first before the external shell was added. Number 5. The Staub Residence, Sonoran Desert. With evolving construction techniques and the ability to envisage what a completed structure will be like much better than it's ever been possible before, there's a new range of elements that houses of the future will be able to incorporate before the first brick has even been placed. These include increased privacy, the ability to fully take in spectacular surrounding views, and of course, energy efficiency. And that's exactly what the Staub family of Scottsdale, Arizona were able to achieve with their new home. Designed by the Chen and Suchart Studio, the home is clad in stainless steel and coated glass, which almost makes the top floor appear as if it's floating above the lower level. By using concrete blocks for the walls, gaps have been left open that allow for airflow and light to beam through while retaining privacy. And the reflective nature of the glass means that it almost tricks the eye into missing the fact that there's a building there at all. According to the company behind the creation, it's about collecting the beauty and power of the landscape and absorbing it as part of the material palette. And it's hard to argue they've done anything but that. Number 4. The Zero House. It's quite likely, rather than being built from scratch on site, the home of the future will be prefabricated in a factory and simply installed where they're needed. And as proof of how this concept will work, the Zero House was created. The compact design can easily be transported and built within a matter of days, and has a full kitchen, a bath, bedrooms, a large living room, and even 2 balconies. What's particularly impressive about this design, however, is that it doesn't need to be plugged into any external supplies, because it's able to operate independently. It can generate its own power, collects rainwater for use, and even processes all of its own waste, meaning this isn't a home limited to use near pre-existing communities, but one that can be installed virtually anywhere. As well as being designed as a home, the company behind it hopes that it will also have uses for remote employment, ecotourism, emergency services, and plenty more, potentially changing how permanent structures are forever. Number 3. Earthship Homes, New Mexico. Despite being built in the 1970s, the Earthship homes in New Mexico could well be some of the most future-facing structures ever conceived. It's expected that resources are going to be increasingly difficult to source in the coming years, and that our use of fossil fuels will need to be drastically reduced, and the design of these homes already incorporates those ideals. Built by architect Michael Reynolds, the homes, versions of which have since been built around the world, are based on the principle that there are 6 human needs that can be provided through designing homes in an environmentally friendly way, which are energy, waste management, sewage treatment, shelter, clean water, and food. They are off the grid, so don't exert further pressures on publicly provided networks, and use techniques such as building them to face the sun so the front atrium is heated up, and the thermal mass of the walls around the house retain this warmth to regulate the temperature. Earthships collect all the water they need, incorporate a natural convection-based ventilation system, and incorporate newer technologies wherever possible. Recent estimates suggest that if you include the land they're built on, a fully functioning Earthship costs around $500,000 to build. And while that may sound expensive, you'll never have to pay a utility bill again. And as more people adopt the idea, the cheaper they'll become. Number 2. Mars Case Prototype. Designers aren't just focusing on future home designs that will be built on this planet, but with increasing hopes that humans may one day live in colonies on the Moon or Mars, structures have already been built that could support us on alien worlds. One, known as the Mars Case Prototype, was created by Open Architecture in China in collaboration with an electronics company. When living so far away from Earth, natural resources won't be in anywhere near as plentiful a supply, so lifestyles will have to change to accommodate this. This small house therefore emphasizes recycling as much as possible and produces minimal waste in the first place, meaning every nutrient and material is used to its fullest. Cleverly, all the electrical devices are mounted into the same unit, which means they harness and recycle the heat, exhaust, and condensation that they produce and feed it all back into itself. This means, for example, the excess heat being generated by the oven can also be used to warm water needed for washing, making the Mars Case Prototype a building where energy self-circulates and there's zero waste. Number 1. Chateau 5, Colorado. If environmental impact isn't top of your list when choosing a home, then you could go to the complete opposite direction and design something that's all about comfort, enjoyment, and the overall experience. Chateau 5 in Evergreen, Colorado was completed in 2015, and despite being designed in a way that's intended to look like it's a centuries-old castle, it's underpinned by the latest technology. At a cost of around $17.5 million, it has 126 chandeliers, a great room with 25 feet or just over an 8-meter high ceiling, 4 large fireplaces, a wine cellar, a library, bubble balconies, and simply incredible views out across the nearby Mount Evans. There's also a doggy spa, a movie theater, an indoor-outdoor swimming pool, and a huge amount of indoor space that hasn't been developed yet. Also known as the Maximum Security Mansion, however, the residents of Chateau 5 have managed to be very private and secluded from the outside world. The dedicated security office is used to monitor cameras from all over the property, and they're even alerted if vehicles are approaching along the public highway. With systems in every room that scan anyone that enters and changes the environment to their preference, and a personal assistant that can be used to communicate with the kitchen, the security office, or other guests in the home, Chateau 5 may look like a classic building from the outside, but it's undoubtedly one of the smartest homes you'll find anywhere in the world. Watch our future playlist for more top 15 videos about the future. Sit back, relax, and binge watch all of our best future-related videos.
Technology is progressing faster than ever, with groundbreaking new ideas being explored every day. From floating farms to edge computing, here are the 15 most incredible emerging technologies. Number 15, spin launch. There's been a lot of focus in recent years on private space companies and their quest to develop vehicles that can take paying customers into orbit. But the reality is that, especially with the pollution that traditional spaceflight creates, these advances won't make a difference to people other than billionaires for quite some time. There is, however, a lesser-known company that's making huge strides at making space technologies far cheaper, greener, and easier to access. It's just that their focus is on satellites and not on human travel. Known as spin launch, the concept is actually rather simple, although it is, of course, extremely complicated to put into practice. Founded in 2014 and funded by large companies such as Airbus and Google, they are building a kinetic energy launch system to insert satellites into orbit instead of relying on chemical rockets. To do this, they have designed a vacuum-sealed centrifuge that will spin objects around before releasing them into space at speeds of up to 5,000 miles per hour. And once they reach a suborbital height, a traditional rocket booster can take over. This concept significantly reduces the amount of fuel that needs to be burned, and to make it even better, all of the energy used to power the centrifuge is derived from green sources, such as solar and wind. The company has even proved that most traditional satellite components are able to withstand the 10,000 Gs that they'll be subjected to during a launch, and even projects that it will cost less than $500,000 to send one into space, as opposed to the tens of millions it currently does. With the test version already built and conducting launches, they hope the full-size device will be ready within a few years, and this could permanently revolutionize satellite launches. Number 14, graphene. Industry is continually looking for new materials to offer stronger and more reliable performance, but the next game-changing development is expected to be graphene. It's a substance that's long been theorized to exist, but has proven to be so complicated to manufacture that it's taken until now to become feasible. As the name would suggest, it is derived from graphite, which is the material you'll be familiar with that's used in pencils. Made entirely from carbon atoms, graphite is a three-dimensional structure. But the exciting thing about graphene is that it's two-dimensional. What this means is that the carbon is arranged perfectly in a hexagonal honeycomb formation that's only 0.3 nanometers thick, and there's just 0.1 nanometers between each of the atoms. In practice, this new arrangement offers huge benefits that are only just starting to be fully understood. Graphene can conduct electricity far more efficiently than copper, for example. It's also 200 times stronger than steel, but 6 times lighter. It's almost completely transparent because it only absorbs 2% of light, and it's impermeable to gases, even the lightest ones. And it can also have chemical components added to the surface to alter its properties. Researchers see graphene more as a platform that developers will be able to arrange in a way that plays to their needs. It could, for example, revolutionize touchscreen technologies, be incorporated to make lighter composite materials, and has a number of uses in electronics too. The possibilities are truly endless, and it's expected to be possible to produce it in commercial quantities within the next decade. Number 13, GPS-3. First beginning in 1973 and completed in 1993, the American GPS satellite network was the first global navigation system and revolutionized the way that everyone determines where they are on Earth. At first, the benefits were envisaged for militaries, but the technology has now had an impact on all of our lives, from the way certain electronics works to sat-nav systems and location-based tracking. The problem with GPS, though, is that the original 24 satellites, along with further ones that were subsequently added, don't provide a perfect resolution and are only accurate to within a few feet. They also don't provide full coverage around the world, as anyone who has tried to use location tracking in mountainous areas or dense urban environments will know, and the signals are actually relatively simple to block, which is a constant threat for military use. There is therefore huge demand for improving the system, and the technology has already been developed to do this. Known as GPS-3 and built by Lockheed Martin, the satellites are already being launched and are expected to have fully upgraded the network within a few years. When the project is complete, the signals will be far more precise than now and 8 times stronger, so they can't be blocked, resulting in improved safety, signal integrity, and far greater accuracy. Number 12, floating farms. As the world's population continues to grow, one of the biggest problems we face right now is how to produce enough food to satisfy everyone's needs. Amazingly, an estimated 30% of the global land surface is dedicated to agriculture, and a third of that is used for crops, and the remaining 2/3 is used for grazing livestock. And this not only restricts the potential areas for inhabitation, but also encourages large-scale deforestation and habitat change to create more farmland. Some companies are looking for alternatives to this, and while you may have heard of vertical farms that look to improve the yield for the same size plot of land, others are looking at far more radical solutions. One is the idea of floating farms, which can involve building huge complexes that sit on the surface of the ocean, can be moved to where they're needed, and crucially are temporary. They make use of areas that wouldn't be used for anything else and turn it into a profitable commodity. Incredibly, one of these has already been in operation for several years in the port of Rotterdam in the Netherlands, where a company called Belladon has built a floating platform designed to farm 40 Muse-Rhine Issel cows that are all milked by robots. By producing the product as close to the end consumers as possible, they're reducing transport costs too. And they also plan to be able to install floating farms in regions that have suffered from disasters to get food production up and running far quicker than would otherwise be possible. Number 11, edge computing. The way we use computers has changed significantly in the past few decades, and so has the way technology is designed to give us the best service. At first, everything was done on a singular device in our homes, and now we mainly use cloud computing, whereby most activities from our emails to documents and virtually everything else is held online, and our devices are essentially windows that grant us access to this. The problem with cloud computing, however, is that most companies rely on the infrastructure of just a few cloud providers: Amazon, Microsoft, Google, and IBM, with Amazon alone accounting for 47% of the market. Quite simply, everything that can be moved onto the cloud has pretty much been done so already, and there's very little room to grow in that space. So others have been looking at the so-called edge of the cloud. What this really means is that they're exploring ways to bring the processing and storage of the cloud geographically closer to where the user is in order to improve the experience. Rather than just relying on a few data centers, it will see more work done locally, and the idea is that this will significantly reduce latency, will also improve privacy and security, and will help reduce the bandwidth being used so the infrastructure doesn't buckle under the pressure of increased usage. In many ways, it may seem as if it's going back on the idea of cloud computing, but it's really harnessing it to fuller effect. If fingerprint or facial authorization is dealt with directly by your smartphone rather than waiting for a server to reply, you'll be able to access your online content much easier. Similarly, self-driving cars are currently the best example of edge computing. Rather than waiting for a server's response, it can function independently, but at the same time needs to be centrally controlled so it's automatically updated, and so the algorithms can be improved. Number 10, self-healing concrete. Concrete is one of the most important construction materials that's used around the world, and is second to water in terms of the most consumed material. Amazingly, twice as much concrete is used in construction than everything else combined. This works out to be the equivalent of more than 3 tons per person in the world each year. The problem is that even though it's a tough and durable material, it's susceptible to wear and tear and can develop cracks and holes that affect its stability. In the long term, this means that it either needs to be maintained or replaced to avoid disaster, which can be a costly endeavor. But researchers have come up with a new solution: self-healing concrete. By adding bacterial spores to the concrete mix, along with a food source like yeast extract, an amazing thing happens. When the concrete cracks, the bacteria are exposed to oxygen and water and begin to consume the food and multiply, and then produce calcium carbonate or limestone as a byproduct. This in turn seals the crack again, and if done right, means that you won't even be able to see where the crack had formed in the first place. For small openings, the process can be completed with around 14 days, and it'll prevent them from widening and becoming a greater problem. Soon, it's expected that virtually all concrete will incorporate technology like this, and the days of potentially dangerous faults will be over. Number 9, hydrogen fuel cells. The automotive industry is going through its biggest change in living memory, with virtually every manufacturer trying to develop their own technologies to reduce the reliance on fossil fuels. And while electric and battery concepts seem to be the way forwards, they certainly aren't a magic bullet. There's concern surrounding the provision of green electricity to all that need it, and the fact that our electrical grids simply aren't designed to handle the loads that will be required. Even if this was sorted, there's also the fact that batteries are relatively very heavy for the amount of charge that they can hold. And while they may be suitable for cars, they're not yet at a place where they're viable for larger trucks, ships, or planes. That's why another solution is needed, and the most likely candidate is hydrogen fuel. Hydrogen itself can be produced by a range of methods, such as natural gas, nuclear power, biomass, and even other renewable energies. And when it's used, the only byproduct is water. In the UK, a concept train has already been fitted with hydrogen cells, and it's undergoing tests, while aircraft manufacturers such as Airbus see this as a far more viable target in the near future than full electrification. And car companies, too, are looking at how it can be used. The technology is approaching the stage where it's possible across a range of applications, and it's only a matter of time until it's commonplace. Number 8. Satellite constellations. As the cost of launching satellites into orbit reduces, and with the improvement in component design and the potential uses of space technology, a number of big tech companies are now exploring the feasibility of creating their own satellite constellations. The idea of a network of satellites to perform a role isn't exactly new. After all, there are already 6 different navigational satellite constellations like GPS and a number of one-way and two-way communication satellite constellations. But these have traditionally only used a few dozen nodes to operate. Recently, SpaceX has been creating a constellation of its own called Starlink, which will, when it's completed, provide internet access across most of the planet. Amazingly, this involves positioning as many as 12,000 in orbit to give optimal coverage. And while the company may be paving the way, it's not the only organization looking at doing this. Boeing, OneWeb, and Amazon are also looking to develop their own constellations to provide internet access, and this is just scratching the surface of what they can be used for. If you look up when it's dark, you might just be able to see some of these satellites already, and if progress continues at the current rate, the night sky may soon be full of them. Number 7. GPT-3. Tech companies around the world are in a race to develop the first full artificial intelligence, but there are steps along the way that arguably are going to be far more impactful on the technology around us and how we live our lives. One of these concepts is the idea of deep learning, whereby computer algorithms can analyze past behavior and automatically find solutions to improve performance. One of the most interesting forms of this is called GPT-3. Developed by OpenAI, it's the 3rd generation of a language prediction model, and the idea is that based on learning by itself, it's able to write text in the same way as a human does. It's one of the most difficult types of human imitation, and this latest attempt is almost unbelievable. Based on initial studies, it's virtually impossible to differentiate between something written by GPT-3 or by an actual person, and companies like Microsoft have already begun to incorporate it into their products. Described recently as being one of the most interesting and important AI systems ever produced, GPT-3 will further blur the lines of reality, and you may well find yourself reading news articles or even novels that haven't had any human involvement whatsoever. Number 6. Connected homes. Throughout history, inventions have helped us save time on basic tasks so we can dedicate ourselves to more complicated ones, and this progression is continuing into the 21st century. While the concept of connected homes isn't in itself a new one, the increasing presence of the Internet of Things and technological advancements means that it's going to become far more commonplace, reliable, and functional in the coming years. In 2013, the market in the US alone was worth almost $6 billion, and right now it's estimated that 37% of households in the US have a smart device in their home. Right now, these are usually in the form of doorbells, heating, light bulbs, speakers, and voice-activated assistants. But there are so many different ways technology can be incorporated that things will look very different in a few years. From connected fridges to power sockets, bathroom appliances, and even furniture, virtually everything that's electrically operated could potentially have a chip installed that'll make it operate from a smart device, or simply by your voice. Furthermore, with so much of it being automated, our homes will take care of themselves and allow us to focus more on our interests and our families. Number 5. Lithium metal battery. There's a focus right now on moving away from energy that produces emissions, and one of the best ways to do this is converting everything we use to run on electricity, as long as the electricity comes from green sources. Major strides have been made in the past couple decades, but one of the biggest limiting factors is the capability of batteries. Currently, the most reliable and cost-effective design that's used is a lithium-ion battery, but these have limits with how much they can charge and how quickly this can be done, as well as some concerns about their safety if they're damaged. A company called QuantumScape is, however, developing an alternative, which instead of having liquid parts like a lithium-ion battery, is solid. Known as a lithium metal battery, the results from the company's early tests have suggested these could eventually increase the range of an electric vehicle by as much as 80% and can be recharged in just a fraction of the time too. Right now the prototypes are too large to be fitted to cars, but they're expected to become much smaller in the coming years, so much so that QuantumScape has already signed an agreement with VW to start selling electric vehicles with the new batteries from 2025. Number 4. 3D printing. 3D printing has had a varied history since it first started being used in the 1980s, and even until recently it's only been useful for very specific tasks. Essentially feeding liquefied material into a chamber, and by applying layer upon layer, being able to create a 3D object. It's a technique that's mostly been known for creating small plastic objects or replacement components for certain devices. As our understanding of materials has improved, though, 3D printers are increasingly being able to make objects out of different substances and are becoming seen as potentially the future of manufacturing. From clothing and food to medical devices and the ability to rapidly prototype new designs, the possibilities are endless, but perhaps the most exciting area is how it'll change large projects. There's already a number of buildings around the world that have been built from 3D printed parts, and this is going to become even more common. Instead of needing to ship all of the different types of bricks and other parts needed to build a house, all that's needed is a supply of the basic material and a printer, and everything can be manufactured on site. It'll reduce transport needs, wastage, and increase efficiency, and could mean new homes can be built in a fraction of the time they currently take. Number 3. Blockchain. There are two main reactions when people hear of blockchain. Either they start telling you about the best new cryptocurrencies to invest in, or they switch off from boredom. The fact is, though, that while blockchain technology does underpin the operation of these new decentralized currencies, this is just the beginning of how useful and integrated to our lives that it will become. Put simply, a blockchain is a list of information that's linked together by a cryptographic technique, and once a block has been added, it can't be changed and acts as a permanent record. To begin with, this was used to prove who owns a particular coin of currency, or more recently, pieces of digital art. But there are a number of companies exploring how much wider the uses are. There are already examples of how blockchain is being used to enable energy trading and various other transactions, but perhaps the most important use is that it can track the history of individual products. The food industry can benefit hugely from this by being able to prove exactly where and when ingredients were harvested or cooked, and brands will also be able to use blockchain to prove whether an item is an original or a forgery. Number 2. Fighting fire with sound. With our changing climate, wildfires are becoming more common across the planet, and they're becoming even more difficult to control. As an example, in California alone, 5 times the area is burning each year now compared to what happened in the 1970s, and this is only expected to increase. Traditionally, the way to extinguish or at least limit the spread of fire would be to use huge quantities of water or foam. But with water shortages happening too and the reluctance to drop chemicals onto the land, an alternative can't come soon enough. Luckily, a solution was first revealed in 2015 and has continued in development to the point where it'll soon be deployed on a large scale. First designed to put out small fires in kitchens, the acoustic extinguisher uses sound waves to push oxygen away from the source of a fire and spread it over a wider area. This cuts off the fuel of the fire, and if maintained for long enough, will simply cause it to fizzle out. There have been attempts to do this before, but now that the optimal frequencies and techniques have been figured out, it's very likely that this will become one of the main methods of fire control in the coming decades. Number 1. Quantum computing. We all rely on classical computers for everyday tasks, but there's a point at which no matter how many powerful chips you connect together, they become impractical to perform highly complicated roles. Computer scientists from around the world have, since the 1980s, been pursuing the next big development, the creation of a quantum computer, and they're now closer than ever. Essentially, a quantum computer is different to a classical one in the way that it stores and handles information. In a classical computer, you'll be familiar with bits that can either be a 1 or a 0. But in a quantum computer, they use qubits, which can be in a 1 or a 0 quantum state, or a superposition of both. What this means is that a quantum computer is able to solve any problem a classical one can, and vice versa, and in some situations will be far more efficient in doing so. One of the more interesting things about quantum computers is that they won't actually always be the better choice, and researchers are still exploring the situations when they will offer an advantage. But the biggest hurdle right now is building one that's large and stable enough to see how well it can perform.
Watch our future playlist for more top 15 videos about the future. Sit back, relax, and binge watch all of our best future-related videos. With countries like China and Saudi Arabia constantly building bigger and bigger, there are hundreds of mega projects currently under development in the world. But sometimes things don't go according to plan. Sometimes multi-billion-dollar projects end up being totally useless, abandoned, or worse. Here are the 15 most useless mega projects ever built. Number 15. Transit Elevated Bus. The idea for an elevated bus was conceived by two American architects in 1969, but it wasn't until 2010 when China decided to pick up and go ahead with that project. Their Transit Elevated Bus, or TEB for short, was designed to be the bus of the future. As the name suggests, the TEB would run on a track above cars, therefore bypassing traffic and freeing up some much-needed space on the crowded roads. In 2016, a scale model was finally built showing off just how efficient the TEB would be. The TEB would run along a fixed route, and the width of its passenger compartment would cover 2 traffic lanes, with the entire apparatus being about 15 feet tall. It would also be powered using electric lines above the routes and reach a top speed of about 27 miles an hour. On paper, the Transit Elevated Bus was an amazing idea. It would fit about 300 people at a time, take up less space, and run essentially emissions-free. But it proved to be too expensive and too ambitious, and many said that the technology had not yet caught up to the concept. So in 2017, the prototype was scrapped indefinitely, and people associated with the project were even detained under suspicion of investment fraud. But perhaps one day the technology and the money will be there to make this amazing futuristic bus concept a reality. Number 14. Ordos, China. When the Chinese government wanted to increase their gross domestic product, they came up with the concept of the Kangbashi district of Ordos. The new district would sit about 18 miles out of the main city, and the roads alone cost $352 million to lay. The homes of the Kangbashi district took around 5 years to be completed, with many being sold. But there was one thing missing. The civic amenities like schools, shops, and restaurants weren't even close to being done. China's Kangbashi district wasn't able to build its own sufficient economy. It was more of a husk of an idea than an actual community. While the population is slowly growing, with around 100,000 residents today, there's still not much to do and nowhere to go within the district. Perhaps Kangbashi is meant to be a long-term endeavor, but until then, it's the largest ghost town this world has ever seen. Number 13. Lavasa, India. If you build it, they will come. Maybe one of your dad's favorite movie quotes of all time, but that doesn't make it true. Back at the turn of the century, when our excitement over the future was mixed with our fears of the looming Y2K, the term smart city was becoming popular in the hope that our everyday lives would live up to the expectations of new technology. The city of Lavasa in India was designed by the multi-millionaire Ajit Gulabchand,
who wanted to take a piece of land with 0 properties on it and kick that number up to a few thousand. It was an ambitious project, to say the least, but Gulab Chand was perhaps a bit out of touch with reality. Sure, he may have had the best intentions, hoping to not only put his new city, but his new home country of India on the map, but the smart city would soon just become another pointless mega project. This smart city would be in the style of Portofino, Italy, and even have an amusement park to bring as many people in as possible. Lavasso wouldn't be near any commercial travel routes, meaning no one is coming. The project cost an exorbitant amount of money, much of which was funded by the government and public debt, and the city was designed to hold 250,000 people. But by the end of 2018, only 10,000 remained. The company that built the city and the investors all went bankrupt, and Lavasso was left in a state of total disrepair. Number 12, Forest City Johor. The 20-year project that is the Forest City Johor in Malaysia is a 3,300-acre area that's a mix of residences and over-the-top gardens. It's an incredibly ambitious mega project, yes, but it's also proven to be much more trouble than it's perhaps worth. For starters, the country set a target of 700,000 units sold, but by 2019, only 500 residents called Johor their home. So as it stands, that's a massive financial failure, and someone has to foot the bill. Problems began even at the start of construction, when cracks and the like began to show in many of the city's buildings and roads. The problem here is that much of the land was reacclimated, and the weight of the infrastructure was preventing the soil from properly settling, therefore causing it to sink. And the city planners all agreed that it would continue to do so over time. Johor was marketed as an eco-friendly and energy-efficient city, and has proven itself to be anything but. The damage caused by the reclamation of the land and poor planning has already caused irreversible damage, and corruption is prevalent at various levels of the project. And so it may not be totally fair to call the Forest City Johor useless, but it may be fair to call it a pointless and expensive failure. Number 11, American Dream Meadowlands. At least in the United States, malls are a bit of a dying breed, and some may argue the same thing for the American dream. So it should come as no surprise that the American Dream Meadowlands, a mall in the U.S., falls into that category. The project was proposed in 2003, with construction starting in 2004, with the mall opening in 4 stages, from 2019 to 2020. Meaning the mall opened at the height of the coronavirus, right when the world stopped and we were told to stay indoors. The problems didn't even begin there. No, they started much further back in time. The location of the mall in New Jersey's Meadowlands garnered criticism from environmentalists as well as fellow city planners, who noted that the inclusion of this mall is so big that would house theme parks would only add to the area's horrific traffic congestion. Even the area's NFL team sued the company overseeing construction under the pretense that it would make traffic on game days worse than it needed to be. Couple all of that with the fact that the mall's developer had to pay off close to $300 million in debt, and you're looking at a 587-acre nightmare and money pit that nobody asked for and is completely failing and flailing. Number 10, Naypyidaw. The next entry on our list is another classic case of a massive, sprawling city, but with no citizens to reap the benefits. The case of Naypyidaw in Myanmar certainly is an interesting one, because despite being in one of the poorest countries in Asia, the city is full of gaudy institutions like multiple golf courses, the lower house of parliament, 20-lane highways, and a huge pagoda. Naypyidaw is 6 times the size of New York City, which is home to more than 8 million people. So by that logic, the new capital city, Naypyidaw, should have a similar, if not larger, population. But as of now, less than 1 million people live there, and that number could even partially be fabricated. The government has a very tight hold on the country, and so it's very hard to get the straight truth about the city. It is, however, open to certain levels of tourism, but those who do go to see what the city has to offer are left in complete shock, because this planned city is just about a ghost town. It's estimated that the entire city cost about $4 billion to build, and that doesn't even take into account the non-cash investments. And that doesn't even include the amount of money spent each year to keep the city up and running, paying for things like electricity, water, and even high-speed internet. Number 9, Ashgabat, Turkmenistan. The country of Turkmenistan, unfortunately, has a tumultuous history, with many of its innocent citizens falling victim to forces well out of their control. a former Soviet Union country under the control of the horrific President Suparmarat Niyazov. Ashgabat was built in the hopes of creating a new prosperous era for Turkmenistan, a golden era for the country, and so construction of Ashgabat began in 1991. Gaudy, record-breaking buildings were erected to show off Soviet ingenuity to the world, mostly to the U.S. And in the end, 543 buildings were made all out of luxury materials, and the newfound city was even home to the world's largest Ferris wheel. Meanwhile, though, the rest of the country, life expectancy was at an all-time low. Today, Ashgabat is referred to as the City of the Dead because it appears to be so empty. The majority of residents live just outside of city limits, and much of the city has no access to electricity or clean water. It's a very strange city that is made mostly of marble, but the fancy facade hides many dark secrets, and while it may be open to tourists, most of them will leave with a bad taste in their mouth. Number 8. The Big Dig. The Central Artery Tunnel Project, or more simply put, the Big Dig, was a Boston-based mega project set to connect different tunnels, greenways, and bridges, with a large part being connected to the central artery of Interstate 93 into another tunnel. A lot was going on with probably too many moving parts, which rarely ends well. Planning for the project began in 1982, and construction didn't begin until 1991, and eventually ended in 2007. But not because everything was completed and ready to go, but because the partnership between the program manager and the Massachusetts Turnpike Authority ended. No more money and no more workers means no more projects, and the Big Dig turned into one big headache for everyone. During the project, though, the entire endeavor was plagued with leaks, design flaws, delays, going over budget, poor execution and leadership, implementation of cheap materials, cutting corners, and even arrests. The list of issues is a lot longer than it should be, but it all culminated with the death of a motorist. The project was initially supposed to cost $2.8 billion and end in 1998, but instead cost 4 times as much and finished a decade later. Yikes. But the entire project that is the Big Dig won't be paid off until about 2038 and will ultimately cost an estimated $22 billion. Number 7. The Burj Khalifa. Dubai's Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world, home to a 40-mile-an-hour elevator, office buildings, hotels, and a rooftop pool almost 3,000 feet high, also harbors a dark side that no one in Dubai wants you to know about. Where to even begin? Well, the tower cost $1.5 billion US to erect, and about 12,000 migrant workers from Southeast Asia were hauled in to build it, making less than $10 a day and working under some pretty horrendous and unsafe conditions. Many of their passports were even confiscated, so that if they did quit before the job ended, they're trapped in a foreign country. There was one report of a worker falling to his death in 2007, but Human Rights Watch studies speculate that plenty more died of heat exhaustion, overwork, and even suicide. But once everything was said and done and potentially covered up, powers that be will boast that Burj Khalifa is an environmentally friendly building, recovering the equivalent of 14 Olympic-sized swimming pools a year. Well, that's great, except the building still uses 250,000 gallons of water and burns through the equivalent of 50,000 100-watt light bulbs a day. The building was made to last up to a century, but the Empire State Building in New York is estimated to stand for another 7,000 years. Pile all of this on top of the fact that the UAE is one of the richest countries in the world, but has a 20% poverty rate, and you're looking at one of the biggest wastes of time, money, resources, life, and limb, the Burj Khalifa. Number 6. The Desertron. Better known as the Desertron, the superconducting super collider was the proposed particle accelerator complex that would be the most powerful of its kind in the world. And where better to have one of these bad boys than in Texas? The most famous super collider for a long time was the Large Hadron Collider in Switzerland, and as always, it was important for the United States to not only keep up with the times, but make sure they do it bigger and better. Work on the Desertron began at the tail end of the 1980s, and they were able to bore 15 miles of tunnels and sink in 17 shafts in a 54-mile radius in just a few years. But it ran up a serious bill, and by 1993, the United States Congress had had enough when the project's budget exploded from $4.4 billion to $11 billion. Having adjusted for inflation, an insane $3.7 billion of American tax dollars were not spent, but wasted on the project. Number 5. Garden Bridge. The River Thames is an iconic attraction in London, England, with an incredibly rich history. So back in 1998, actress Joanna Lumley had suggested creating a bridge that would not only be a floating paradise, but serve as a memorial for the late but beloved Princess Diana. The idea remained dormant until 2012, when it started to gain some momentum, and UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson saw the Garden Bridge concept as his legacy project for London. Cut to 2021, and the bridge is not only non-existent, but the project has been scrapped altogether. So just what exactly happened? Millions of euros were raised for the project, both privately and with public taxes, but delays caused by the utter failure to secure the land rights on both sides of the Thames and the need for more money finally caused the Mayor of London to kill the project in 2017. And while the Garden Bridge could have been amazing with its proposed gorgeous walkways, trees, and flowers, the sheer bureaucracy of the project failed its construction, and the 46.4 million euros worth of public money may as well have been tossed over the bridge into the water below. Number 4. Interstate H3 Highway. The Interstate H3 Highway sounds great on paper. It cuts right through the island of Oahu, saving commuters a ton of time in the process. But it didn't save anyone any money when it was built, and it proved to be a massive headache, not just for everyone involved, but for the locals in the region as well. The highway was originally proposed in the 1960s and was met with immediate backlash from the native Hawaiian population, who were able to quickly identify the environmental damage the highway would cause, as well as the historical and cultural landmarks the road would displace. But not only is this interstate geographically unsound, but it was set to be the most expensive highway megaproject on a cost-per-mile basis, with the budget running up a $1.3 billion bill, which is the equivalent of $2 billion today. And despite being proposed in the 1960s, the ball didn't get rolling until the end of the 1980s, amidst all of the protests. The highway finally opened in 1997, but local opposition remains strong even to this day, and many people refuse to even use it, not only on principle, but because some of the indigenous population will tell you it's full of bad mojo. Number 3. Yucca Mountain Waste Repository. Nuclear waste is a pretty terrible thing, and properly getting rid of it is an even rougher process, with the waste taking thousands upon thousands of years for it to truly go away. So needless to say, Mountain Waste Repository was an incredibly ambitious project. Too bad plans were made to close it almost as quickly as they were made to open it. For starters, the waste repository was set to be built in the worst location, a seismically active and volcanically active porous sad to head home. But nobody misses the Sochi Olympics. Despite knowing full well that they would be hosting the Olympics and having a 7-year advanced notice, Russia blew it, big time. Many of the hotels built especially to house the athletes weren't even close to being complete by the time the athletes showed up, and many of them didn't have clean or even running water, and there were even reports of rooms not having any light bulbs or even doorknobs on the doors. It was absolutely terrible. A U.S. bobsledder even got trapped in his own hotel bathroom for so long that he burst through the wall like the Kool-Aid Man. And another athlete went to step into the elevator only to see that the shaft was built but completely empty. You can't make this stuff up, and it begs the question, what the hell happened? People were also living where the hotels were built and were forced to vacate their homes with nowhere to go for this absolutely failed project. It may be easy to laugh at all of the photos the athletes released all those years ago, but the hotels at the Sochi Olympics will probably go down in a dark part of history. Number 1. The World Islands. And now we get to move back over to Dubai for our final entry. Dubai's World Islands may sound like a fun idea, but if you take a moment to sit and really think about it, it's lame and pointless. Composed of 300 man-made islands, one for each country, they're meant to look like a map of, well, you guessed it, the world. Construction began in 2003 and came to a grinding halt in 2008 after the financial crisis. And with 60% of the construction being done by private contractors, this project, while ambitious, was probably doomed from the start. And by 2021, only 9 of the 300 islands are ready for visitors and commercial use. They also require the sand to be moved to the area and require the volume equivalent to 150 pro baseball stadiums to make. but erosion and weather have made quick work of what was already put in place. The islands don't have their own source of electricity either, and the project to run cable under the Gulf was a failure too. But the construction of these fake islands just decimates the local environment, destroying coral reefs and burying oyster beds, therefore killing off the local marine life at an alarming rate. The entire disaster cost $14 billion in a city with a poverty rate of 20%.
Watch our future playlist for more top 15 videos about the future. Sit back, relax, and binge watch all of our best future-related videos. Massive man-made islands, secluded billionaire paradises, and much more. It's time for the top 15 most amazing man-made islands. Number 15, Tilafushi. The first man-made island on this list stinks, and that's not just a personal opinion. This artificial island located to the west of Male, the capital of the Maldives, was created purely as a rubbish dump, or municipal landfill to give it its more official and pleasing title. Built on reclaimed coral reefs, Tilafushi came into existence in 1992 to resolve Male's garbage predicament, which kind of worked, in a way, because it's now a dumping ground for over 300 tons of rubbish per day. Today, Tilafushi has a landmass of more than 4.6 million feet, but not all of that is taken up with garbage. You see, not only does the constant stream of trash mean that the island is growing at a rate of about 1 square meter per year, but in November 1997, authorities started leasing sections of land for industrial purposes such as boat manufacturing, cement packing, methane gas bottling, and large-scale warehousing, all of which add to the pollution produced by this unpleasant piece of land. Used batteries, asbestos, lead, and all kinds of nasty things are finding their way into the water, leading local ecologists to describe it as a toxic bomb. Even the international community have expressed concern, with the BBC describing the island as apocalyptic, which is not one of those words you want to see in your vacation brochure. Number 14, Balboa Island. In case you were wondering, Balboa Island is not home to a society of down-on-their-luck boxers played by Sylvester Stallone. Located in Newport Beach, California, Balboa Island is a chain of 3 artificial islands that include the Balboa Island, Little Balboa Island, and Collins Island. And with around 3,000 residents, is one of the densest communities in Orange County. Connected to the mainland by a bridge, along with several ferries, the island is a thriving community with restaurants, craft shops, bakeries, a post office, a fire station, and a variety of other small businesses. Originally a mudflat surrounded by swampland, brothers James and Robert McFadden purchased the land, which became Newport Harbor in the 1860s, and established a successful shipping wharf. But sandbars and a treacherous bay entrance eventually caused the McFadden brothers to construct a large pier that would become the Balboa Peninsula. They eventually sold their property and the swamplands that were to become the harbor, Lido, and Balboa Islands to William Stepp, W.S. Collins, and C.A. Hansen, who saw the resort and recreation potential of the area, built a dredge, started piling sand and silt up on a mudflat called Snipe Island, and Balboa Island was born. Over the ensuing decades, property owners on the island would struggle with poor roads, flimsy sidewalks, regular flooding, and sewers that poured directly into the bay. But these days, it's one of Newport Harbor's most desirable places to live. Number 13, No Man's Land Fort, United Kingdom. This may be one of the smallest islands on our list, but it was built to carry out a vital function, even if that function was based more on caution and fear, rather than anything which ever came to pass in reality. No Man's Fort is one of Palmerston's forts, which includes Spitbank Fort, St. Helens Fort, and Horse Sand Fort. It was constructed 1.4 miles off the coast of the Isle of Wight between 1867 and 1880 to protect the town of Portsmouth, England, from the threat of a seaborne invasion from France, and was finally completed after the threat of that invasion had well and truly passed, which has to be more than a little annoying, not least because it cost around £400,000, and in the 1800s, that wasn't exactly peanuts. Apparently, the forts did serve a useful, although pretty morbid purpose back in World War II, where they were used to defend the Portsmouth dockyards, and that wasn't a great job to have, mainly because the prospective employees specifically chosen for their inability to swim, so had no chance of escaping their duty.
These days, however, it's been renovated into a luxury hotel, complete with a swimming pool, jacuzzi, a gym, 2 restaurants, and a roof garden, so you could almost forget that they were once used as a death trap. Number 12, Willingdon Island, India. This is the largest artificial island in India, and while it may not be the most glamorous or eye-catching man-made island on this list, it may just take the prize as most useful. Willingdon Island is part of the city of Kochi in Kerala and was first created in 1936 during the construction of the modern port of Kochi. Named after the first Earl of Willingdon, who was the Viceroy of India at the time, the island soon became a vital part of the British war effort. During World War II, the Royal Air Force constructed a large aerodome on the island, used the newly constructed Malabar Hostel to house servicemen, and the island became a thriving military base. Since 1947, however, when India gained independence, the island has evolved into something quite different. It may still have a military connection, being the headquarters of the Southern Naval Command of the Indian Navy, but it's also a major tourist center and hub of international trade. There are a number of post offices, banks, travel agencies, souvenir shops, and a variety of housing for employees of the port, not to mention 5 schools and a kindergarten for their children. Number 11, Fort Bognard, France. Well, this is certainly the only man-made island on our list which ended up being a popular TV game show. It may look like somebody just dropped a massive bathtub in the middle of the sea, but Fort Boyard, located just off the western coast of France between the islands of Oleron and Aix, was designed to serve a very serious purpose. Except it didn't. You see, while the fortress itself is almost 200 years old, the idea was first conceived back in 1660, only to be scrapped when Louis XIV's leading engineer wrote it off with this sassy comment: "Sire, it would be easier to grasp the moon with the teeth than to attempt such a task in this location." When Napoleon came along, however, interest in Fort Boyard was reignited, and construction finally began in 1804, with workers dumping 75,000 cubic meters of rocks onto the seafloor. Well, until the British decided to attack in 1809, at which point the whole thing came to a grinding halt. It was finally completed in 1857 under the rule of Louis Philippe, resulting in the oval-shaped oddity that we can see today, capable of supporting 250 soldiers and 74 guns. Sadly, due to advances in weapons technology, Fort Boyard was obsolete pretty much as soon as it was built, which led to its ultimate fate as the location for a French game show. Number 10, Kemper's Dam Island. Perhaps the most notable thing about this island, apart from the fact that it's in the shape of a giant S, is that it's used as a breeding ground for flamingos. And no, that doesn't mean that it's full of romantic, candlelit flamingo restaurants, or flamingos who've met on Flamingo dating app and want to take their flamingo relationships to the next level. It lies on the Camphors Dam Lake in Kimberley, South Africa, and since its construction back in 2006, almost 50,000 lesser flamingos have been calling this place home. Camphors Dam Island was constructed by Ikapa Mining using 26,000 tons of material, and ornithologists designed the place with 1,000 artificial nest turrets, making sure that the dam harbored high concentrations of blue-green algae and diatoms, always a favorite item on the flamingo menu of international cuisine. The dam and its surrounding wetland area are designated as a conservation zone, but pollution and the development of nearby land have become a really big concern for conservationists. Number 9, the Pearl, Qatar. There can't be many islands which have been built purely for foreign nationals, although if anyone offers to build me my own island, then I'll be quite happy to get on a plane tomorrow. The Pearl is supposed to resemble a string of pearls, as a nod to Qatar's past in the pearl industry, and due to the island being built on one of the country's old pearl diving sites. With an area of almost 4 million square meters, the Pearl was the first land in Qatar to be made available for ownership by foreign nationals, and as such, its population has risen by several thousand over the past 10 years. The Pearl is divided into 12 districts, some of which are residential, some commercial, and each of which has its own unique architectural style. And no matter where you are, it's all very luxurious and very expensive. And with rich tenants come the need for high-end goods, fine dining, and in the case of the Pearl, a variety of stupidly expensive car showrooms, including Maserati, Ferrari, and Rolls-Royce, to name but a few. Number 8, Artificial Islands of Uros. The islands of Uros, Peru, look like something from another age, and despite their modest size, are possibly one of the most fascinating examples on our list. And they're mysterious as they are fascinating. There's a legend, of course, as there are with most unexplained things, that the Uru people were originally from the Amazon, having migrated to Lake Titicaca in the pre-Columbian era, when they were unable to find land due to oppression by the local people. So they did what any homeless person would do, bundled the reeds that were growing at the side of the lake and constructed their own floating island community. This not only gave them a home to call their own, but also provided protection from their horrible neighbors, hence some of the islands having their own watchtowers. An average-size island measures around 50 by 50 feet, with the largest being around the size of a football field, and with a variety of thatched houses, each belonging to members of an extended family. In recent times, the Uros have become a big tourist attraction in Peru, which means they don't have to rely solely on hunting and fishing to survive, and have found a thriving market for handicrafts. I suppose it's a bit more exotic than an Etsy store. Number 7. Spiral Island. If you thought the Uru people lived in a modest way, then take a look at this thing. These days, we all feel a responsibility to recycle our non-biodegradable goods, but British artist Richard Reishi Sowa took it to an entirely new level. Spiral Island in Mexico was quite literally man-made by one man, using more than 250,000 plastic bottles. He started the project back in 1998, constructing his island in a lagoon near Puerto Aventuras on the Caribbean coast of Mexico. The bottles were held together in large nets, which acted as floats for a plywood and bamboo structure, which in turn supported a 2-story house, complete with a solar oven, a self-composting toilet, and 3 beaches of his very own. Sadly, Spiral Island was destroyed by a hurricane in 2005, but you can't keep a good man down, and Sowa was soon working on a new project called Joy Z Island. And this new and improved island also had 3 branches, along with a new house, 2 ponds, a wave-powered washing machine, and a solar-powered waterfall. At one point, he even opened up the islands for tours, but it's no longer in the lagoon. Let's just hope it's been recycled. Number 6. Peberholm. Peberholm is a strange sight, to say the least. It serves as the endpoint for a bridge which starts in Denmark, reaches this random island, and then seemingly stops there with no rhyme or reason. In reality, however, there's an entrance to a tunnel on the island, which then goes on to Malmö in Sweden, as a bridge spanning the entire width between Malmö and Copenhagen would have been completely impractical. Not only would it have interfered with obstacle-free zones around the nearby airport, but it would also allow ships to pass without worrying about crashing into a new bridge that wasn't quite high enough. It's not really the bridge we're interested in here, though. It's the island itself. Peberholm, you see, is basically a biological experiment, protected by very strict laws, and even biologists are only allowed 1 visit to the island per year. The concept of Peberholm, and indeed the prediction for it, was that due to the lack of human involvement, nature would take over, colonize it, and the island would flourish on its own. And it certainly seems to have worked. Since then, scientists have registered 454 species of plants, 20 species of spiders, 12 species of birds, along with rabbits, butterflies, beetles, and a variety of other insects, which gives you a good idea of what life would be like if human beings hadn't come along with our litter, pollution, and industry, and social media influencers. Number 5. The Thumbs Island. The Thumbs Islands sound like they should be located right next to the Finger Islands, but sadly, they don't actually exist. It's simply an acronym. You see, the islands were originally named for the oil companies who bid for the original operating contract: Texaco, Humble, Unocal, Mobil, and Shell, because the Thumbs Island were only ever constructed to tap into the East Wilmington oil field. Originally constructed in 1965, the islands underwent a bit of a makeover 2 years later, although in name only. Since 1967, they've been known as the Astronaut Islands, and each of them has been renamed in honor of NASA's astronauts who sadly lost their lives in the course of duty. There's Island Freeman, for example, named for Ted Freeman, who was the first astronaut to die during active duty. And then there's the 3 islands that are named after Apollo 1 astronauts Roger Chaffee, Virgil Gus Grissom, and Ed White, who sadly perished in a horrific accident on the launch pad. In order to make the islands a little more pretty, however, various structures have been used to disguise the drill rigs, such as a condo, a waterfall, and various other forms of landscaping, although I can't help feeling that maybe a space-based theme would be more appropriate. Number 4. Amouage Artificial Islands. Like the Pearl in Qatar, this is a group of man-made islands in the Persian Gulf. They were devised to offer 100% freehold ownership to expatriates living in Bahrain. You see, waterfront property, while very sought after, was also in very short supply. So the plan was to build a lot more of them for wealthy foreign nationals who had just a few $100,000 spare dollars burning a hole in their pocket. Located just northeast of Bahrain, near the coast of Muharraq Island, the Amouage Islands were recently reclaimed from the relatively shallow seas surrounding it to create land for the stunning collection of residential and commercial buildings now on offer. These days, the islands even offer a variety of hotels, such as the Grove Hotel, the Art Rotana, the Sea Loft, Ramada Hotel and Suites, and the Dragon Hotel. The fact that the islands resemble a massive horseshoe from above could be a sign of good luck, but then if you can afford to live in this place, then you've already been pretty lucky in life. Number 3. Ilocina. When you hear the word island, you usually think of the stereotypical desert variety, small, round, maybe with one palm tree, and possibly even one castaway, desperately trying to fit a message into a bottle. Either way, you certainly don't expect an island to be long, green, and right in the middle of Paris. At 850 meters long and only 11 meters wide at its widest point, the Ilocina sits in the center of the Seine like a long green boat with 3 bridges crossing it at various points. Although it's completely uninhabited, the island does feature a tree-lined walkway called the Path of Swans for anyone who fancies a romantic stroll. After all, you're in the City of Love, so why wouldn't you? The island was constructed in 1827 to protect the port of Grenelle, but perhaps the most striking feature of the Ilocina today is something you'd expect to find in another very famous city, many miles away from Paris itself, the Statue of Liberty, or at least a replica of it, a quarter of the size of the original, which was always facing west towards its larger New York-based sister. Number 2. Palm Islands. The Palm Islands of Dubai, as the name suggests, have been constructed in a shape of a massive palm tree, although you'd have to be seriously high up to notice that, given the size of the place. Built using land reclamation by the UAE government-owned company Nakheel, the Palm Islands is an archipelago on the coast of Dubai, consisting of 3 sets of man-made islands, Palm Jumeirah, Daira Island, and Palm Jebel Ali, which, despite various and numerous problems and delays in their construction, have become a major tourist destination. Palm Jumeirah, for example, is now full of private residences, hotels, and is the site you'd be most familiar with from the air, that incredible palm tree design. Palm Jebel has a similar palm tree motif, although due to the financial crisis of 2007 through 8, construction on this and the Daira Islands have been put on hold. To this day, the Daira Islands are still undeveloped, and the project has made significant impact on wildlife and coastal erosion, leading to many critical comments from environmentalists. Number 1. The World Islands. Yeah, it would be hard to come up with a list of amazing man-made islands without mentioning Dubai, and that's why we're back here again for our number 1 entry. Not too far away from the Palm Islands is another artificial archipelago which is possibly just as well known as the Palm Islands, but has also encountered just as many problems, if not more. The World Islands in Dubai may be one of the most familiar and impressive of all man-made islands, but the question is, for how long? Because a lot of them are quite literally sinking. Constructed in the shape of a world map, the archipelago consists of 7 sets of islands, each representing the continents of Europe, Africa, Asia, North America, South America, Antarctica, and Oceania, with each set subdivided into countries. Ultimately, there are 300 islands in total. However, not only is the work incomplete due to debt issues and legal problems, but many of the islands have clearly decided they've had enough of all this stress and chose to sink back into the sea instead. This was backed up by photographic evidence taken by the International Space Station, but despite this, the project developers still denied that it was happening. That might be just the best example of someone in denial that I've ever heard.
Watch our future playlist for more top 15 videos about the future. Sit back, relax, and binge watch all of our best future-related videos. Quantum stealth camouflage, advanced exoskeletons, and the Lockheed Martin Onyx armament system.
It's time to join me as we take a look at the top 15 most advanced military uniforms. Number 15, Quantum Stealth Camouflage. When it comes to military uniforms, camouflage can be incredibly important and give soldiers that extra edge for when they need to move about undetected. And so, while the first entry on our list isn't technically a military uniform or suit, it's still incredibly cool and powerful. The Quantum Stealth Camouflage looks and sounds like something straight from an old sci-fi movie, but you better believe it is real. Quantum Stealth Camouflage uses light-bending technology to provide the most active camo in the world. You're not just going to be able to blend in with the surroundings, you're going to become one with them. It completely mimics the surrounding environment. The only thing available for this amazing camo are mock-ups, and the technology is a tightly held secret. But what we do know is that military testing has demonstrated that the materials are effective against infrared and thermal scopes, and it's allegedly already been put to military use. Number 14, Lockheed Martin Onyx. No list of military armaments is complete without mentioning Lockheed Martin. The company is known for manufacturing some of the latest and greatest jet fighters in the world, but they're also working on giving the troops on the ground an advantage as well. But instead of covering the entire body like a futuristic soldier of the future, Lockheed Martin's Onyx will cover just the arms and legs of the soldier, giving them superhuman strength. A lot of the specifics of this project have been kept tightly under wraps, but according to the engineers, the body of whoever dons the Onyx will never grow tired. They can walk, run, lift, and carry anything like it's nothing. The Onyx runs on batteries and should be able to keep going and going and going, at least for 8 hours, without stopping to take a breather, during which time the soldier can run as fast as a bicycle rides, so about 15 miles an hour, and can carry 10 times their normal load. They'll even be able to leap several yards distance, which is probably the coolest part. But not only is this Onyx a great addition for any soldier looking to go the extra mile, but will work wonders for first responders who need to get there fast. Number 13, Comfort. The next entry on our list looks absolutely crazy, but if it gets the job done and makes things easier for the soldiers both overseas and at home, then who am I to judge? The Spanish armor known as Comfort looks a little more, well, exotic than what we've seen so far, which is no easy feat. This is an incredibly ambitious project, with the main focus being the soldier's line of sight, because what good are you on the battlefield if you can't see? So with Comfort, the soldier no longer has to hold the weapon upright to their face in the hopes of getting the perfect shot at a moment's notice. There's a remote monocle sight attached to the rifle that lets the user move a little faster during unforeseen situations and increases their maneuverability. It's a very simple tweak that tends to make all the difference. It's also going to make it possible for the user to shoot around those tight corners of the combat zone without having to stick their head out there. But weaponry isn't the only thing Comfort offers. There's also a special focus on elbow and knee protection, and of course, a more flexible bulletproof vest. There's even a sweat outlet system for when things literally get too hot. Number 12, DEFI's Exo Boot. We're going to be taking a look at some pretty wild gear, so why not start things off small? Well, it doesn't matter which army you're in. You're going to be doing a lot of walking. There's just no way around it, and it really doesn't matter how sturdy your standard issue boots are. You're still going to get tired. So how do we get our soldiers to go that extra mile? Enter the world of exoskeletons, specifically the DEFI Exo Boot. DEFI is a US-based tech startup founded in 2016 that was awarded for their first US Army exoskeleton program. And so far, it seems like they're onto something simple yet effective. Instead of adopting a full body suit, they're quite literally starting from the ground up with their boots. The Exo Boot is strapped around the foot and ankle to provide some extra localized support using flexible, scalable electronics architecture, or FLEXI for short. This FLEXI technology uses motion control and data acquisition to provide a network of infrastructure for multi-axis and multi-joint exoskeletons. So, the Exo Boot can learn how the soldiers move depending on the duration of the mission, the type of terrain they'll encounter, and so on. Number 11, Félin. The arms race around supersuits has also made its way to France with their Félin, short for Fantassin Equipment Liaison Intégrés. Félin is a futuristic military uniform that uses a tough textile as opposed to more modern nanotechnologies. What makes Félin's fabric so high-tech then? Well, it's a bit unusual in that it's refractory, water-resistant, super breathable, and more importantly, insect repellent. Yeah, because we all know how annoying those little bloodsuckers are in the middle of a firefight. But it also disguises the soldiers from any infrared spectrum, making them essentially invisible to any fancy equipment. But then there's the special Phelan helmet, which is fully equipped with means of communication amongst the soldiers and an optronic information display system. It even comes with state-of-the-art masks that protect them from gas, poison, and chemical attacks. You can even eat or drink without having to take the thing off. It's also incredibly important to be as lethal as you can during battle, but it's also just as important to keep yourself protected. Number 10, IDZ-ES. The German military has also thrown their name into the futuristic hat with their IDZ-ES. This ultra-futuristic suit is all about form over comfort and keeps maximum profile protection in mind. The IDZ-ES is a total multi-purpose war suit and even slightly resembles the suits of other countries, having hybridized both the need to make war and to protect whoever is wearing it. So then what exactly sets this thing apart from the competition? Well, it's the portable mini-computer that combines navigation and commanding so that while they're out on the battlefield, the soldiers can survey their surroundings and see the location of their comrades, the location of their partners, and the commanders all at the same time. And the wearer can even see themselves on an interactive map of the area. No one ever wants to compare war to a video game, but this is probably as close as you can get to merging the two. With the IDZ-ES, everyone is going to be able to coordinate more effectively, which will hopefully in turn keep them alive. And then there's the armor itself. It helps protect from enemy fire as well from other impacts like blunt objects and shrapnel. Number 9, Chinese exoskeletons. They may not have released the name of the project, but the Chinese military is also working on some serious exoskeletons. And so instead of outfitting their soldiers with perhaps a cumbersome suit of armor, they're helping them suit up with a second skeleton. The device is worn over the soldier's usual uniform and has just one function: extra strength. The exoskeleton is capable of reading the movements of whoever's wearing it and provides a little extra support and effectiveness, increasing the soldier's ability by about 5 to 1. So now they're 5 times stronger. During one of the trials of China's exoskeleton, a soldier carried a 100-pound weight over a specific distance without even breaking a sweat. So why even bother lifting weights if you can just throw on this thing? But this also means that the soldier can carry a crate of munitions on their back using the same amount of effort they would exert if they were carrying a simple backpack. Number 8, FIST. Future Integrated Soldier Technology, FIST, is about to become the next best thing for the modern British soldier. Development for this project started all the way back in 1994, if you can believe it, with the first phase of implementation in 2015. The plan is to have about 30 to 35,000 of Her Majesty's finest to don these FIST suits by 2022. And while many of these high-tech suits and uniforms involve some sort of exoskeleton, the FIST puts a bit more emphasis on built-in electronics. So anyone wearing it is going to have full access to all sorts of effective rangefinders, electronic optical converters, and a whole other assortment of bells and whistles that will no doubt make them feel like they've landed themselves in a science fiction movie. They're going to have some of the best access to battlefield information regarding both the enemy and their surroundings, giving them a full leg up when they need it. And everything is going to be battery operated, meaning that the FIST is going to be a bit more eco-friendly as well. Number 7, Talos. Leave it to the United States to have access to one of the craziest, most advanced military uniforms out there. Short for Tactical Assault Light Operator's Suit, Talos is made up of about 800 different parts and 26 powerful armored plates. But don't let all of that armor fool you, because all of that extra weight isn't going to slow the soldier down at all. The suit itself is also an exoskeleton that will make them much stronger and more agile, so they can handle all the extra armor of Talos. Much of the specifics of Talos are kept tightly under wraps, but we do know what the plates will be, all things considered. Relatively lightweight, and they're made of composite metal alloy. But it's also a fair assumption to say that it will make the wearer essentially bulletproof and immune to any shrapnel or small-scale blasts. But on the off chance that a person inside does manage to get themselves injured, the suit has a special inbuilt air cushion that reacts to the trauma and presses tightly against the body, stopping any blood until a medic arrives. The suit also comes with a thermoregulation system, and the helmet has multiple lenses that can give a real-time analysis of the environment with augmented reality. Anyone wearing this thing is going to become a human tank, which is always a bad thing for the bad guys. Number 6, the Ox. Chances are that wearing the Ox will make you as strong as an ox. the Australian Defence Science and Technology Organisation's Operational Exoskeleton, or OX, is a fun little beast. It's a passive, soft exosuit designed to lighten the load for any infantry. This means that anyone and everyone on foot is going to be able to walk farther, faster, for a longer period of time, and likely be able to carry a lot more as well. The OX uses two cables that are typically used for throttle control for light aircraft and even in bicycle brakes. So when it comes to the soldier, these will be able to redirect the weight of their usual 185-pound backpack directly to the ground. It will probably feel like they're wearing next to nothing. And the best part about the OX is that it only weighs just over 6 pounds, making it one of the lightest exosuits that you'll ever find. Number 5. WIS Exosuit. Leave it to DARPA to come up with the latest and greatest military and defense technology. Their teams have been hard at work to deliver some of the most powerful and frankly coolest exosuits. DARPA created the WIS exosuit as part of their Warrior Web program, and it's a multi-joint soft exosuit made of textile components. When you strap it on, it adds a ton of power to the waist, hips, thighs, and calves, and because it's a soft suit, it doesn't take away from the wearer's mobility whatsoever. And all things considered, its design is also incredibly discreet. You really just strap it on around the waist and the legs, and away you go. Far, far away, and fast. But it's also a smart exosuit and will adapt to each wearer. The system can not only automatically update, but will also determine on its own how much support it needs to provide a specific soldier based on their individual gait mechanics. Number 4. Hulk. Hulk Angry, Hulk Smash. And anyone wearing the human universal load carrier, better known as Hulk, will probably be able to do the same. Another fun mechanical toy from the world of Lockheed Martin. The Hulk is more of a heavy-duty exosuit that allows the soldiers wearing it to carry a full 200 pounds worth of extra equipment without feeling a thing. That's all of the weight without any of the strain. Plus, it's going to let them move faster too. Over longer durations, the soldier can travel at a speed of about 7 miles an hour. But in the likely event that they need to move a little faster, they can run up to 10 miles per hour for a short amount of time. And you would think that something that can do so much for a soldier must be incredibly complicated to get on and off. But you'd be dead wrong. It only takes 30 seconds to get it off and pack it up. But the fun doesn't end with the enhanced abilities. No way. The Hulk even has some extra attachments like armor, electronic sensors, and even a heating and cooling system. And this thing sounds pretty cool. Number 3. XOS-2. The Raytheon XOS-2 exosuit is as close to becoming Marvel's Iron Man as it can get. It's absolutely amazing and equally as awesome. The XOS-2 is a bit more complicated than some of the other exosuits we've seen so far, and it uses high-pressure hydraulics to turn the user into a superhuman. It has most definitely been put to the test and through the ringer. The wearer of the XOS-2 can lift 200-pound objects like it's nothing and carry them all day long without breaking a sweat. And while that fact may sound a little boring at this point, wait until you hear this. It's also going to let them lift things at a ratio of 17-to-1. So think of the heaviest things you've ever lifted and then multiply that by 17. It'll give the wearer extra agility as well, and even let them punch through 3 inches of wood. Number 2. Future Force Warrior. The next entry on our list sounds like it's straight out of the latest Call of Duty game, but maybe that's where the inspiration came from. Because the suit known as the Future Force Warrior is exactly what it sounds like. The design itself takes an already existing uniform and kicks it up to 11. The main focus of the Future Force Warrior is the dynamic armor. It's just an inch thick, but the material is a lot more effective than most of the modern armor vests we see today. At rest, it uses a magnetic rheological fluid that's similar in density to oil, and so it clings firmly to the wearer's body like a Hydra suit. But when the soldier gives the command to the suit, the magnetic field activates, and the liquid becomes hard as rock in just a millisecond. So if you blink, you'll miss the change entirely. And that's the point, because the Future Force Warrior needs to be ready and protected at the drop of a hat, or even faster. But things don't end there, because the engineers behind the project are hard at work with other materials like polyethylene glycol and Nanbit silica to turn whoever wears it into a walking shield, because these substances will harden the moment they're hit. And the harder they hit, the more it reacts. Sure, the suit looks a little goofy, but you're probably going to look even goofier when you're hurt. Number 1. Ratnik 3. The United States and Russia have been close rivals since before many of us were even born. What one country does, the other needs to do even better, which is why Russia has begun their Ratnik 3 program. Ratnik 3 is going to be the latest and greatest of military uniform tech. The third-generation exoskeleton is not only bulletproof, but totally enhances the strength and movements of whoever is lucky enough to wear one. The only catch here is that the Ratnik 3 sacrifices lightness, mobility, and the ability for brute strength. So think of it more as a power suit. But because the suit enhances the strength of the human underneath the armor, they really won't feel a thing, seeing as how they'll be super strong as their strength multiplies. In fact, they'll be so strong that they'll be able to shoot a standard machine gun with just one hand. Think Arnold blasting off his shotgun one-handed in Terminator 2. And while the idea of a super soldier may be awesome, whoever's on the opposite side on the battlefield of this thing is gonna beg to differ. The Ratnik 3 exoskeleton is going to be made of titanium and use an electric engine that can run for a full 24 hours before needing a recharge and can handle temperatures as hot as 122 Fahrenheit to -58, making whoever wears one an absolute machine.
Watch our future playlist for more top 15 videos about the future. Sit back, relax, and binge watch all of our best future-related videos. Infrastructure is built to serve the needs of our growing civilization, and the United States is investing big time to ensure its infrastructure is robust and will last well into the future. So join me as we take a look at 15 of the biggest infrastructure projects in the United States. Number 15, the Evergreen Point Floating Bridge. Washington State, the U.S., is home to one of the most interesting and largest undertakings in American infrastructure. If you hit the highway and make for State Route 520, you'll eventually pass over the Evergreen Point Floating Bridge and immediately notice that it's unlike any bridge you've ever crossed. It doesn't stand high above the water, suspended by hundreds of miles worth of steel cables. The Evergreen Point Floating Bridge seems to sit on the water perfectly without dipping into the water as cars pass over it. The bridge finally opened to traffic in 2016, thereby becoming the longest floating bridge in the world, spanning 7,700 feet across Lake Washington and wide enough for 6 lanes of traffic. The Evergreen Point Floating Bridge is a big deal in terms of U.S. infrastructure. The bridge employs 77 concrete pontoons as the foundation, with the weight of the water being displaced by each device equal to the weight of the bridge. This is how you get a bridge to float. The roadway is elevated just 20 feet above the water, and the bridge itself uses 58 different anchors to keep itself from drifting away, taking commuters with it. Number 14, the Hoover Dam. Probably the most well-known dam amongst Americans, the Hoover Dam in Colorado was built between the years 1930 and 1936, and it's named after Herbert Hoover, who was the president at the time. Formerly called the Boulder Dam, the Hoover Dam is found in Black Canyon along the Colorado River at the Arizona-Nevada border. It's the highest concrete arch dam in the United States and holds Lake Mead, one of the largest artificial lakes in the world, which extends for a whopping 185 kilometers upstream. And while the Hoover Dam may be kind of old, it still has an important purpose today. It is used for flood and silt control, affordable hydroelectric power, agricultural irrigation, and supplies water to nearby areas. The Hoover Dam is also a major tourist attraction that sees about 7 million visitors a year. The dam's about 220 meters high and 375 meters long at its crest, and it holds well over 3 million cubic meters of concrete and generates 2.1 gigawatts of power. It takes 4 reinforced concrete intake towers above the dam to divert the waters of Lake Mead from the reservoir into the massive steel pipes, which feed the water into the hydroelectric power plant below. Nearly all of the generated electric power goes to Southern California and the rest to Nevada and Arizona, keeping it local. Number 13, Grand Coulee Dam. The Grand Coulee Dam is pretty easy to find, sitting on the Columbia River in Washington State. Originally a project of the Federal Bureau of Reclamation, the main structure and power plant was completed all the way back in 1941, but it wasn't until 1942 that it was fully operational. The dam rises 168 meters above the river's bedrock and is measured at 1,179 meters along the crest. It was since restricted into more of an L shape, which now measures in at 1,592 meters. All in all, there are well over 9,000 cubic meters of concrete in the entire structure, and it has a power capacity of 4.2 gigawatts.
The Grand Coulee Dam also creates the reservoir at the Franklin Delano Roosevelt Lake, which has a storage capacity of almost 12 billion cubic meters. And the largest part of the dam sits on the Columbia River. The dam itself also provided irrigation to the Columbia Basin project below, assists in flood control, simplifies navigation, and of course furnishes hydroelectric power. The dam was able to rise to the occasion and prove its worth when it was a major source of electricity for the U.S. during the Second World War, and today it is one of the 7 civil engineering wonders of the world. Number 12, Sanford Lab. When you're talking about infrastructure, sometimes you need to dig a little deep, like really, really deep. Almost 5,000 feet below the Earth's surface in Lead, South Dakota is the Sanford Lab. What was once a gold mine is now the site for study of dark matter. Dark matter and neutrino physics are best observed and researched far from the cosmic rays caused by the Earth's mass, so the length of 6 Empire State Buildings deep into the ground is the perfect place. This facility is massive, and while it only encompasses less than a square kilometer above ground, there are over 31 square kilometers of space underground. There's plenty of room for multiple laboratories, campuses, and even a water treatment facility. Sanford Labs is also open to the public to spread awareness among scientists, geophysicists, and researchers of the future, as well as to educate the rest of us about the previous gold mine's history. But the fun doesn't stop there, because although Sanford Lab itself is about 5,000 feet below the surface, the mine itself goes on for a total of 8,000 feet. It's always good to have room to grow. Number 11, Chicago's O'Hare modernization. If you've flown internationally either in or out of the United States in the last 30 years, then you'll know that many of those airports are in need of a serious overhaul. Chicago O'Hare International is one of the biggest of its kind in the country and will be getting even more traffic in the coming years when the U.S. plays host to the FIFA Games and the Olympic Games. And what they're working with now isn't just going to cut it anymore. One of the biggest current infrastructure projects, O'Hare International is undergoing an $8.5 billion renovation, which will create a domino effect of other international hubs in the States doing the same. This is actually the first time that O'Hare's main terminal will have this kind of work done, which makes you kind of wonder what exactly took so long. O'Hare's large Terminal 5 is set for an expansion, while their Terminal 2 is getting a total facelift, with an additional 2 satellite concourses and 50 new gates. In total, the airport's looking at an extra 3 million square feet of space, hopefully by the year 2022. And once that's done, it's on to the rest of the airport as the entire project will be undertaken in various phases. Number 10, the Big Dig. The Central Artery Tunnel Project, or more simply put, the Big Dig, was a Boston-based mega project set to connect different tunnels, greenways, and bridges, with a large part being connected to the central artery of Interstate 93 into another tunnel. A lot was going on, with probably too many moving parts, which rarely ends well. Planning for the project began in 1982, and construction didn't begin until 1991, and eventually ended in 2007. But not because everything was completed and ready to go, but because the partnership between the program manager and the Massachusetts Turnpike Authority ended. No more money and no more workers means no more projects, and the Big Dig turned into one big headache for everyone. During the project, though, the entire endeavor was plagued with leaks, design flaws, delays, going over budget, poor execution and leadership, implementation of cheap materials, cutting corners, and even arrests. The list of issues is a lot longer than it should be, but it all culminated with the death of a motorist. The project was initially supposed to cost $2.8 billion and end in 1998, but instead cost 4 times as much and finish a decade later. But the entire project that is the Big Dig won't be paid off until about 2038, and it will ultimately cost an estimated $22 billion when all is said and done. Number 9, White Pass and Yukon Route. Once used as a railway for miners during the lucrative Klondike Gold Rush, the White Pass and Yukon route in Alaska will take you along a beautiful but terrifying route. To get to the gold in the Yukon, miners took the train on a 900-meter climb up the mountains in about 3 hours. And while being more than 900 meters high in the snow-capped mountains may be visually appealing for some, many travelers had to put their fear of heights aside in hopes of striking it rich in the early 1900s. If you think building this treacherous railway was easy, then think again. It took plenty of manpower and ingenuity to build this modern marvel. Workers would hang from ropes along the mountainsides, drilling small holes into the rock face. Then the next crew would climb up and place dynamite inside to blast the mountain apart. And since they were still building the train, this meant that workers had to make the climb by horse. Many of the horses died on the way up, leaving their riders to traverse the snowy and perilous mountain range on foot. But the train route is still in use today, ensuring that none of their work was done in vain. Number 8. Prison system. Unfortunately, not all infrastructure is good. And for better or worse, you can't talk about big American infrastructure without talking about their prison system. The federal prison system was established in 1891, and since then, 1 out of every 142 Americans is currently incarcerated. That's 2.3 million people. It's an incredibly unnerving fact, one that's only exacerbated by the fact that they've got the highest per capita prison population in the world, despite having the 3rd highest population with almost 340 million people, trailing behind India's 1.4 billion, which takes 2nd place. The American prison system is a mess for plenty of reasons, but in terms of infrastructure, it's comprised of 1,800 state prisons, 110 federal prisons, 1,700 juvenile correction facilities, 3,100 local jails, 218 immigration detention facilities, and 80 jails on indigenous lands, and plenty of military prisons. Those numbers are just exhausting, and for a country that isn't even close to being the world's most crime-ridden, why are these numbers so high? Again, lots of reasons. There are public-private collaborations with plenty of lucrative incentives to dole out heavy sentences for smaller offenses, the cash bail systems, and the never-ending war on drugs. The American prison system has come a long way since 1891, and it clearly has an even longer way to go to fix those numbers. Number 7. Ohio River Bridges Project. Before we can talk about the next entry on our list, we first have to talk about a spaghetti junction. This is a nickname for some of the biggest, worst, and complicated series of intertwined roads and interchanges that are guaranteed to strike fear and panic in the hearts of even the most stoic of drivers. So the goal of the Ohio River Bridges Project is to take the infamous Kennedy Interchange, aka Spaghetti Junction, and multiple interstate ramps and build 2 new bridges over the titular river. It would be the largest infrastructure project the area had ever seen, with construction beginning in 2014 and ending in just 2016. The Ohio River Bridges Project certainly alleviated much of the stress of the Spaghetti Junction, but it did come at a cost, both literally and figuratively. The project cost $4.1 billion, and in order to earn much of that money back, tolls were implemented over these new bridges, which absolutely no one was happy about. And much worse than toll booths creeping up on a formerly free route, an estimated 132 residents and 80 local businesses were displaced. Number 6. The Empire State Building. The New York City skyline is really something, especially at night as the lights illuminate the sky and feel brighter than the stars up above. And the Empire State Building is a major part of that view. There's something to be said about the fact that people come from all over the world just to catch a glimpse of this groundbreaking building. It's probably even safe to say that it's the most influential skyscraper in the world, considering its history. The Empire State Building was completed and opened its doors back in 1931, and it stands 102 stories, or 1,250 feet tall, towering over the Chrysler Building. It held the mantle of being the tallest building in the world for a good 42 years, and it's held together with a steel frame that's encased in 200,000 cubic feet of Indiana limestone and granite. But how much did it cost, and how long did it take to build the Empire State Building? After being adjusted for inflation, about $564 million, and it was done in just a year and 45 days. Not bad at all for something that's built to stand for 7,000 years. Number 5. The Golden Gate Bridge. San Francisco's Golden Gate Bridge is one of the most recognizable bridges in the world. The bridge's construction was an amazing 4-year project that in today's world would have cost over $666 million that connects Marin County to the foggy city of San Francisco over the Golden Strait. Golden State, Golden Strait, Golden Gate, get it? When it was finally finished in 1937, it was the longest bridge in the world, spanning 4,200 feet, and was even the tallest suspension bridge the world had ever seen. And it was able to hold on to both of those records until the 1960s. That's no easy feat. The Golden Gate Bridge was designed by Joseph Strauss, and it was so intricate that it required thousands and thousands of hand calculations of every single little tiny rivet and mooring location. When you're undertaking a project of that scale, there's absolutely zero room for error, and the world's longest bridge is gonna need a ton of cable to hold it up. The engineers used 80,000 miles of steel cable, which they spun West Side Yard, overlooking the storage yard for the Long Island Railroad trains. How beautiful. Since it officially opened in 2012, Hudson Yards saw plenty of tourists and angry New Yorkers alike, all gawking at not just the nouveau riche aesthetic, but at the vessel. The vessel is a giant 16-story structure with 154 flights of stairs, meant to resemble a honeycomb, and other than being the main feature of the Hudson Yards and costing $200 million in taxpayer money, it doesn't really do much else. Number 3. San Francisco Oakland Bay Bridge East Span Replacement Project. California's Bay Area is full of massive structures that can withstand the movements and pressures of earthquakes. The region has a total of 8 bridges, but there's one that underwent a seriously expensive overhaul in one of the biggest infrastructure projects the country has ever seen. The project lasted from 2002 to 2013, replacing the previously unstable bridge with a new one. Now, the Bay Bridge is the longest self-anchored suspension bridge in the world, spanning 2,047 feet long, all anchored to a 525-foot tall tower, carefully balancing 90% of the structure's weight. The new Bay Bridge is totally earthquake-resistant with the help of 17,000 strands of wire wound tightly into a 2.5-foot thick diameter, with the cables looping all the way around the roadway. But seismic activity wasn't the only thing plaguing the original Bay Bridge. The soil in the area, to put it nicely, is less than ideal, so extra care was put into the columns to keep everything lodged right where it needs to be. The entire overhaul cost of this project to the taxpayers was a hefty $7.2 billion. Number 2. California High-Speed Rail. It feels like the California legislature has been talking about their state's high-speed railway forever now, which is still incomplete. But the talks for the project began when a special committee was formed in 1996, and they were issued a humble bond of $9 million. Cut to today, and the California High-Speed Rail is running up a high-speed bill of about $71 billion. Work finally began in 2015 in Fresno, California, and the overall construction is on track for a 2029 opening. So what exactly does this massive piece of infrastructure entail? Well, hopefully soon you'll be looking at a railway that can take you from northern to southern California in just 3 hours at speeds of about 200 miles per hour. And if you're already living somewhere with a bullet train, this may not sound like a big deal to you. But believe it or not, despite how large it is, the United States has a grand total of 0 bullet trains. The only train that comes close can hit about 150 miles an hour, but only averages about 66 miles an hour when it's full of passengers. So needless to say, the California High-Speed Rail is a huge deal, and even will be fully electric. Number 1. Interstate Highway Project. And now for the biggest infrastructure project the United States has ever seen, the Interstate Highway. Grab your maps, because we're going on a road trip. As soon as the first Model T came off the assembly line in 1908, the course of human history and urbanization changed forever, and the Federal Road Act authorized the construction of interconnecting roadways in 1916. Cut to today, and about $546 billion later, and you're looking at 70 interstate highways across 164,000 miles. The onset of America's highways meant open roads and a departure from the stop-and-go driving people were once used to, creating over and underpasses and foregoing stoplights. It may seem silly to think about it now, but there was a time when all the states had to work with were the bustling urban streets and the dirt roads on the outskirts of town. Just try and imagine life without getting on the highway. Naturally, though, the interstate highway system was met with some controversy, even to this day, as new on-ramps and new routes often meant demolishing already existing structures. But in the end, the system works with more efficient travel, less congested roads, and of course, faster commercial shipping costs and times. Without the U.S. highways, you can't have that 2-day shipping. But in all seriousness, the U.S. interstate highway system modernized the culture and economy by bringing everyone up to speed.
Watch our future playlist for more top 15 videos about the future. Sit back, relax, and binge watch all of our best future-related videos.
Mega projects are built to serve mankind, from massive dams producing electricity to deep tunnels boring through the Earth's crust. Join me as we take a look at 15 of the most amazing mega projects in the world. Number 15. the Great Man-Made River Project. In a perfect world, each and every mega project is going to help humanity, and that's exactly what the Great Man-Made River Project is set out to do. More commonly known as the GMR Project, this pricey endeavor has been in the works in Libya since 1985, with the goal of essentially terraforming much of the land to help future generations of Libyans live a greener life. The GMR is the largest irrigation project in the world, and when all is said and done, it will irrigate more than 350,000 acres of arable land, substantially increasing the availability of clean drinking water to most of the urban centers in the country. It is pretty amazing to think that so many people in today's world don't have access to good, clean drinking water, and so the GMR is a much-needed endeavor. All of the GMR's water is coming from the underground Nubian sandstone aquifer system and will reach millions of people. And so despite having begun in 1985, the only catch here is that the project isn't scheduled for completion until 2030. Number 14, Gotthard Base Tunnel. Back in 1947, the Swiss engineer Karl Edward Gruner dreamt of creating a massive tunnel, unrivaled in length and depth, in his home country's Gotthard mountain range. Finally, in 2016, his dream has become a reality with the construction of the Gotthard Base Tunnel. The tunnel sits 2,400 meters below ground, goes on for over 55 kilometers, and costs $12 billion to make. The opening of the tunnel was so monumental that the leaders of Germany, France, and Italy were some of the guests in attendance, and tens of thousands of people gathered for an opening festival. The tunnel was even given its very own theme song. The Gotthard Base Tunnel is now home to a high-speed rail that makes the trip between Zurich and Milan in about 2.5 hours. The tunnel is a marvel of Swiss ingenuity and brings a great sense of pride to the country. So much so that the Swiss citizens agreed to pay an extra $1,300 per person in taxes to help complete the project, which saw two massive boring machines meet in the middle, marking the tunnel's completion for almost 20 years. Number 13, California High-Speed Railway. If you live in California, then you know all about the natural beauty it has to offer, but then you'll also know about how long it can take to drive from one major city to the next, and just how crazy some of the traffic can be. Despite being home to some of the most densely populated cities in the world, they haven't quite figured out mass public transportation. So that's where the high-speed railway comes in. Work on the Golden State's high-speed train began more recently in 2015 and is on track to be completed by 2029, with the goal of connecting 8 out of the 10 largest cities in the state. If you're looking for a fun day trip in the future, then you can start south in Los Angeles and move your way up north to San Francisco in just 3 hours, moving at a top speed of 200 miles per hour. And that's just Phase 1. By the time that Phase 2 is finished, extensions will allow for connections to San Diego and Sacramento as well. And keeping up with the typically forward-thinking California mindset, the high-speed railway trains will be 100% electric and powered by renewable energy sources. This is definitely one to look forward to. Number 12, Hanford Nuclear Waste Site. Like it or not, but nuclear energy is a part of life, which means we have to deal with all of the waste it produces. And you can't just throw this stuff into the trash and let it sit in a landfill. Serious nuclear waste takes what feels like forever to properly be disposed of, which is why the United States has built the Hanford site in Washington state. Originally a testing site during the Cold War, the Hanford Nuclear Waste Site was the main plutonium production facility for their secret weapon arsenal that thankfully never needed to be used. Both the Soviets and the US were in a race to see who could make the biggest and baddest weaponry, so for the next 40-some-odd years they stockpiled as many weapons as they could. And this, as we're seeing today, has had some serious side effects that no one really thought of until it was too late. So, at the Hanford site in Washington, the US accrued enough plutonium for about 60,000 nuclear weapons, including the batch of plutonium that was used to make Fat Man, the atomic bomb dropped on Nagasaki in 1945. The site has since been decommissioned, but it's still holding on to about 60% of the high-level radioactive waste by volume managed by the U.S. Department of Energy. Much of the site's waste is buried deep underground, but much of the area's groundwater is still very, very contaminated, and it costs about $3 billion a year to operate, and frequent waste leaks can cost over $100 billion to properly clean. Number 11, Three Gorges Dam. Another civil engineering wonder of the world, the Three Gorges Dam in China is the largest hydroelectric dam in the world, with a generation capacity of a whopping 22.5 megawatts, totally eclipsing the other entries on our list. Another dam sitting on the Yangtze River, the Three Gorges Dam took 40,000 workers to construct over just 12 years. And the projection is its entirety cost between $28 and $88 billion. While that's a pretty big gap, the Chinese government likes to be a bit hush-hush on the subject. It's also the largest concrete structure on Earth, and the idea behind it was born back in the year 1919, but it took about 80 years for the commission to pass by the National People's Congress as a monument to Chinese engineering. It's a massive source of renewable energy and replaced the burning of 30 million tons of coal each year, and it used enough steel to build 63 Eiffel Towers. It gives energy to over 60 million Chinese people every year, but something that massive has to garner some controversy. The construction of the Three Gorges displaced 1.3 million people and destroyed historical excavation areas, and 100 workers died while building it. But the biggest impact of the dam is still on the environment, as nearby fish populations are in decline and pollution is increasing as the river is no longer able to clean itself as it's choked off by the dam. So it's no surprise that something so big must also come at such a large price. Number 10. Lusail City. Qatar is a pretty small country, just 100 miles from north to south and 50 miles from east to west. Just to put that into perspective, it's about the same size as Connecticut in the United States. But despite its small stature, it still manages to be one of the wealthiest nations in the world because of its high gas exportation. So when you've got all that money to spend, why not undergo a few mega projects? And while this one is still in the making, we're really hoping that the Lusail City mega project will deliver, because if everything goes according to plan, then it will be the first green city in the country, potentially changing Qatar forever. Lusail City is set to accommodate 450,000 people, with almost half of them being full-time residents and 170,000 workers here across the 19 districts spread across a 15-square-mile area, including 4 man-made islands and a blue lagoon complete with 2 marinas. There will even be a massive luxury stadium costing $45 billion alone. Lusail City will also be equipped with the latest and greatest technologies, making this a smart city too, in order to ensure both safety and maximum operational efficiency. Number 9. Jubail Industrial City. Saudi Arabia is another oil-rich company that's always looking to not just expand, but prove itself on the world stage. So the Jubail Industrial City is another mega project with the hope of thrusting the country into the future. This is a ground-up project that began in the 1970s and has so far cost about $11 billion. The entire mega project has been broken up into 4 different phases, which involve updating the city's industrial plants. There are petrochemical industry, support industries, and smelting plants across 8 square miles. But in order to do this, the city needs to remove hills, build new underground tunnels, expand its fiber optics, build new highways, and create an underwater seaway for daily cooling. Considering that Jubail went from being a small fishing village to now the largest civil engineering project in the world, there's no denying that the update is one of the most amazing mega projects the world has ever seen. Number 8. O'Hare International Airport redevelopment. You may like to fly, but I'll bet that you hate the overall airport experience. And as both world populations and demand for air travel rise, these international hubs are only growing more and more congested by the day. But that's why they're hard at work to update and improve Chicago's O'Hare International Airport. The United States is set to host both the 2026 FIFA World Cup and the 2028 Olympic Games, so they're expecting plenty of flights, which is why $8.5 billion are being pumped into the Chicago airport, the first in a series of international hub overhauls. But for Chicago O'Hare, this intense redevelopment marks the first time in its history that the terminal core will be expanded. So Terminal 5 is set for growth, while Terminal 2 will get a full rebuild, transforming it into a global transfer hub with 2 satellite concourses. So expect to see an additional 3 million square feet of space and another 50 additional gates popping up. The work on Terminal 5 has an estimated completion date in 2022, with the subsequent areas opening up in phases throughout 2028. Bon voyage. Number 7. ITER. The International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, or ITER, is a joint venture mega project between 35 nations currently under construction in France. This work in progress began in 2013 with the goal of advancing energy production and solving the global energy crisis by replicating the fusion reactions within stars. It sounds like something from a science fiction movie set far in the future, but you better believe that ITER is very real. Scientists are creating a magnetic chamber to contain the plasma created when particles are heated to over 150 million degrees Celsius and collide to create fusion energy. And they really need to take their time with this mega project, because one false move and you're looking at a serious nuclear accident. Once it's finished, the 3 buildings that make up ITER will have a cost of about $20 billion to create. And as of 2020, the project was about 60% complete, with the construction of the reactor complex and the 10 different types of concrete shields completed. And now they can get to work on the magnetic chamber. The entire complex is due to begin operations in around 2025. Number 6. Grand Renaissance Dam. Sitting alongside Nigeria's Eco Atlantic is one of the most impressive megaprojects on the African continent, not just today, but probably ever. Work on the Grand Renaissance Dam began back in 2011, and it's on its way to becoming the largest hydroelectric plant on the continent, generating around 6.5 gigawatts of power by the time it's hopefully finished in 2022. And you can bet that something generating this much power is going to be big. The dam stands over 500 feet tall and extends about 6,000 feet across the Blue Nile, with the main structure being formed with over 10 million cubic feet of concrete to hold back the water when the reservoir is full. And how much is this entire project going to cost when all is said and done? $5 billion. Number 5. Chuo Shinkansen. If you live in or have ever been to Japan, then you may know a thing or two about the next mega project on our list. Ever since they built their first bullet train in 1964, Japan has been at the forefront of high-speed rail technology. Until some European and Chinese competitors came along, Japan once held on to the title of having the world's fastest trains. But that doesn't mean that they won't try for that top spot again. The Chuo Shinkansen uses maglev carriages to reach a top speed of over 310 miles per hour, which is fast enough to bring Japan back into the #1 spot when work is complete. The Chuo Shinkansen will connect 2 major cities, Tokyo and Nagoya, which are 175 miles apart, with a 40-minute train ride. 90% of the train routes will be run underground beneath the mountains to reduce travel distance and even save almost $5 billion over alternative options. We've got some time, though, before we can catch a ride. The project is set to finish in 2027. Number 4. One Banger-Roo. One Banger-Roo, or Crown Sydney, is the tallest building in Sydney and the 4th largest in Australia. This skyscraper has been through a lot, beginning construction in 2016 and finally topping out in 2020. One Banger-Roo is one of the wildest megaprojects the world has ever seen. This 75-story, 890-foot building is home to Australia's first 6-star hotel and another 82 luxury apartments, with no 2 rooms the same, all overlooking the harbor that only the wealthiest of folk can ever hope to afford. But when you move down from these high-rise views, there's a casino too, where you can rub shoulders with the rich and famous. And you can bet that there's also a luxury spa, gym, open-air tennis courts, 2 rooftop infinity pools, and a Michelin star restaurant. It is tough to miss One Banger-Roo when you're looking at the city skyline, and they've certainly got their money's worth because the entire project cost $2.2 billion. Number 3. The Bay Bridge Span. When you think of San Francisco, your mind probably goes straight to the Golden Gate Bridge. But there's another bridge on the city limits that's still impressive in its own right, the Bay Bridge. Now keep in mind, the Bay Bridge has fallen victim to multiple earth-shattering earthquakes, and so any and all structures need to be able to withstand the next big one. The Bay Bridge is much newer and cost around $6.4 billion to build and replace the original seismically unstable bridge. So to do that, the engineers built the world's longest self-anchored suspension span at 2,047 feet long, and the whole thing is anchored by just one 525-foot tall tower that carried 90% of the bridge's weight. The tall tower is hanging on tightly to the Bay Bridge's main cable, made up of 17,000 wire strands, all wrapped around to create a thick, earthquake-safe structure that's 2.6 feet in diameter. The cable loops all around the bridge's roadway, and the bridge is also one of the widest bridges in the world, which is why it needed extra care and attention, especially since it's lodged into the Bay Area's less than ideal soil conditions. Number 2. Evergreen Point Floating Bridge. If you're ever in Washington State going for a nice little joyride down State Route 520, then make sure you roll over the Evergreen Point Floating Bridge. After construction finally wrapped up in 2016, this modern marvel took the top spot for the longest floating bridge in the world. The bridge spans a whopping 7,700 feet across Lake Washington and is wide enough to accommodate 6 lanes of vehicles. That's one crowded commute. But how is something that long and that wide able to withstand that much weight on a daily basis? The Evergreen Point Floating Bridge uses 77 concrete pontoons as its foundation, so the weight of the water that's being displaced by the pontoons is equal to the weight of the structure, which is what allows it to float. The idea of a floating bridge may be scary to most people, but don't worry, because this spectacle of engineering is plenty safe. It almost makes you wish you'd pay more attention in high school math class. The roadway is elevated 20 feet above the water, and seeing as how the bridge floats on the water, it uses 58 separate anchors to keep everything in place. Number 1. International Space Station. If we're going to talk about the most incredible engineering feat of all time, then we have to go to space. Because if you thought construction here on Earth took a lot of work, then imagine doing it in the final frontier. The International Space Station, or ISS, weighs 460 tons, is the size of a football field, and floats above us 240 miles above Earth. It took 5 teams from 15 countries to construct this masterclass in engineering that all started in 1984. The ISS is so big that construction couldn't even be completed on Earth, seeing as how there are no rockets in existence that could possibly propel it to its great heights. Everything was launched piece by piece and then slowly assembled in the dark void. Astronauts and cosmonauts have been going back and forth and even living up there for the past 20 years or so to develop and prepare the station for research and exploration. And you can rest assured that more additions to the ISS will be made as time goes on.
Watch our